Chapter 1662 Massive Invasion. When the strength has reached the level of the Void King's third layer realm, it will condense a strange thing like the Void Mind Crystal in the body. The Void Mind Crystal contains the life experience of a Void King realm peak powerhouse and the accumulation of martial arts essence. Even if the warrior dies, Void Mind Crystal will not disappear either. The founding master of Bingxin Valley left the Xuanshuang sword at the bottom of the cold pool of creation, but there was no Void Mind Crystal, which is enough to explain many problems. She might not really be dead. It's just that even if this is the case, he hasn't shown up for 2 to 30,000 years, and no one knows where Patriarch Bingyan is now, whether he is alive or dead. But this is undoubtedly extremely exciting news for Luo Li. Luo Li turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and sighed slightly. She found that if Yang Kai was a disciple of Bingxin Valley, he must be a lucky general. Since he appeared in Bingxin Valley, there have been too many happy events in Bingxin Valley. First, Kai Huo was beheaded, and then his injuries were healed. From the side, it proves that the Patriarch may still be alive in this world. This series of events is excellent news for Bingxin Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai is a man, it is impossible to join Bingxin Valley, and he himself does not seem to have much affection for Bingxin Valley. Senior, it's time to go to Huo Yaozong, Yang Kai said suddenly. Luo Li nodded upon hearing this, it is indeed time. She looked into the distance with deep eyes. From now on, Qilin Star will be ruled by Bingxin Valley. A team of 5 pitch-black warships set off from Ice Absolute Island. The battleships carried a total of about 3,000 Bingxin Valley elites. Led by one of the main ships, they headed for the Huayao mountain range. Bingxinghu, as one of the largest sects on Qilin Star, naturally has its own battleship. It's just that Yang Kai found that the best of these warships is only the top rank of the Void class, and exists as the main ship, while the other 4 battleships are only the mid-grade of the Void class. The quality is not the same as the one I own. It seems that in the entire star field, Void King class battleships are also extremely rare. As a sharp weapon to siege the city, the purpose of going to the Huayao mountains this time is to destroy the entire Huayao sect. Naturally, Luo Li will use battleships, such powerful war fortresses. The disciples of Bingxin Valley also knew what they were going to do this time. Everyone looked dignified, and there was a kind of ruthlessness between their brows. Countless years of fighting have made the enmity between Bingxinghu and Huo Yaozong deeper and deeper, and it is impossible to resolve it. Many of their seniors and sisters died tragically at the hands of Huo Yaozong warriors. Because they are women, once they fall into Huo Yaozong in the hands of Zhenwu Jie, the end is usually worse than death. Knowing that the Supreme Elder was going to personally lead people to the Huayao sect, the 3,000 elites all volunteered to sign up and actively participated in the battle, holding back a wave of anger until the Huayao mountains erupted, which would incinerate the 10,000-year-old enemy. The speed of the fleet is very fast. Bingxin Valley is thousands of miles away from Huayaozong, but in just a few days, 5 warships have arrived at the outskirts of Huayao mountain range. In the direction of the main ship, Luo Li stood on the ship and looked into the distance. Behind her were the high-level officials of Bingxin Valley. Yang Kai and Su Yan were also mixed in the crowd. This is the Huayao mountain range. Yang Kai looked forward, somewhat amazed. As far as the eye can see, the mountains are undulating, and the huge mountains are like giant dragons crawling on the ground, stretching for thousands of miles, dense and dense, with no end in sight. Moreover, the entire mountain range seems to contain extremely rich fire-type spiritual energy. Looking at it with the naked eye, there are faint red lights flickering between the mountains. Even the temperature between the sky and the earth has increased a lot. That's right, this is the Huayao mountain range. There is a fire dragon vein in the ground, which just goes along with the skills cultivated by the Huayaozong warriors so that they can quickly improve their cultivation here. Luo Li didn't speak. Bing Long said softly explained to Yang Kai. But starting today, this place will no longer be owned by Huo Yaozong. Ran Yunting snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something, cast his gaze downwards, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at the void. Accompanied by panicked shouts, Ran Yunting shot a warrior wearing Huo Yaozong's costume onto the ship from somewhere in the forest below. This person looks to be about 30 to 40 years old, his cultivation base is not high, he is at the first level of returning to the void, and he is completely suppressed by Ran Yunting. After landing on the ship, he saw so many thin and fat women at first glance, my heart skipped a beat, and I immediately understood, and shouted, "People of Bingxin Valley, why are you here? You invaded the Huayao mountains in such a large scale, do you want to start a war with my Huayaozong?" War. Ran Yunting sneered incessantly. When did I, Bingxin Valley, and your fire flame sect cease fighting? The martial artist's expression froze, speechless. Indeed, the two forces that dominate Qilin Star have never ceased fighting, and small frictions continue to occur on weekdays, but such a blatant invasion of another force's territory has never happened. What are you going to do? This Huo Yaozong warrior still has some backbone. Facing so many strong men who are far beyond his realm with a lower level of cultivation, he can still ask questions. What are you doing? Ran Yunting sneered incessantly. Of course I want to crush your Huo Yaozong. The warrior's face turned pale, and he stared at Ran Yunting with wide-eyed eyes, as if trying to tell if what she said was true. Your cultivation base is good, and it seems that your status in Huo Yaozong is not too low. Go back and tell Wei Qing, just say that I, Ran Yunting, have come, and tell him to wash his neck clean. Ran Yunting, the warrior shouted in horror. Naturally, he had heard of the prestige of the great elder of Bingxin Valley. He turned his head and looked around, and suddenly found that every woman's cultivation base was unfathomable. The old sits in the sect, don't mess around. You mean old monster Kai Huo? Ran Yunting sneered. Kai Huo is dead, it looks like you don't know anything. The Supreme Elder is dead. The man's eyes trembled, and he lost his voice. Impossible, the Supreme Elder is a Void King realm expert, who of you has the ability to kill him? Isn't it? You can ask Wei Qing yourself, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Ran Yunting stopped talking, and threw the warrior off the battleship with her hand. In the middle of the air, the warrior hurriedly rotated the Saint Yuan to stop himself, looked up at the 5 hideous warships, gritted his teeth, and rushed to the interior of the Hoayao mountain range, apparently to report the news. Say hello to them first, that's good, let them be prepared, lest others say that I, Luo Li, is bullying the small. Luo Li didn't pay attention to the previous movement until the warrior disappeared from sight, just said a word lightly. The fleet continued to move forward at a moderate speed, but there was an invisible and terrifying pressure that was slowly covering the entire Hoayao mountain range. After a stick of incense, there was a commotion from the main rudder of Huo Yaozong. Bingxin Valley actually invaded on a large scale. They're just as cowardly as hell. It seems that they haven't received enough lessons before, haha, this time they took the initiative to come here, just to teach them another lesson. I heard that the dozen or so elders in Bingxin Valley are all beautiful and beautiful. They had no chance to be captured before, but now they are sent to the door by themselves. Well, I will catch a few and train them well. Elder Qi, at your age, you should stop thinking about it, right? When the old man is growing old and strong, are you afraid that you won't be able to satisfy a few lowly maid servants? That's true, those lowly maid servants will definitely submit to Elder Qi's majesty. A group of elders were very optimistic. When they heard that Bingxin Valley had taken the initiative to attack, they were not in a hurry, but rather overjoyed. Thinking of the screams of those tender women in Bingxin Valley before they died, or when they were ravaged struggling, these elders are all in high spirits. Destroying the sanctity and ravaging the purity has always been the thing that men can't stop, and the thing that can inspire men's bestiality. The women of Bingxin Valley have always been sacred and pure. Sovereign, please hurry up and arrange, let's go and meet those lowly maid servants for a while. An elder said to Wei Qing, who was sitting in the head seat. Hearing this, Wei Qing glanced at him, with deep sorrow in his brows. Sect Master, you are. Wei Qing's demeanor made many elders see the clue. The noise gradually subsided, and everyone looked at him suspiciously. The great tribulation of the Huo Yaozong. Wei Qing let out a long sigh. The faces of the elders changed. Sovereign, what do you mean? The elder who spoke before had a solemn expression. Although Bingxingu's strength is good, but he dared to invade my Hoayao sect, it's a good time to teach them a lesson. How could it be? My fire brilliance sect catastrophe. Because, the Supreme Elder may have fallen. As soon as this remark came out, the audience fell silent. After a long time, the elder said in a trembling voice, impossible, isn't it? Sovereign Master, are you joking? At this time, why would I make such a joke with you? Wei Qing said seriously. But, how did the Supreme Elder fall? And Master Luo Hai, hasn't he always lived in the back mountain with the Supreme Elder? Wei Qing rubbed his forehead. A few months ago, the Supreme Elder and Master Luo Hai had already left Huo Yaozong and went to Bingxin Valley, and have not returned until now. That doesn't mean that the Supreme Elder has fallen. Some people couldn't believe it, and they still had a glimmer of hope, but they didn't even have the confidence to say this. If the Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could he not return to Yaozong? If the Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could Bingxingu kill him so aggressively? They obviously knew this information, so they took the opportunity to attack. It is impossible for Luo Li of Bingxin Valley to kill the Supreme Elder, could it be? Master Luo Hai, someone exclaimed. Only Luo Hai has the ability to kill the Supreme Elder of this sect. However, isn't it rumored that the relationship between the two of them is good? Moreover, when Lord Luo Hai came to Chelangsing this time, he had been a guest of Hoa Yaozong all the time. Why did he suddenly lay a poisonous hand on the elder of the sect? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1663 Crater. It's not Master Luo Hai. What? There was a sound of gasping for breath, and everyone in the audience was shocked. All the elders of the Huo Yaozong looked at Wei Qing in shock, and the expression of disbelief was even more exaggerated than when they heard the death of their own grand elder. The news can't be wrong. I have received a message from Kuiwei Star 2 months ago. The statue of the Star Master of Kuiwei's Star Master's magical skill collapsed, and Lord Luo Hai's branded breath disappeared. He has indeed died. Fall, and counting the time, it should have happened in the few days before heading to Bingxin Valley. The Supreme Elder has fallen, and even Lord Luo Hai has also fallen. Who in Bingxin Valley has this ability? Yes, on that day a few months ago, there was indeed an earth-shattering energy fluctuation in the direction of Bingxin Valley. Could it be that it happened at that time? Could it be the patriarch of the Bingxin Valley who did it? The old man has heard some rumors before, saying that their patriarch of the Pai is not dead. How is it possible? Bingxin Valley has established a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their patriarch who founded the sect is really alive, why didn't he show up before? What's the point of saying this now? Bingxin Valley has already invaded aggressively, and the current plan is to quickly discuss a way to deal with it. How to deal with it? My Huo Yaozong Supreme Elder has already fallen, and Luo Li in Bingxin Valley will definitely take action in person. My Huo Yaozong is powerless to resist. Shu wants to build up other people's ambitions and destroy his own prestige, so what if it's Luo Li? The old man will fight her hard, and he will bite her flesh and blood. After a group of elders learned that Kai Huo was dead, they were no longer as optimistic and relaxed as before, and everyone expressed their opinions with solemn expressions. Wei Qingduan sat in the first place. Without saying a word, like an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand, and the noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him. Okay, don't quarrel, Wei Qing said calmly. Bingxin Valley has aggressively invaded. Although this time may be my Huo Yaozong's catastrophe, if it is done properly, there may not be no chance to compete with them. Luo Li, it's true that she is a Void King realm powerhouse, and none of us are her opponents. But everyone, don't forget, they attack, we defend, we have formation restrictions that can be used to consume their strength, and rumor has it that before Luo Li, if you make mistakes in your practice, there are hidden dangers in your body. I am afraid that you will not be able to display your full strength. That's right, what the suzerain said is right, with defense instead of offense, we have the advantage. Jia, have you forgotten? We still have that thing. If that thing is released, even Luo Li will drink a pot. Someone laughed strangely, and the smile was full of madness and ferocity color. The others quickly realized what the man was talking about, and their faces changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely dignified, and he pondered for a moment and said, unless it is a last resort, that thing cannot be released. Pass my order, and all disciples are ready to meet the enemy. In today's battle, there will be no enemy but no self. There is no enemy but no me. All the elders shouted together. The 5 battleships slowly sailed to the depths of the Haoyao Mountains, approaching the main rudder of the Haoyaozong. Encountered some formations and restrictions along the way, but it did not delay the pace of the people in Bingxin Valley. The battleship's crystal cannons just fired at will, and destroyed those formations and restrictions. Binglong, you go there first and tell the Fire Flame sect's people that this palace is only here to punish the high-ranking members of the Fire Flame sect, and let the disciples below escape if they want to survive. Wait for my Bingxin Valley warship to go there at that time. Those who do not escape will be declared to be the enemy of Bingxin Valley and will be killed without mercy. Luo Li said suddenly. Yes, Binglong agreed, and flew out alone. Soon, Binglong's spiritual thoughts spread out in front of her, conveying the message of only punishing high-level disciples and persuading ordinary disciples to escape. Feeling this news, all the senior leaders of Huo Yaozong couldn't help but yelled at Binglong for being vicious, shameless and despicable. There are tens of thousands of Huo Yaozong disciples. Although the cohesion is very important, not everyone can advance and retreat with the sect at the critical moment of life and death. In addition, Binglong deliberately spread the news that the Red Fire boss had fallen, which really scared the courage of some Huoyaozong disciples. Some people began to escape from the Huoyao Mountains. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the high-level officials of the Huoyaozong would shoot and kill them as an example. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the low-level disciples, as time passed, more and more Huoyaozong disciples became panicked, and more people began to run away. Streamers of light rose from different positions of the Fire Brilliance sect, shooting out in all directions. Luo Lina's huge divine sense enveloped the entire Huoyao mountain range. The warriors below the Void Returning Realm were left alone and allowed to flee, but if any Void Returning Mirror warriors escaped, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any Fire Brilliant sect warrior with the Void Return Mirror has blood from countless Bingxin Valley disciples on his hands, Luo Li naturally will not let them go. Soon, those martial artists whose strength was lower than the Void Returning Mirror also discovered this situation, and were overjoyed in their hearts. Regardless of the sect's dissuasion, more people began to flee. For a moment, the entire Huoyao sect was distracted, even though the elders and deacons suppressed it with bloody means, they could not restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'm going there first. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly turned to a mountain behind the Huoyao mountain range. Luo Li also glanced over there, understanding Yang Kai's purpose in his heart. He didn't stop him, but told him, be careful in everything. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you? Su Yan asked. No, you can stay with Senior Luo Li. Yang Kai waved his hand, and disappeared from the main ship with a flick of his figure. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of feet away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Until this time, she finally understood why Yang Kai was able to flee under Luo Hai for several months without incident. With this weird speed and movement alone, ordinary Void King realm can't do anything against him, even I didn't see how he moved just now. This is the mystery of the power of space. Luo Li had a look of interest on her face, as if she wanted to figure it out, but no matter what she did, she couldn't feel the mystery of the power of space at all she could feel was a blur. Sighing slightly, Luo Li withdrew his gaze, knowing that the power of space was beyond his ability to penetrate, and immediately put his mind back on the Huoyaozong. At the back of the Huoyao Mountains, there is a bare, high-temperature peak about 1,000 feet high. Standing at the bottom of the mountain and looking up, you can vaguely see the bright fire at the peak. This is a crater, and it is an extremely unstable crater. The energy aura emanating from the crater not only has the artistic conception of scorching fire, but also the artistic conception of extremely overbearing thunder. Inside the volcano, there is a ferocious aura dormant. The aura is full of cruelty and ferocity, which makes people shudder. It's here. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, thoughtful. During this trip, he has no intention of intervening in the battle between Bingxin Valley and Huoyaozong. His goal is Huoyaozong's Qianshan Leiyan. That peerless ferocious flame that even Luo Li was extremely afraid of. According to rumors, this thing seems to have been psychic, giving birth to its own spiritual wisdom, and it is extremely difficult to deal with. In the induction of spiritual sense, the entire volcanic mountain is surrounded by large and small restraints and magic circles, which are very powerful. Yang Kai turned his gaze to somewhere in the void, and grinned. Why do you two hide your heads and show your tail? How about showing up generously? After the words fell, a cold snort came from the other side, and the air rippled, and two figures walked out of the air ripples strangely. As if it came out of another world. The two people who appeared were both very old, with white hair and beard, but their cultivation was at the level of the third layer Void Returning Realm. Their bodies were full of fire-type holy elements, and the one on the left was slender, while the one on the right had dark red skin. It is not angry and prestige, obviously the status in Huoyaozong is not low. Boy, who are you? The thin elder stared at Yang Kai and asked in a cold voice. You don't need to worry about who I am. I came here to take away the Qianshan Leiyan. If the two old gentlemen think it's okay, you might as well tell me how to untie the formation restraint on the peak. How about it? Yang Kai looked forward with a smile. The younger generation is rampant. The skinny elder was furious. You can also covet my Huoyaozong's Qianshan Leiyan. I think it's not easy for you to cultivate, and you have cultivated like this at a young age. If you retreat quickly, the old couple will not be embarrassed you are. He seemed to be very talkative, and he didn't want to kill him just because Yang Kai trespassed on the forbidden area of Aa Huoyaozong. Old Mister is merciful. Yang Kai raised his eyelids, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stomped his right foot lightly on the ground, and said solemnly, "This is what the old mister said, don't embarrass me." Boom-a. As Yang Kai's right foot fell, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a gully-like crack appeared from his toes, spreading towards the two old men. And in the crevice of the gully, there are two pure and concealed fire energy gathering and surging, approaching Yang Kai silently, only less than 3 feet away from where he is. Like two poisonous snakes lying dormant on the ground, ready to attack at any time. Boy has good eyesight. Since you noticed it, then there is nothing to say. Trespassing on the forbidden area of Aa Hoa Yaozong, die for me. Seeing that Yang Kai saw through his tricks, the thin elder didn't hesitate to tear his hypocritical face, urging his own Saint Yuan. The fire energy dormant in the ground immediately rioted, turned into a giant flame python, and opened his mouth to swallow Yang Kai. You dare to be ashamed of your tricks? Yang Kai laughed, and the keel sword Dikui appeared in his hand in an instant, and with a wave of his hand, a green light flashed, and the terrifying and imposing flame python screamed for a while. The center was divided into two parts, turned into dots of fluorescent light and disappeared. Strong enemy. The two old men looked at each other with solemn expressions. Chapter 1664 Dry Sky Thunder Flame. With Yang Kai's dragon bone sword in his hand, a thick coercive pressure seemed to emanate from the sword body, like a mountain peak, pressing on the two old men of Huo Yaozong, making their faces ugly. The roar of the dragon's roar can be vaguely heard in the ears. One by one, take care of them quickly, I'll wait for you in front. Yang Kai said casually, and released the stone puppet and the artifact spirit firebird with a wave of his hand. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, he directly stepped forward. Stepping out with one foot, as if crossing the barrier of space, the figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was halfway up the mountain. Bold. The skinny old man's face was ashen. Yang Kai's ignoring attitude made him angry, and he wanted to chase after him while shaking. But just as he made a move, a pitch-black shadow of a stick struck his face. The shadow of the stick sank with great force, as if it was dropped with a force of hundreds of thousands of catties, and even the air was blasted and buzzed. The ear-piercing sound made the old man's eardrums hurt. The skinny old man's face darkened, he hurriedly raised his hand to block it, and the raging flames burned on his arm. Boom-a. When the flames were extinguished, the skinny old man felt as if he had been swallowed by lightning. He floated back several tens of feet before he managed to stabilize himself. One hit, and he was slightly injured. Looking forward in disbelief, the thin elder saw only a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there, carrying a long black stick on his shoulders, and his eyes like black beans were full of indescribable charm. He stared at himself with the look of looking at prey. On the other side, the crisp sound of birdsong came out, and the dark red-skinned old man had already stood in a group with the fire bird. In the sky, the figures of one person and one bird were ups and downs, entangled with each other. The power of the flames sputtered into the depths of the void, and it looked extremely lively. What the hell are these things? The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely discern that the firebird-like existence that was fighting with his companion was a kind of weapon spirit, but what was the stone puppet blocking in front of him? There is no energy fluctuation in its body. But just relying on that domineering power alone made him very afraid. Ah! The stone puppet suddenly raised its head to the sky and yelled. A fist kept pounding and slapping on his chest, making a thud-thump-thump sound. Like the dense sound of war drums, it shakes the soul. Accompanied by the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 3 feet tall, swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and directly turned into a stone giant with a height of 5 feet. The jet-black long stick it hangs on its shoulders also grows longer as its body size changes. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed from its body surface. The surface of the stone puppet instantly seemed to be covered with lava armor. The fiery red armor radiated terrifying energy that made the old man palpitate. The next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body flew out like an arrow from the string. The ground shook, and a huge pit appeared on the ground instantly. With a flash in front of his eyes, the thin elder suddenly found out. The transformed lava giant had already pounced on the top of his head, and the huge pitch-black stick swept towards him with the force of thunder, sweeping out a crack in the space. Sensing the terrifying power contained in this blow, the skinny elder screamed in horror. He didn't dare to act lightly at all, and hastily used body skills to evade. But if he hides fast, the attack comes even faster. It's just Yue, who swept half of his body numb, and the Shengyuan almost couldn't work well. Irresistible, can't resist. The eyeballs of the thin elder trembled violently, and he instantly realized the gap between himself and the lava giant. Before he could turn his mind around, the pitch-black giant stick attacked from above again with the posture of Mount Tai pressing down on the top. The thin elder's eyelids tightened, his pupils became the size of a pinprick, desperately urged his own Saint Yuan, shouted, and sacrificed a shield-like secret treasure to protect above his head. Boom! The giant stick fell, and the secret treasure of the shield flashed with light, and it turned into countless fragments in an instant, lacing in all directions. It was so huge that the force enough to open up the world was exerted on the skinny elder, directly smashing half of his body into powder. The wound was bloody, and the wriggling internal organs could be clearly seen. Even with such an injury, the skinny elder didn't die for a while, and if there was a good enough panacea, his physical body might be repaired. But the fear gushing from the bottom of his heart made him lose his fighting spirit. He stared blankly at the black giant stick that swept towards him, and only one thought flickered in his mind. What the hell is this fucking thing? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being devoured by the fire bird, howling in misery. The giant stick swept across, the pieces of meat flew everywhere, and the whole world became clean. A mass of thunderfire flew out from the dead body of the thin elder, and the fire bird, the spirit, opened its mouth wide, like a whale sucking water, sucked the thunderfire into its belly, and let out a contented cry. On the top of the volcano, Yang Kaling stood in midair, overlooking the ferocious crater from top to bottom. As far as he could clearly see the crimson magma tumbling inside. The high temperature at the top of this mountain is unbearable even for ordinary void-returning mirrors. Warriors under the void-returning mirror will be burned to death in an instant when they come here. Qi Ling flew to Yang Kai's side, and the stone puppet turned into the harmless appearance of humans and animals again, carrying the shaking pillar and sitting on Qi Ling Firebird. So fast, you guys are too violent. Yang Kai grinned. The stone puppet scratched its head, as if it didn't know if it was a mistake, but Qi Ling called out happily. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away the stone puppet, leaving only the artifact spirit Firebird. The Firebird lingered around Yang Kai, and from time to time, it made crisp calls, a little hasty, and seemed to be extremely excited. Several times it wanted to rush directly into the crater. Accompanied by its chirping, there was a booming sound from inside the volcano, as if responding to the Firebird's provocation, showing no sign of weakness. You can feel it too. Yang Kai squinted at the crater, grinning. Firebird responded hastily. Is it its opponent? Yang Kai asked again. The Firebird was silent for a while, and then a louder cry came out. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll wait and see, but you are sure you really want to do this? This is a dead end. If you don't succeed, you will die. The Firebird responded with a loud cry again. I understand what you mean, then. I wish you good luck. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, and immediately waved his hand. A huge smelting furnace appeared. This is the refining furnace where the Firebird spirit was born. It was brought out by Yang Kai from the 5th floor of the flowing flame sand field. It is the carrier of Firebird. If the refining furnace is damaged, the Firebird will also perish. There is no suspense. Since getting the artifact spirit Firebird, Yang Kai has basically never used this refining furnace. One is for the safety of the artifact spirit, and the other is that there is no need to use it. But this time, the refining furnace must be dispatched. With this carrier, the strength that Qi Ling can display can be increased by at least 20%. As soon as the refining furnace appeared, the Firebird opened its mouth wide and swallowed it into its belly. Yang Kai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his left eye had turned into a golden light. World exterminating demon eye. Those vertical golden pupils seemed to contain endless majesty. It's chilling. He looked down, and everything that he couldn't see before was now under his nose. With the help of the magic eye, the world-destroying magic eye has the ability to see through all illusions. Yang Kai immediately discovered the huge formation that blocked the crater. Strands of pure energy, like shackles, are octagonal, locking the entire crater. This formation not only blocked the surge of energy inside the volcano, but also blocked the freedom of the creature hiding in the volcano. Yang Kai watched carefully, and after a while, his eyes shot brightly. He gently pulled the keel sword in his hand, and poured Saint Yuan into the sword body. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Go! Yang Kai threw the dragon bone sword out. The green light was dazzling, and the keel sword turned into a green dragon, shaking its head and tail, bombarding a certain place in the void. The octagonal formation that blocked the crater trembled slightly, and suddenly a hole opened. The unbearable scorching breath immediately vented out from this opening, almost burning the world. Come in, Yang shouted loudly. The artifact spirit fire bird turned into a stream of light and rushed into it along the opening, followed closely by Yang Kai. The octagonal formation flickered slightly, restored it, and continued to block the huge crater. But inside the formation, Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly circulated his Saint Yuan to resist the pervasive burning sensation. The firebird has already shot into the crater. Looking around, the magma inside the volcano is tumbling, and within the crimson magma, there are faint traces of blue electric light swimming around like silver snakes. Stimulated by the firebird, a terrifying breath is slowly recovering, as if a sleeping dragon is waking up. Qi Ling rushed into the magma and disappeared. A moment later, an astonishing burst of willpower suddenly erupted, conveying the message that all creatures should surrender. A mere Hautian weapon spirit dares to challenge my majesty, life or death ants, tremble under my strength. Yang Kai's body was shocked, and his eyes looked down in amazement, as if he could penetrate the thick magma and look straight into the depths of the ground. The rumors are indeed true, this group of dry thunder flames from the Huo Yaozong has indeed given birth to spiritual wisdom, and, the spiritual wisdom is not low, it is clearer and more perfect than the firebird. It was already able to convey its own meaning clearly, but Firebird obviously didn't have this ability yet. Firebird's situation is worrying, Yang Kai suddenly worried. Before coming here, he didn't expect Qianshan Leiyan to have evolved to this level. He thought that Qianshan Leiyan was almost the same as Firebird, but now it seems that Qianshan Leiyan is definitely better than Firebird. Under the crater, there was an astonishing confrontation of willpower. It was the struggle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the Qianshan Leiyan. Chapter 1665 Underground Battlefield. In front of the main rudder of Huo Yaozong, under the leadership of Luo Li, the elites of Bingxin Valley fought like a broken bamboo all the way, broke through countless layers of defensive restrictions, and directly killed the most core place. 5 warships were lined up in the sky, and there was faint energy surging from the mouth of the pitch-black crystal cannon, aiming at the bottom, conveying the message of death and destruction. On the main ship, Luo Li looked indifferent. Looking down, the top executives of Bingxin Valley were all heroic, lined up on both sides. 100 feet below, there is a square. At this moment, many high-ranking members of the Huo Yaozong gathered on the square, headed by Wei Qing, looking up with an ugly expression. In the middle of the two groups of people and horses, there is a layer of fiery red light film blocking. This is the last defensive barrier of the Huo Yaozong. Once it is breached, the Huo Yaozong will completely become an undefended area and will be left to the powers of Bingxin Valley. Looking at each other for a long time, Keilong Wei Qing shouted, "Senior Luo Li, Bingxingu is going to fight to the death with my Huo Yaozong." "Yes," Luo Li responded. Wei Qing laughed loudly. "It's my Huo Yaozong's honor to be able to work with Senior Luo Li himself, but Senior thinks that I, Huo Yaozong, are really soft persimmons, and I can flatten and round them at will. This junior advises seniors, if you don't want everyone if we die together, please leave early, otherwise senior will regret it." "Are you threatening me?" Luo Li pierced Wei Qing with cold gaze, like a sharp knife, stronger than someone like Wei Qing, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Feeling astonished, he clasped his fists and said, "Don't dare." Wei Qingman is the suzerain of the Haoyao sect, so he naturally has to consider the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect. Seniors have advanced cultivation, and there is indeed no one in our Haoyao sect who can match you. But it is not so easy to destroy my Huo Yaozong's whole family. I know what your reliance is. Luo Li suddenly smiled slightly. To be honest, I also have a headache for that thing. If it's not a last resort, I don't want to confront it. It's good that Senior understands. Wei Qing's face turned pale, thinking that Luo Li had started to throw a mouse trick. Unexpectedly, Luo Li smiled again. However, this palace is only responsible for paying you, and others will deal with it, so, you should surrender quickly. I don't want to bully the small with the big, or when you abolish your cultivation, I will keep you alive. Wei Qing's face was furious, and when he was about to say something more, the sea of AA consciousness suddenly twitched, and an astonishing and terrifying will came from a certain direction, sending out a message that made his hands and feet cold. "A mere Hautian weapon spirit dares to challenge my majesty, life or death ants, tremble under my strength." As soon as this will was transmitted, the volcano in the back mountain burst into a confrontation of wills that changed people's faces. Everyone can feel it clearly at this moment. A group of high-level members of Huo Yaozong's complexion changed drastically, and they all looked at the past. "Who dares to provoke Qianshan Leiyan?" an elder of Huo Yaozong exclaimed. "Has it started?" Luo Li narrowed her eyes beautifully. She still underestimated Yang Kai's speed, She thought she would have to wait for a long time before Yang Kai would move the Qianshan Leiyan, but she didn't want her side to hit the door of the house, and Yang Kai's side had already started. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to abolish your cultivation, and I'll save your lives, or I'll break this last layer of protection and let you die. At this moment, Luo Li's calm and uncontested temperament changed from before. Get aggressive. The grievances between the two forces are too deep, and finally reach the moment when there is no enemy but no self. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated, feeling the tumbling will of Qianshan Leiyan coming from the forbidden area, knowing that the last support could not be counted on, but it was impossible for him to abolish his cultivation. A warrior spends his whole life fighting against the sky and his fate. Every promotion is a single plank bridge, and countless people stop at the new level. Wei Qing spent 300 years to upgrade himself to the third level of returning to the void. The level of the peak realm is a strong person who is expected to break through to the Void King realm level. Where is he willing to abolish his cultivation? Instead of lingering, it is better to fight with one's life and win a glimmer of life. Fight with them, Wei Qing roared. A group of high-level members of the Huo Yaozong obviously thought the same way. They knew that with the grievances between the two families, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end. Therefore, as soon as Wei Qing yelled out these words, many high-level people urged Sheng Yuan to sacrifice their secret treasures, and fought towards the 5 warships. Death. Luo Li's face turned cold, and he stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. This finger didn't seem to have the slightest smell of fireworks. From her fingertips, a crystal 6-petal snowflake flew out, and it opened in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the 6-petal snowflakes became as big as the sky, covering the square. A shivering cold fell from the sky. Frozen thousands of miles. Bing Long, Ran Yunting and others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's body overflowed with endless and surging holy energy, gathered together, and pushed forward. Where Sheng Yuan passed, the ground began to freeze. The sky, it's snowing. Each snowflake contained frightening energy fluctuations, and it fell lightly and landed on the fiery red protective cover. It seemed to have a corrosive nature, corroding the impenetrable protective cover with small holes. The artistic conception of the frozen land spreads along these holes towards the center of the square. The disciples of Huo Yaozong with lower strength turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was heartbroken, knowing that Huo Yaozong might be doomed this time. With Luo Li sitting here, it is impossible for them to be opponents. Originally relying on the seal of Qiantian Leiyan, Luo Li would be cautious, but now Qiantian Leiyan has obviously been entangled by someone, and there is no hope at all. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's expression and breath, how could there be any signs of injury? She is clearly in her prime. Huo Yaozong, is it really over? There was darkness in front of Wei Qing, as if covered by dark clouds, unable to see the slightest light. Under the crater, Yang Kai landed on a sudden red rock. The rock has extremely high temperature. Yang Kai must protect his body with Saint Yuan, so as not to be burned. The magma in front of him was rolling and roaring, and 2 different breaths of life were fighting desperately under the magma. From time to time, the low roar of Qianshan Leiyan and the chirping of firebirds could be heard. Looks pretty evenly matched, but as the master of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai could keenly sense that the firebird was somewhat weak. Its degree of evolution is not as good as Qianshan Leiyan, and the conditions for its birth are not as unique as Qianshan Leiyan. The artifact spirit was born from a virtual king-level refining furnace after tens of thousands of years of burning in the fire veins of the Earth's lungs, and it was an acquired product. But this group of dry sky thunder flames has existed since the beginning of the world, and it has grown step by step with the passage of time. It is the rare pure energy in the world. Born an inferior in strength, even with the assistance of the refining furnace, Huo now began to gradually fall into the disadvantaged. It's time to give it a helping hand. Yang Kai suddenly sat cross-legged on the rock, summoned the stone puppet again, guarded it by his side, closed his eyes, and communicated with his mind. An illusory shadow suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's mind, and from the appearance, it looked no different from Yang Kai himself. But this shadow is not real. Out of body, what came out of the body was the soul and spirit body. As soon as the spirit body swayed, it plunged into the magma and went deep down. Getting out of your body is an extremely dangerous move. Once you do this, your physical body will be in a defenseless state. That's why Yang Kai summoned Stone Puppet. Moreover, the soul is also an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of the physical body, it is easy to be damaged. What's more, this place is still a scorching crater, and most people's souls may not even be able to get close to it. If they get closer, they will be burned to ashes by the scorching power, and their souls will be wiped out. But Yang Kai is different. The power of his consciousness is a mutated fire of consciousness, which comes from the same source as the firepower of magma. This made even Void King realm powerhouses afraid of the extremely scorching firepower, but it did not cause the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take much effort. Yang Kai's soul and spirit body had penetrated deep into the underground. The surrounding environment is getting hotter and hotter, which can be called terrifying. And in the depths of the underground, there is a strange battlefield. In that battlefield, the 30-foot-long, beautiful weapon spirit Firebird was swaying and fighting with a huge group of red and purple shadows. The shadow resembles a human figure, but it is suspended in the void, but it does not have feet, but has arms like tentacles, flickering back and forth, filling the entire space. At the position of the head of this shadow, there is a huge single eye, exuding a palpitating light. Its body is surrounded by abundant fire power, and the purple arcs wandering on its body symbolize the violent power of thunder and lightning. Heavenly thunder flame. Yang Kai stared blankly. Some did not expect Qian Tianlayan's main body to look like this. However, it is undeniable that Qian Tianlayan's fierce and destructive aura can make people tremble. Its tentacles like arms swept, covering the entire battlefield under its own attack. If the Firebird was accidentally rubbed, the light on its body would weaken a little. It seems that the original power of the Firebird was taken away by Qian Tianlayan. Huo now is not to be outdone, and always finds the right opportunity, rushes to Qian Tianlayan's side, opens a big mouth and bites down, and with each bite, a lot of the original power that was taken away will be restored. Two strange creatures are using this special method to seize each other's existence, trying to devour each other's power. The scene of the battle can be called earth-shattering. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that behind the Qian Tianlayan, there were 8 golden energy chains, locking its body and imprisoning it here. These 8 chains are exactly the same as the breadth of the octagonal formation in the crater. From the looks of it, the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited Qian Tianlayan's strength. If not for this, Huo now would not be an opponent at all. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. It's hard to imagine, without the shackles of the formation, what kind of strength Qian Tianlayan can display, the 2nd level of the Void King, or the 3rd level of the Void King. And who used the supernatural power to bind it here? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1666 The Dust Settles. On Monday, ask for a recommendation ticket as usual. But the current situation is good news for Firebird. With the 8 chains restraining Qian Tianlayan, Firebird can barely fight it. As soon as Yang Kaiyu appeared in this battlefield, Qian Tianlayan noticed it, and a bright light suddenly flashed from that huge single eye, converging into a beam of light and covering Yang Kai. Another ant, but it happens to be my strong nutrient, this is your honor. Qian Tianlayan's voice buzzed, shaking the whole world to tremble. A devouring power descended on Yang Kai's body. The light beam seemed to have an irresistible pulling force, wanting to devour Yang Kai's soul and body. Yang Kai snorted coldly, the power of his consciousness burst out like a tide. In the dark, there was a crackling sound, and the pulling force was broken away by Yang Kai, and it collapsed into nothing. Ants dare to resist my will, it is unforgivable. Gan Tianlayan seemed to be enraged, a thick tentacle-like arm swept towards Yang Kai, holding the momentum of thunder. Hey! The Firebird screamed, spouting a pillar of fire from its mouth, and blocked Yang Kai's front, blocking the tentacles back. Yang Kai stood there indifferently, observed carefully, and did not act in a hurry. For the time being, he still doesn't know how to deal with such a weird creature as Qian Tianlayan. Now he came here with a spirit body, and his physical body was still in the crater, so he couldn't use the Holy Yuan to help the Firebird meet the enemy, and all he could use was the power of his consciousness. He didn't want to startle the snake. Tentacles came in all directions. Qian Tianlayan seemed to have sensed Yang Kai's importance to Huo now, so he shamelessly gave up his attack on Huo now, and instead focused on taking care of Yang Kai. Firebird can only defend passively. Yang Kai's rash arrival seemed to make the situation of Firebird even worse. With Yang Kai as the center, the 2 weird existences fought again. As time went by little, the aura on Huo Nao's body gradually weakened, but Qian Tianlayan was as fierce as ever, and there was no sign of any weakening of his strength. Here, I am the ruler, all you ants must submit. Gan Tianlayan's will was conveyed again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly, and he couldn't help laughing out loud, so that's how it is. Feeling Yang Kai's joy, the Firebird's aura was also boosted a lot, a dazzling brilliance burst out from its body, once again entangled with Qianshan Leian, devouring each other's energy. I've already seen through your tricks, today is your death day. Yang Kai drank in a low voice, and suddenly reached out and swiped forward. A strange surge of power shot out, cut off the space next to Qiantianlayan. That is the power of space. Although Yang Kai's soul and spirit body can't use the Saint Yuan power of the physical body, his attainments in space power can still be used like a finger. With the power of space, he cut off the connection between Qianshan Leian in a certain direction. Qiantianlayan seemed to be stunned for a moment, a look of panic flickered in the huge single eye, and he gave up the attack on the fire bird, and launched a crazy attack on Yang instead. Sure enough, Yang Kai laughed. Qiantianlayan's actions confirmed his guess from the side. Without any hesitation at the moment, a series of mysterious spatial powers burst out from his soul and spirit body, spread to the surroundings, and gradually set up another cage. In just a dozen breaths of time, the prison cage has taken shape. The invisible space cage cuts off Qianshan Leian from the outside world, enveloping it with the fire bird. This cage has no effect on the fire bird, but it has a fatal threat to Qianshan Leian. Qianshan Leian will no longer be able to draw strength from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Yang Kai observed for a while, and found that the dry sky thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat of the ground. No matter how much essence it was swallowed by the fire bird, it could quickly recover. On the contrary, Firebird doesn't have this advantage at all. This is no wonder. After all, this place is the place where Qianshan Leian is bound. It has existed here for tens of thousands of years, and naturally knows how to use the surrounding environment to create advantages for itself. But the cage shaped by the power of space instantly shattered this advantage. Let's go together, it's impossible to recover now. Yang Kai yelled at the fire bird, and the spirit and spirit body approached the front uncharacteristically. Ant-like methods are also delusional to deal with me. Without the help of outside forces, you can't be my opponent. Qiantianlayan growled disdainfully. Then let's see, which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Yang Kai sneered, and shouted loudly, the demon eye of extermination. At the left eye, a golden light suddenly shone, and the vertical and narrow golden pupils were immediately revealed. From the pupils, a beam of light that contained mysterious power shot out, and it shot straight at Qianshan Leian's huge one-eyed eye. Qiantianlayan's huge body shook violently, and he growled as if injured. The demonic eye of exterminating worlds already has the effect of purifying the soul. Qiantianlayan gave birth to wisdom and soul, and would naturally be restrained by the world-exterminating demon eye. Its huge body twisted, and its countless tentacles-like arms swung wildly, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space. The fire bird jumped forward, opened its mouth wide, and bit Qiantianlayan's body. Visible to the naked eye, streams of pure power flowed into the firebird's body along its big mouth. But Qiantianlayan's momentum slipped rapidly. I want you to die, you ants have offended me. Qiantianlayan roared, his tentacles flew back, bound the fire bird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately, its single eye looked at Yang Kai, and a fierce and destructive aura descended on Yang Kai. From that single eye, a mysterious light shot out, which was able to fight against the world-killing golden light, bit by bit towards Yang Kai. Drive over here. It is conceivable that once the mysterious light enveloped Yang Kai's soul and spirit body would be reduced to nothingness. Sheng Lian, Yang Kai shouted. In the golden pupil of the left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it shook and disappeared. But in Qiantianlayan's view, the lotus flower rushed into his sea of AA consciousness. With the power of its natal soul as the source, the lotus frantically devoured and absorbed it, and began to bloom slowly. Every time it blooms, its soul will become weaker. When the lotus blooms halfway, Qiantianlayan's body swayed, as if drunk, and the body that was originally solidified became solid. It's a little unreal. Yang Kai was in so much pain that he could hardly restrain himself, and let out a miserable howl. In order to deal with Qianshan Leian, he unleashed all his spiritual power almost instantly, just to condense that lotus flower. The effect is gratifying. If Qiantianlayan has been seriously injured, he has no energy left to target him. An angry growl and painful howl came from Qiantianlayan's mouth. Firebird took the opportunity to get rid of the shackles of those tentacles, opened his mouth, and the natal crafting furnace appeared leisurely. Driven by the crazily of the firebird, the smelting furnace started to spin, and an astonishing attraction came from the mouth of the furnace. Qiantianlayan's shaky body couldn't resist the pull of this force, and he gradually drifted towards the refining furnace. No, Gan Tianlayan yelled frantically, but to no avail. The lotus planted in its soul by the secret technique of lotus life consumed most of its power of consciousness, and could no longer resist the firebird's attack. Amidst the howling sound, Qianshan Layan was sucked into the refining furnace like a wisp of green smoke. Firebird turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his forehead, looked at each other, nodded slightly, and sent an encouraging look. The firebird fluttered its wings and turned into a ball of flames that enveloped the refining furnace and immediately sank into the magma below. Their battle is not over yet. The next battle will be in the refining furnace, but unlike before, it will be the home field of the firebird. It will definitely take advantage. Yang Kai has been unable to intervene. He believed that when the firebird reappeared, it would bring him a surprise. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't stay where he was, but left the place immediately, and the spirit body returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Stone Puppet's concerned gaze. After giving it a reassuring look, Yang Kai immediately took out some spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to refine them. Time flies. The tearing pain in Yang Kai's mind gradually disappeared. With the existence of such a treasure as the seven-color warming god lotus, his spiritual consciousness recovered very quickly, but within a day, he was gone. And after this battle, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his spiritual consciousness power had actually increased. This is good news. A gust of fragrant wind came from behind. Yang Kaikui did not return, and smiled slightly. Congratulations, senior, now Bingxinghu is the only family on Qilin star, and it can be regarded as dominating this star. Congratulations. Luo Li's faint voice came from behind. I have no intention of dominating anything, everything I do is just for the sake of enmity. If the Fire Flame sect is not destroyed, many people will die in Bingxin Valley in the future. Yang Kai nodded slightly. These remarks were in line with Luo Li's disposition. But this time it's thanks to you, Yang Xiaoxia. If you hadn't been here to restrain Qianshan Layan, I would not have been able to do things so smoothly in Bingxin Valley. Luo Li thanked. Everyone takes what they need, seniors are welcome. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Well, where are those people from the Fire Yaozong? Above the void returning mirror, kill all of them, and below the void returning mirror, those who killed Bingxin Valley's disciples were also killed, and the others, all had their cultivation bases abolished and released. Luo Li replied, Senior is kind. You want to talk about the benevolence of women in this palace? Luo Li smiled lightly. Don't dare, seniors do this, there are seniors' reasons, and the kid doesn't dare to point fingers. Yang Kai said calmly. Luo Li smiled and said, if you want to say it, you can say it, there is no reason to dare. It's just that there are tens of thousands of disciples in Huo Yaozong, if they are all killed. God will not allow it. Yang Kai nodded and said nothing more. A warrior should act according to his heart. Luo Li is not a person who is easy to kill. If he really goes against his heart and drives the Huo Yaozong to extinction, it may affect her character and be detrimental to her. Release those disciples. It seemed a little kind, but it was in line with Luo Li's heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1667 Change of Artifact Spirit. Yang Xiaoxia, where is Qianshan Layan now? Luo Li asked curiously again. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and pointed to the bottom of the magma. It's still inside, but it won't be long before it will cease to exist. Luo Li's body shook, and there was a look of horror in her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew the ferocity of Qianshan Layan, but listening to Yang Kai's words, he actually had the means to extinguish that group of fierce flames, which was beyond Luo Li's expectations. When she thought about it, Yang Kai might have the ability to contain Qianshan Layan, so that she could let her go and deal with Huo Yaozong. So after dealing with the matter of Huo Yaozong, she immediately rushed to this place, ready to help Yang Kai. Never thought, there is nothing to do here. Yang Xiaoxia's skills are astounding, I admire you. Luo Li sincerely admired him. Even if she was asked to make a move, he was still not sure of extinguishing the fierce flame, but Yang Kai had this ability. Senior has won the award. Since there is nothing to do here, I won't stay here any longer. If the young hero has spare time, he will invite me to Bingxin Valley as a guest. Everyone in Bingxin Valley will welcome him. There is a chance. Yang Kai was noncommittal. Luo Li did not act sloppily, and left quickly. After Luo Li left, another person flew down from the crater, with a refreshing icy air, came to sit beside Yang Kai. It's Su Yan. Yang Kai turned his head, reached out and grabbed one of her small hands, holding the palm of his hand, and played with it gently. Su Yan didn't speak. just had a peaceful smile on her face, looking at the tumbling magma in front of her. She leaned her head on Yang Kai's shoulder with a satisfied look on her face. It seems that the senior sister and brother have only had time to enjoy the warm companionship until now. Junior brother, where are we going next? Su Yan asked after a long time. Go to Gloom Star. Dark Star. Where is that? Gloom Star. It's far, far away, but it's much better there than today's Tongshuan continent. Although there is a strange law of heaven and earth that suppresses it, it's very suitable for people on Tongshuan continent to develop. We have a Lingxiao sect sits on a treasure land. Yang Kai described all the beauties of Gloom Star one by one, and Su Yan couldn't help but yearn for it. The vast star field, the territory is unlimited, it doesn't matter where you go, as long as you have this man by your side, even the ends of the world, it is your home. At this moment, Su Yan was never satisfied. The battle between Firebird and Qianshan Leiyan seems to have lasted for a long time. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat and waited at the crater for half a month, and the battle below did not tell the winner. But Binglong came here and gave Yang Kai a lot of space rings. Those space rings belong to the wealth of Huo Yaozong, precious minerals, medicinal materials, finished secret treasures, and martial arts cheats. There are hundreds of millions of holy crystals, all kinds of them. Thanks to Yang Kai this time, Bing Xinggu was able to wipe out the Huo Yaozong in one fell swoop. Naturally, he did not dare to take all the wealth looted from the Huo Yaozong's main rudder. Heart palpitations wealth is divided into two, Bingxin Valley takes one part, and Yang Kai monopolizes the other one. This is Bing Xinggu's favor, and they are trying to make up for each other's relationship. Yang Kai understood in his heart, naturally he would not refuse, and readily accepted those space rings. Now that he has brought tens of thousands of people to Gloomy Star, it is the time when he needs a lot of training materials. The wealth of Huo Yaozong is enough for people in Tongshuan continent to use it for more than 10 or 20 years without worrying about it. Although Yang Kai can't stay in the crater, he can still find out the movement of those people in Bingxin Valley. After the Huo Yaozong was exterminated, this Huo Yao mountain range became a no-man's land, and the people in Bingxin Valley practiced ice-type skills, so it was obviously not suitable to set up a sub-helm here. However, they have many affiliated sects, and some of them have migrated to the Huoyao Mountains these days, reoccupying this treasured land of geomantic omen. These have nothing to do with Yang Kai, for Kai Langsing, he is just a passerby after all. During the waiting days, he and Su Yan talked about everything, chatting about the things that happened to each other in the past 30 years, every trivial matter could make the other party listen with gusto. Sometimes I meditate and practice. The two found that when they practiced together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The sages between each other merged and merged, flowing continuously, like a rushing river, frantically absorbing spiritual energy from the nearby heaven and earth, and pouring it into oneself. Time flies, and it is half a month later. The two people who were practicing seemed to have sensed something, opened their eyes at the same time, and looked down. Down below, the roaring magma tended to calm down, and the terrifying scorching heat around it also slowed down significantly. The liquid magma seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat in the crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he had a faint guess in his heart, waiting and watching with great anticipation. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the crater had dropped to a normal state. Even an ordinary person who had never practiced here would not feel too much discomfort. The tumbling magma in front of him had already shown a semi-solidified appearance. There is a breath rising rapidly from the depths below. That breath made Yang Kai feel familiar, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Call out a. A burst of red light shot out from below, and the Firebird, about 3 feet long, suddenly floated in midair. The fiery red light of the whole body is dazzling, and on its body, there are also purple lightning flashes, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Yang Kai raised his brows, looking at the Firebird that appeared on the stage in surprise, feeling the powerful aura in its body, secretly startled. Undoubtedly, the Firebird has successfully devoured Qianshan Leiyan and obtained a spiritual evolution, and the evolved Firebird is simply not the same as before, more than 10 times stronger. Yang Kai felt the pressure that only the Void King realm could give him from Huo now. Firebird is now comparable to Void King realm. Yang Kai looked happy. Hey! Firebird held its head high, and rang out a crisp and clear chirp, and seemed to be in a very excited mood. Immediately, its figure spun around, its wings folded, and its entire body changed dramatically in a very short period of time. A beautiful woman with a hot figure and flying red hair suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Looking around, the beautiful woman in front of her is simply outrageously beautiful. Her delicate face is dotted with natural features, without any blemishes. She has slender willow eyebrows, a neat nose, and thin and tender red lips. Shining like a ruby, it arouses infinite reverie. Her figure is extremely hot, with plump and round peaks, a slender waist, and 2 straight and slender legs. The most important thing is that her clothes are also extremely hot. A fiery red armor only covers the plump double peaks and the sensitive parts from the thighs to the lower abdomen. Attractive clavicle, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, 2 beautiful legs descending from the mid-thigh, all white, jade feet lightly stepping on the void, as if stepping on the human heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt dizzy. Su Yan also covered her mouth with her small hands in surprise, and then seemed to remember something, and looked at Yang Kai with a small smile. That look was very meaningful. You, how did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed at the evolved firebird, speaking incoherently. I've seen the master. Huo now suddenly saluted Yang Kaiing, and said clearly. Her voice is very cold, not as enthusiastic as that fiery figure at all, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, there is a kind of destruction and killing in her voice, just like her dark red eyes burning like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a blazing strange world, a scorching world that seemed to melt the soul of a person. You can talk. Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth opened wide. Firebird nodded, thought for a while, and then said, after merging with that guy, I can already speak. Why, master doesn't like me like this? Should I like it? Yang Kai's brows twitched a few times, and he caught a glimpse of Su Yan looking at him with great interest from the corner of his eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. It should be, I have followed the master for many years, and I feel that the master has this habit, so. Shut up. Yang Kai was furious, took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Su Yan, and said solemnly, this is slander, senior sister, you must not take it seriously. Su Yan smiled sweetly, and said gracefully, of course I trust my junior. Then, I was wrong. Huo now thought for a while, sincerely admitted his mistake, and after finishing speaking, he saluted Su Yan seriously, I have seen the mistress. The chick has great eyesight. Yang Kai cast a approving look at Huo now. Su Yan pursed her lips and laughed, walked forward, grabbed Huo Nao's hand and said, you don't need to be so polite, I think the image you transformed is not very old, so we will be called sisters from now on. You having followed junior brother for so many years, I must be very clear about what he has done all these years. If we have time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose his privacy, especially with some women. Firebird replied with a frown, a bit reluctant. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly discovered that he still liked the Huo Nao who obeyed his orders and didn't take the initiative to think and speak. Today's Firebird has made great progress in wisdom and strength, but why does he always have the feeling of losing something? By the way, junior brother, she has a human body now, but does she have a name? Su Yan asked suddenly, not intending to get to the bottom of those trivial matters. Yang Kai shook his head, looked at Firebird and said, do you want a name? A strange brilliance flashed in Firebird's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Master, please give me a name. A name is a code name, and only when one is given a name can one be considered a real creature. Let's call it Lu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think too much. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1668 Back to the Darkness. In the depths of the star field where the pitch-black Void King-class battleship sails, no one needs to control it, and it moves rapidly towards a certain direction autonomously. In the entire battleship, there are only a few warriors monitoring the movement around them. Yang Kai is not here, but has entered the mysterious boundary bead. This is a journey home. Gloom Star is the new home of these people in Tongshuan continent. It has been a year since Qilon Star left. During this year, the battleship has sailed safely and smoothly according to the star map route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally encountered some small troubles, under the salvo of crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. The tyrannical power of the Zhuang-class battleship is really not many people can provoke. In the mysterious boundary pearl, Yang Kai and Shanning Shang continued to refine the elixir, spending a lot of money and material resources to improve the cultivation level of those in the Tongshuan continent. The three clans of humans, monsters, and demons have increased their overall strength by a large amount now, and there are many warriors who have entered the Holy Realm. The top powerhouses of the three clans at the beginning have now reached the realm of the second and third layers of the Holy King, and their strength has not improved a bit. Half point. This is a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongshuan continent and Gloom Star is different. The former is due to the lack of aura in the world, so it limits the improvement of the realm of warriors, while the latter is the suppression of laws. Now in mysterious Shaoji, the aura is rich and abundant, and the supplies for cultivation are abundant, so the warriors from Tongshuan continent can naturally develop extremely well and improve their strength. And Yang Shouju and others explained the secrets of cultivation to them. It is strange that they are not progressing fast. Every day, the atmosphere inside the mysterious boundary pearl is full of joy, and every day someone breaks through their own shackles and advances to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his close relatives. Everyone has selfishness, and Yang Kai is no exception. Parents, master, patriarch, and those uncles, old demon and others. All by Yang Kai himself. Refining all kinds of heaven-defying elixirs to transform their physiques. Unblocking the meridians thoroughly enhanced their potential and aptitude. In a palace, at the window on the second floor, there is a beautiful figure standing by the window. The breeze was blowing her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance, her eyes fixed on a handsome young man. Her eyes were gentle, and there was a hint of nostalgia deep in her eyes. Sister Chu, there was a voice shouting from behind, and Chu Yimeng looked away. Turning his head to look, he saw a pair of twin sisters coming hand in hand. It was Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meyer. You guys are here. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly and withdrew her thoughts. Sit down. Hu Jiaoer glanced at her thoughtfully, then looked out of the window, and when she found the busy figure in the square, she suddenly sighed. It seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger, and I don't know what to do in this life. Is it possible to catch up with him? That's right, the more you cultivate, the more distance you feel from him. Hu Meyer's expression also darkened. Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Why are you two sisters so discouraged? At least the two of you have practiced immortal magic skills much better than my sister, and now you have reached the second level of the Holy King. Sister, I have just entered the Holy King realm. Woolen cloth. That being said, I heard that he has already returned to the third level of the void. Hu Meyer showed a worried expression. The only ones who can accompany him now are Su Yan and Shaning Shang, and I don't know how they practitioners, all of them have reached the void returning mirror, and Shaning Shang broke through the second layer void returning realm a few days ago. Thinking about it is really pissing me off. They have their opportunities, we just need to work hard on our own. We don't want to catch up with him, but we don't want to be pulled too far behind him. Chu Yimeng persuaded. Sister Chu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiaoer was a little moved, and looked at Chu Yimeng with admiration. Chu Yimeng smiled and said, since we chose to walk out of the Tongshuan continent with him, we should have this heart. If we despair ourselves, we might as well stay on the Tongshuan continent and be the overlord of that party. Two sisters, what do you think? Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meyer looked at each other and nodded seriously. Okay, let's stop here for the gossip. Come with me. I also made an appointment with other young Toshihiko from the two clans of monsters. This time, we have a good comparison with the younger generation of the three clans. Only competition can make people grow up. Chu Yimeng got up and greeted the two girls. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meyer hurriedly followed. The days in the mysterious boundary pearl were uneventful. Time passed, and another year later. One day, Yang Kai was doing double cultivation with Su Yan, and the two palms were pressed tightly together, and each other's Saint Yuan circulated in both bodies without hesitation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. What's wrong? Su Yan also opened her eyes. Who asked? It seems to be here. Yang Kai grinned. Is it finally here? Su Yan was also quite happy. This journey is really long. Well, the location of Gloomy Star is very remote. If there is no Void King class battleship, we can't get out at all. Let me go out and have a look. Alright, call Ning Chong too. After informing Shaning Shang, the three of them appeared in the battleship in a flash. Immediately, a disciple of Ling Xiaozong stepped forward and told, Sect Master, the Dark Star is ahead, and we are finally home. His expression was excited. He is different from the people in Tongshuan continent. He was originally a disciple of the Hai Kei family, and he was born in Gloom Star. This time he went out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so he naturally missed his hometown. Sect Master, please give me instructions. The disciple of the Lingxiao sect respectfully asked for instructions. Go down. Yes. The next moment, the battleship quickly drove towards the huge cultivation star, and within a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere, and the charming scenery below immediately came into view. Yang Kai did not let the battleship continue sailing, but left the battleship with Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang, put the battleship into the mysterious boundary bead, and sent the star shuttle to land downward. The Void King class battleship is too ostentatious, and Yang Kai doesn't want it to be exposed to the eyes of the world unless it is a last resort. Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang both arrived here for the first time, feeling the rich aura of heaven and earth here. They both looked surprised and breathed the air exaggeratedly. Junior brother, what kind of city is that below? It's so big. Sha Ningxiang pointed to a city below and asked. This, I don't know too well. Yang Kai scratched his head in embarrassment. Although he had spent a lot of time on Gloom Star, the entire Gloom Star was too big, and he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Look. Sha Ningxiang pursed her lips and smiled, not embarrassing Yang Kai anymore. Huh. Yang Kai suddenly changed his expression, carefully watched the outline of the city below, and laughed loudly. I know where this is. Where? This is Tianyan City. Yang Kai pointed down. Look over there. Have you noticed a mountain range there? When I first came to Gloomy Star, I settled down in this Dragon Cave mountain. People besieged. After a great battle, Longshe Mountain was destroyed, and we moved to the current Lingxiao sect. Following the gaze of his fingers, Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps it was because of the relationship that Yang Kai had been with before. The eyes of the two women looking at the mountain range were full of kindness. This is really destined. Su Yan felt a little emotional. When Yang Kai came to Gloom Star for the first time, he settled here, and this time when he returned, he came here by accident, and the trajectory of history overlapped surprisingly. It is indeed destined. Let's go. Follow me down. I know the city lord of Tianyan City, just borrow their space magic circle. Yang Kai waved his big hand, and he was about to gallop downward. The city lord of Sky Fate City is Fei Zhetu. If it wasn't for the last time he was injured and his realm fell, he would have followed Yang Kai to leave Gloom Star like Qian Tong. After so many years, I don't know if Fei Zhetu's cultivation has recovered. When Yang Kai was not strong at the beginning, Fei Zhetu took good care of him, and Yang Kai has always been grateful. At this moment, violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from somewhere below. Junior brother, someone is fighting. Su Yan noticed something, pointed to a certain direction and said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over there. Suddenly his expression was shocked. He stopped his figure, his expression became stunned and strange. How could it be them? Although separated by a distance of hundreds of miles, with Yang Kai's current strength of divine sense, he could detect the identity of the fighting party in an instant. It turned out to be Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, the disciples of Shadow Moon Palace. These two are rising stars of Shadow Moon Palace, and they are well-known young handsome men in the entire Gloomy Star. They haven't seen each other for many years, and their cultivation realm seems to be getting more and more refined. Together, they erupted a horror that far surpassed the first level of Void Return combat power. However, the other party fighting with them is even stronger. There are more than a dozen Void Returning mirrors, and even the third-level Void Returning realm powerhouses, who surrounded Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner in a siege, and did not give them any chance of escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai couldn't understand it. This is near the Sky Fortune City, which is the sphere of influence of the Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner are the future pillars of the Shadow Moon Hall. The former is the apprentice of the Old Hall Master, and the latter is the apprentice of Qian Tong, with extraordinary status. Who would dare to attack the two of them within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Palace? Yang Kai instinctively sensed that something was wrong, as if something major had happened to Gloom Star during the years he had left. Junior brother no? Su Yan asked. Well, go and have a look. Yang Kai sullenly led Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang to fly there. Hundreds of miles away, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner fought bloody battles, and their opponents were 5 Void Returning Mirror experts. Even though Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner's fighting strength is good, they are still stretched with too many enemies and few, and they seem to have experienced a lot of battles in the recent period, which caused the Saint Yuan to be weak and their aura to be a little vain. If it wasn't for the secret treasure floating above Wei Gucheng's head like a full moon, those enemies would have swarmed up and killed the two of them. The secret treasure like a full moon was activated by Wei Gucheng's secret method, exuding a soft light. The light changed into thousands of ways, and it could be done. It always saved the lives of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner in critical moments. Chapter 1669 You will die. Although the power of this secret treasure like a full moon is unpredictable, Wei Gucheng frequently activates it, and his own consumption is not small. During the battle, he stuffed the elixir into his mouth, hoping to recover the holy energy, but the effect was not as remarkable as imagined. The 5 void-returning mirrors who besieged him and Dong Xuan'er were a little wary. They didn't kill them, they just fought on the sidelines, consuming their stamina and holy energy, as if they wanted to capture them alive. Not far away, a strong man in the void return third layer stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at Wei Gucheng coldly, and shouted, "Nephew Wei, don't be stubborn, hand over the Tianyu silver plate, master uncle will not die around you." Bah! Wei Gucheng spat, although he looked extremely embarrassed, but his face was full of contempt. "Xie Li, you used to be the elder of Shadow Moon Palace, but you didn't want to be so greedy for life and fear of death, not only collude with evil spirits, but also harm the sect the door. Now you are willing to be the lackey of that thief, ha ha ha, want me to hand over the silver plate of Tianyu and take it by myself." Wei Gucheng was drenched in blood, but he still did not change his heroic qualities in the past. Xie Li's expression turned cold, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Wei Gucheng's words undoubtedly hit his sore spot. He took a deep breath, and did not explode on the spot, but continued to speak earnestly. "Nephew Wei Xian, you are also a generation of outstanding people, don't you know what it means for a good bird to choose a tree to live in? Today's gloomy star is the one who covers the sky with one hand, shadows the glory of the Moon Palace, and many great sects are gone forever. Uncle, you are young and ignorant, and don't want to argue too much with you. Hand over the Tianyu silver plate, and you can leave. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you die. Don't you think about Xuan'er? At her young age, you don't feel guilty about dying here with you." Wei Gucheng's expression changed slightly. During the fierce battle, he turned his head and glanced at Dong Xuan'er. The ferocious blood red in his eyes was instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It is undeniable that Xie Li is old, treacherous and cunning, and he disintegrated Wei Gucheng's aura with just a few words. Dong Xuan'er gritted her silver teeth and shouted coquettishly, "Senior brother, don't listen to his crazy words, he is no longer our uncle. Xuan'er can live and die with senior brother in this life, and he has died without regret. Tianyu Yinpan, no matter what, you can't hand it over." "Xuan'er," Wei Gucheng murmured. At this time, Xie Li's eyes flashed brightly. He who had been standing still all this time suddenly urged his pure Saint Yuan, stretched out his hand and pointed at Wei Gucheng. A jet of black light burst out from his fingertips. At the moment Wei Gucheng lost his mind, it hit his chest. Wei Gucheng's body shook. If hit hard, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his already weakened aura quickly weakened. He retreated more than 10 feet back and still couldn't stabilize his figure. "Brother!" Dong Xuan'er was shocked, shouting sternly, like a cuckoo weeping blood, it made people cry. A ferocious look flashed across Xie Li's face, and he laughed loudly. "Stinky boy, if you dare to fight this old man, let's see if you die or not, kill him for me." Despicable! Wei Gucheng gritted his teeth and yelled angrily. He watched several enemies attack him fiercely, and the brilliance of many secret treasures and secret techniques bloomed, covering him, but he couldn't raise his defense in his body. The silver plate, like a full moon, is also dim, and it can no longer play the slightest role. Death is beckoning to himself. The strange thing is that Wei Gucheng's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in Dong Xuan'er's direction, his eyes full of guilt and distress. And behind Dong Xuan'er, 2 other void-returning mirror warriors blasted violent attacks towards her back. Dong Xuan'er smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became colorful. Before death came, the 2 of them had no words, just a simple eye contact, and they already knew that they were satisfied with each other. They were not born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but they could die in the same year, the same month, and the same day. There is nothing else to force. Wei Gucheng stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xuan'er, and Dong Xuan'er also stretched out his jade hand. The 2 palms were clenched in midair, as if the body and mind were integrated into one. Immediately, the 2 hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for the arrival of death. The terrified screams of those enemies came from the ears, there were violent energy fluctuations, and the sound of bones breaking. The imaginary death did not come as promised. Wei Gucheng frowned, opened his eyes suspiciously, and saw a familiar face standing beside him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Gucheng was stunned, his eyes widened instantly, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, to make sure that the person in front of him is not his own illusion, Wei Gucheng cried out, "Brother Yang." The person standing next to him is Yang Kai. Wei Gucheng's heart beat wildly. Yang Kai had already left Gloomstar and went to the vast star field for a long voyage, which Wei Gucheng knew. Because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this matter more than once, and every time he mentioned it, Fei Zhitu looked annoyed and regretful. If it hadn't been for his realm to fall that day, He could also follow Yang Kai to leave Gloom Star to see the magic and splendor of the star field. But at that juncture, something happened to him, and his cultivation base dropped. In the end, in terms of Shadow Moon Palace, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. It has been 7 or 8 years since Yang Kai left without any news, and no one knows whether they are safe in the star field or whether they are doing well. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai miraculously appeared, and even saved the lives of his brothers and sisters. Since Yang Kai is back, what about Elder Qian? Wei Gucheng hastily turned his head to look around, but apart from 2 strangers who were amazingly beautiful, there was no sign of Elder Qian. Wei Gucheng's heart sank. Elder Qian is very good, Brother Wei, don't worry. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression, and he quickly relieved, I haven't seen you for many years, Brother Wei. Well, the style is still the same. Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, Wei Gucheng grinned, the blood on the corner of his mouth made him look a little more ferocious and violent. Brother Yang is making fun of Wei. Don't dare, brother, let me go first. Dong Xuaner's voice like a fly and ant came into Wei Gucheng's ears. He was startled, and then he remembered that he still hugged Dong Xuaner tightly, and he still hasn't let go. The soft and delicate body in the embrace is heating up rapidly, and the exhalation by the ear makes Wei Gucheng inexplicably distracted, and the fullness of the chest makes him miss it even more. Although the 2 senior brothers and sisters have been in love with each other for a long time, they have not been too intimate for so many years. If they hadn't put everything aside at the critical moment of life and death this time, they might not be able to do this. Gently let go of Dong Xuaner, Wei Gucheng scratched his head. Brother Yang laughed. Dong Xuaner had a red smiling face, stood aside, lowered her head, and said nothing. Su Yan and Shanning Shang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong saw the truth in adversity, and Yang was so touched, how could he laugh at it? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes to look forward, and said lightly, what's going on? I've been away for so many years, something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Palace. Hearing this, Wei Gucheng's expression turned cold. It's not just the Shadow Moon Palace, the entire Gloom Star has been turned upside down, and I won't be able to explain it clearly for a while, but this person is originally one of the high-level officials in my Shadow Moon Palace, holding a lot of power, but now he has taken refuge and killed the enemy, committed crimes, even killed the old palace master and imprisoned the Philadelphia master. Kill the old palace master and imprison the city master? Yang Kai looked shocked. Good, little beast, it turned out to be you. On the opposite side, Xie Li looked at Yang Kai gloomily, his eyes were full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some unshakable resentment with him. He laughed wildly in the sky. Tapko, there is no place to find iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get them. I have been looking for you for so many years, but I didn't expect that you, a little beast, will come to your door today. Okay, very good. Today, I will kill it and replace my dead child. Revenge. You know me. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xie Li growled. Do you still remember Xie Hongwen who died in your hands nearly 10 years ago? Xie Hongwen. Yang Kai frowned, and immediately remembered. You mean the young master of the Xie family who led people to attack me in the flowing flame sand field. Good. So, you are Xie Hongwen's father, Xie Li. Yang Kai wanted to understand the identity of the other party. It's the old man. Today is the time for me to avenge my dead child. Little bastard, what do you have to say? Xie Li gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes turned red, like a mad beast, making people shudder. Yang Kai sneered. Xie Hongwen will die, it is entirely his own fault, no one else can blame him. You murderer, you still dare to argue with your words. Well, since you say that, you will die today, and you will have to blame yourself. You have no one else to blame. Xie Li cried hysterically. Yang Kai laughed, shook his head and said, Old man, you are wrong, I will not die today, you will die. Xie Li laughed loudly. Little Wonko, you think the old man will listen to your nonsense? It doesn't matter to me whether you listen or not. Forget it, since it's the matter of Shadow Moon Palace, I don't want to intervene. Let Elder Qian clean up the door. Jiaju, notifying Qian Tong, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Elder Qian. Wei Gucheng was overjoyed when he heard this, and looked around. Where is Elder Qian? Is my master here too? Dong Xuaner also looked surprised. Yes. Yang Kai grinned, a mysterious force burst out from his fingertips, and a vortex gradually appeared in front of him. The eyes of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner were attracted to them, and they watched nervously and expectantly. From the vortex, a figure that seemed to be old walked out. Qian Tong. What is this? Xie Li's face changed slightly, staring at the weird vortex. He couldn't figure out how Qian Tong would come out from there. That vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unpredictable. But soon, his eyes focused on Qian Tong. His face was full of fear. To be continued. Chapter 1670 Crisis in Shadow Moon Hall. There is one unspeakable thing to say. Xie Li, who appeared in the last chapter, seems to be a bug. Xie Li, who blew himself up and died in the Battle of Longshe Mountain, was reborn in the last chapter. Ahem. This is definitely Xiaomo's fault, please forgive me. Chapter 1669 has been slightly revised, and will be replaced with thank you later. I hope it will not affect your reading. In addition, it is almost the end of the month. Please ask for a monthly ticket. I hope everyone will continue to support Wu Lian. As the great elder of the Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong has a very high prestige in the Shadow Moon Hall for so many years. Half of the identity of the palace master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation level, Xie Chen has always been very afraid of him. Seeing Qian Tong appearing now, Xie Chen instinctively took a few steps back, with a panicked expression on his face. But soon, he stopped and looked ruthless. Yes, the self 10 years ago was indeed no match for Qian Tong. After all, he was a level behind him in cultivation, but now he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart, and replaced it with eagerness to try. Hey, are you home? Qian Tong stepped out of the vortex, saw the Sky Fortune City not far away at a glance, and laughed loudly. It can be regarded as home. The old man is too boring to stay in that ghost place. Although the mysterious boundary bead was peaceful and full of aura, there were still some things missing, which made Qian Tong uncomfortable. Now that he has returned to his homeland and visited Sky Fortune City again, Qian Tong is in a good mood. Okay, Chang'er, Xuaner, I haven't seen you for many years, and your cultivation has improved pretty well, and you're about to be promoted to the second level of the Void Return Realm. Why are you injured? Qian Tong's expression darkened. A thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He is still a little unclear about the current situation. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner stared blankly at Qian Tong, unable to regain their senses for a long time, and after a while, they knelt down at Qian Tong's feet with a plop. Elder Qian, this disciple is ashamed of your entrustment. If you failed to preserve the Shadow Moon Palace, please punish the elder. Wei Gucheng pressed his forehead to the ground. Trembling roar. Master, please punish. Dong Xuaner also prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times their size, even in the face of death, the two brothers and sisters did not frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong appearing, the firm will of the two finally disintegrated, as if a wronged child saw his parents. At this time, Qian Tong also realized that something was wrong, looked around coldly, paused slightly on Xie Chen, and vaguely guessed. But he didn't pursue it immediately. He stretched out his hand and helped Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner up, and said in a deep voice, "Get up and talk." Shadow Moon Palace, what's wrong? Qian Tong's face was calm, but it was like the eve of an approaching storm, which inexplicably created an extremely depressive atmosphere in the world. Shadow Moon Palace has been destroyed. Wei Gucheng replied sadly. Destroyed? Qian Tong's face darkened. Who did it? Tell me carefully. Yes. Wei Gucheng nodded respectfully, and immediately explained the changes that happened in Shadow Moon Palace. 2 years ago, the entire Gloom Star suddenly experienced a great change. A mysterious force surfaced and crazily suppressed the various sects and families on the Gloom Star. It was all a bloodbath. Countless cities were turned into ruins overnight, hundreds of millions of creatures perished, wailing everywhere, piled up corpses piled up in mountains, bleeding. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to the Shadow Moon Hall. Facing the power of evil, the upper echelon of the Shadow Moon Hall didn't know what to do. The Shadow Moon Palace was originally divided into 2 factions. This point was revealed when Qian Tong was still in Gloom Star. In the face of the crisis, this division became more serious. The final result was that the Descendant faction headed by Xie Chen won. Xie Chen and others attacked the old Hall Master and some high-level leaders of the main battle faction, causing heavy casualties and disintegration of the Shadow Moon Hall. Overnight, the Shadow Moon Hall changed hands, and Xie Chen was the new lord of the Shadow Moon Hall, expressing his surrender to that mysterious force. The high-level warriors who supported and stood on Qian Tong's side in the past were almost wiped out, and Fei Zhe, who was in Tianyan City, was also imprisoned. In the Shadow Moon Palace, only a few elites escaped. The night before the incident, Wei Guchang and Dong Xuan'er were called by the old palace master who was aware of the incident, and asked them to bring the treasure of Junzonga at Tianyu Yinpan left the Shadow Moon Hall. In the past 2 years, the two have been hiding their names, running around, and living a very difficult life. And the reason why this trip appeared near Sky Fortune City was precisely to rescue Phasia II. Xie Chen spread the news that Phasia II, who refused to surrender, will be beheaded in Tianyan City today to show the public, so as to make an example, so Wei Guchang and Dong Xuan'er had to appear. Even though they knew it was a trap, the two jumped in without hesitation. The old palace master is dead. Lao Fei is imprisoned. Qian Tong's face was covered with a cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his rage. Where is Ling Xiaozong? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Palace suffered such a catastrophe, Ling Xiaozong didn't help. If Ling Xiaozong really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Phasia II had helped a lot. The reason why Phasia II's realm fell had something to do with Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, there is Yi Xian sitting in the Ling Xiao sect, and with Yi Xian's disposition, it is impossible to sit idly by. Ling Xiaozong has a helping hand. Many disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into Ling Xiaozong for refuge. Moreover, Elder Yi also sent many strong men from the void returning third layer realm, but just what? It's just that I'm not an opponent. Several people died, so I had to return. Wei Guchang looked sad. What? Yang Kai turned pale with shock. Even Qian Tong couldn't believe it. The void returning mirrors dispatched by Ling Xiaozong must be strong men from Xingdi Mountain. How could they not be opponents, and how many of them died? It is impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to have such a powerful strength. There are so many strong people in the Corpse Spirit sect. It is rumored that they still have a Void King Realm powerhouse sitting in their fortress. The Ling Xiao sect's members have broken their wings in the hands of one of the Void King Realm powerhouses. Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Cult. It is the name of the newly rising mysterious force. Impossible. Qian Tong looked in disbelief. Yang Kai was also stunned. A Void King Realm powerhouse appeared on Gloom Star. And 4 at once. How is this possible? There is a magical suppression of the law of heaven and earth here, and there has been no Void King Realm powerhouse born for tens of thousands of years. If it weren't for this, Qian Tong and others would not have followed Yang Kai to the long voyage. But now, Wei Guchang actually told them that 4 virtual kings appeared in Gloom Star. No one can accept it. The disciple is just hearsay, so what is the real situation? The disciple doesn't know. Wei Guchang looked sad, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and said again, by the way, Elder Yi should know. How do you say that? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Elder Yi once encountered 2 of those 4. After a battle, he was seriously injured and returned to Ling Xiaozong. He is still recovering from his injuries. Yi Xian was seriously injured. This is extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at each other and deduced some useful information from it. The 4 people in the rumors should not be in the Void King realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian would face the 2 of them. It is impossible to retreat completely. As long as there is one shot, Yi Xian can be easily killed. But in fact, Yi Xian was only seriously injured and fled. But the strength of the opponent should not be underestimated. Yi Xian's cultivation has reached the limit in the Void Return Mirror. If she is not willing to leave Gloom Star, I am afraid that she is already a master of the Void King realm. Yi Xian was injured, and it seemed that he was at the same level as Yi Xian, and even surpassed it. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong are constantly changing, quietly digesting the information conveyed by Wei Guchang. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years of walking, such a huge change happened to Gloom Star. What the hell is that corpse spirit cult? Why was it unknown before, but suddenly popped up? Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about Ling Xiaozong. Today's Ling Xiaozong can be regarded as the last piece of pure land in the entire Gloom Star. Although it is surrounded by heavy surroundings, no one can attack. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's ugly expression, and he was relieved. I know this. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai is not worried about the safety of Ling Xiaozong. Outside Ling Xiaozong, there are 2 3-flame fire rings guarding them, which are emperor treasures. Even if a Void King Realm powerhouse comes in person, it is impossible to break through the defense of the 3-flame fire rings. Many people who don't want to surrender want to escape into Ling Xiaozong, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Xuan'er also wanted to enter the Ling Xiao sect at the beginning, but unfortunately there were too many enemies on the periphery, They had no chance at all, and they could only hide in Tibet for the past 2 years, and their lives were very difficult. Have you finished your gossip? Suddenly, a sinister voice came from the side. Thank you. He has been watching with cold eyes, standing on the side, did not attack or prevent Wei Gucheng from revealing the information, until this time he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head to look at him, his expression was cold and his eyes were like knives. Xie Chen's heart burst, he forced himself to calm down, and said with a sneer, Elder Qian, it's been a long time. Thank you. Qian Tong took a deep breath, it seems that the old man was really too kind back then. I thought that if I belonged to the same line of Shadow Moon Palace, killing each other would only damage the strength of Shadow Moon Palace, so thank you back then. The old man will let you go if the family is in chaos, and I never thought that the mercy of the past has turned into a wrong call today, and Qian Mo will definitely die. Ha ha ha, Xie Chen laughed wildly, Qian Tong, you dare to speak nonsense when your death is imminent. What do you think you are? Yes, you really made me afraid of you back then, and you also have the ability to kill me. But you since I didn't do that, I have no chance. Today's old man is also at the 3rd level of Void Return, and he is also the master of the Shadow Moon Palace. You are no longer my opponent. Qian Tong, Ida because of your great contribution to the Shadow Moon Palace. Come on, the master of this hall can keep you alive, as long as you are willing to submit to the corpse spirit cult, the master of this hall may restore your position as the great elder. Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes were obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xie Chen. Xie Chen is just a void-returning 3rd layer who has just been promoted for a few years, but he dares to challenge the current Qian Tong. It seems that he really doesn't know how to write dead words. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1671 Are You Void King Realm? Seeing that Qian Tong didn't speak, Xie Chen thought he was afraid, so he became even more proud and arrogant, and said ferociously, Qian Tong, those who know the current affairs are heroes, and the corpse spirit sect has 4 great void kings in charge, and the unification of the dark stars is just around the corner, so don't be stubborn. It does not work, as long as you are willing to surrender, the master of this hall can say a few good words, and with your cultivation level, the attention you can get will not be worse than that of the master of the hall. Qian Tong sighed leisurely, his tone was gloomy, and there was a taste of being too cold at a high place, and he glanced at Xie Chen lightly. You said that there are 4 Void King Realm powerhouses sitting in the corpse spirit sect. Not bad. Xie Chen smiled and nodded. Do you know what the Void King Realm is? Void King Realm. Xie Chen's tone was stagnant, and there was a trace of confusion on his face. This realm has been passed down on Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. The world only knows that it is a higher level than the void returning mirror, but it is really called Xie Chen. Come out, but he doesn't know how to describe it. After all, he has never seen it before. Can't help but become a little annoyed and growled, do you know? Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, without saying a word, then he stretched out a hand to Xie Chen, held it lightly, and then took it back. Xie Chen retreated instinctively, his whole body was turned into a protective shield, but the storm-like attack did not come, and he didn't even have a single scar on his body, and he didn't even notice that there was a saint on Qian Tong's body. Yuan surging traces. Qian Tong, how dare you fool the master of this hall? Xie Chen was furious, his face turned green and red. You are dead, the original plan is for you and me to come out of the Shadow Moon Palace. I don't want to kill them all, but since you don't let the master of the hall go in my eyes, no one can save you today, kill him for me. In the last sentence, he growled at his subordinates. When Yang Kai rescued Wei Gucheng before, he keenly discovered that these people belonged to the Shadow Moon Palace. Before he figured out the real situation, he didn't kill them, but just shook them away from Wei Gucheng. These people are not serious, and they have all recovered now. Hear Xie Chen's order. A group of 6 or 7 virtual return mirrors showed hesitation. Xie Chen is afraid of Qian Tong. Why aren't they? Although everyone's strength has increased since joining the corpse spirit sect, Qian Tong's majesty has been deeply ingrained. They are undoubtedly very nervous to let them fight Qian Tong at this time. Palace Master. You. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. Pointing at Xie Chen in horror, he shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing, and couldn't help but exclaimed in unison. With a look of horror in his eyes, he involuntarily distanced himself from Xie Chen, avoiding him like a god of plague. What? Xie Chen was still a little behind the times, looked down, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted in horror. what's going on? He suddenly discovered that his arms and legs were at the root level, and there was a wave of energy raging. The energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was no fluctuation at all. The raging energy is like a leech, tearing a small hole in Xie Chen's body and getting into his body. And during the whole process, Xie Chen didn't feel the slightest pain. A creepy feeling rose leisurely. Xie Chen could only feel the coolness from head to toe, which almost made the soles of his feet cramp. Bang bang bang. 4 explosions were heard, blood splashed, Xie Chen's hands and feet exploded into blood mist, leaving only his short upper body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out, staining the ground red. Xie Chen's expression twisted and changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders in the Shadow Moon Hall were also like ghosts in the daytime. Their complexions changed drastically, everyone was like falling into an ice cellar, and their bodies were icy cold. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible, this is a nightmare. Xie Chen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked funny and miserable, as if he had suffered some vicious torture. The master of this palace is at the 3rd level of returning to the void. No one can do this except the king of the void. The master of the palace doesn't believe it. Xie Chen was obviously hit by a huge blow. Staring blankly at Qian Tong, the fear in the depths of his eyes finally permeated, and he murmured, Void King Realm. Are you already in the Void King Realm? If Qian Tong is not in the Void King Realm, it is absolutely impossible for him to become like this in a single gesture. If Qian Tong is not in the Void King Realm, he will definitely have the strength to fight. Aren't you too stupid? Qian Tong said indifferently. What? The Great Elder is already in the Void King Realm? Wei Gucheng was stunned. Dong Xuan'er covered her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes burst into an astonishing brilliance, as if a drowning person grabbed a life-saving straw. The originally dim eyes shone brightly again. Void King Realm. For tens of thousands of years in Gloomy Star, Master has already reached the legendary realm. If this is the case, then Shadow Moon Palace will be saved. Dong Xuan'er's delicate body trembled slightly, and tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of those brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. Your spirits in the sky should be able to rest in peace. Master has now reached the Void King Realm, and soon he can avenge you, kill those murderers, and give you justice. Poof! The void-returning mirror traders in Shadow Moon Palace knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at Qian Tong in panic, kowtowed for mercy. Great Elder, this subordinate made a mistake, and this subordinate knew it was wrong, so I asked the Great Elder to save my life. Grand Elder, this subordinate was forced to do so. His subordinates' wives and daughters are all in the hands of those thieves, and he had no choice but to collude with them. Please, Great Elder, learn from him. I beg the Great Elder to spare your life and let us live. The Great Elder is merciful, let us go. Qian Tong looked at them with disgust and hatred, took a light breath, and said, Chang'er, Xuan'er, have they ever killed Mi Zongliang in Shadow Moon Hall? Killed, Wei Gucheng replied with anger in his eyes. Enemies with vicious methods are not actually hateful, but these traitors who are helping the evildoers and acting as minions are hateful. Wei Gucheng has seen them kill their former compatriots more than once. Okay. Qian Tong was dressed without wind, and a monstrous anger filled the air, like a tsunami in a vast ocean, and the terrifying breath completely drowned the traitors in the Shadow Moon Palace. Since I killed it, it's nothing easy to say. After the words fell, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and pointed at those people. Silently, several people froze in place as if struck by lightning. There was a look of extreme pain on everyone's face, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. After a while, boom boom boom. There was a loud noise, and the traitors all exploded to death without exception, and their souls were all wiped out. There is only one left, Xie Chen, who has no limbs, all meridians are broken, and his cultivation is completely useless. Kill me, Xie Chen roared. He is like this now, he might as well die happily. He has worked hard for nearly 100 years, but he suffered such retribution for a single mistake. He is grateful and regretful. It's cheaper to kill you. Qian Tong was unmoved, and stopped the blood flowing from Xie Chen's wound with a wave of his hand. He reached out to lift him up, took big steps, and walked towards Tianyan City. Chang'er Xuan'er, follow me to save your master Fei. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuan'er looked at each other, and followed up excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was really angry this time, otherwise, with his past temperament, it would be absolutely impossible for him to strike so viciously, killing people without nodding his head, but he forcibly saved Xie Chen's life, using pain and fear tormenting his body and mind. It seems that Qian Tong is going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and have a look. Yang Kai greeted Su Yan and Shanning Shang, that Philadelphia lord is kind to me. Since he is the benefactor of the junior brother, he must be saved. The two girls replied in unison. In Tianyan City, the security is strict, with 3 steps and 1 post, and 5 steps and 1 post. It seems to be on guard against something. And in a square in Tianyan City, Fei Zhitu had disheveled hair, shackles, and heavy shackles on his hands and feet. He looked terrible, his image was embarrassing, and there was no energy fluctuation coming from his body. I don't know if he was sealed or his cultivation base was abolished. But even though he was down and out, he still stood up straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City gathered. These people all looked up at Fei Zhitu standing on the high platform, and everyone's expressions were extremely sad and indignant. Fei Zhitu has served as the city lord of Tianyan City for these years. Although he has not done everything perfectly, he can still sympathize with the hearts of the people and protect the safety of Tianyan City. But ever since it was taken over by Corpse Spirit Sect, Tianyan City has been completely messed up. Countless children disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls were looted. As long as the people of Tianyan City resisted a little, they would immediately face brutal punishment and suppression. Compared with Fei Zhitu, who served as the city lord in the past, the current life is simply tormented in hell. So they miss the old days very much. But today is indeed the day when Fei Zhitu was beheaded for public display. The Corpse Spirit Cult wants to warn the entire Gloom Star how miserable the fate of its rebels will be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Zhitu stood, there were several high-level officials who originally belonged to the Shadow Moon Palace. Beside the luxurious and compelling young man, he looked flattering and flattering. The young man was not very old, he looked about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale, and there was a faint coldness around him, which made people feel very uncomfortable. As he got closer, he could still smell a faint rancid smell on his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun, looking a little irritable, looking up at the sun in the sky from time to time, cursing something in a low voice. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Palace observed his words and understood, and immediately waved his hand and said, "Stop the blood." As soon as the words fell, a warrior at the Saint King level rushed over from not far away. The warrior carried a child in his hand, and rushed to the side of the high platform in 1 step. To be continued. Chapter 1672. You kill yourself. The child who was brought up was only about 2 or 3 years old. He was white and fat, carved in powder and jade, and looked very cute. But being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried out loudly, dancing and kicking his legs and waving in midair. Among the crowd below, a man about 30 years old, after hearing the cry of the child, suddenly shook his body, looked at the child with trembling eyes, and called out mournfully, "Child. This 3-year-old child is his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he disappeared from home inexplicably, and he didn't know who abducted his child. It wasn't until today that he realized that the person who abducted his own flesh and blood was actually someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So, the rumors are actually true. During this period of time, many children under the age of 5 and young and beautiful girls in Tianyan City disappeared mysteriously. Their families were also searching everywhere, but unfortunately they found nothing. Everyone was speculating in private whether it was the hands and feet of the Shadow Moon Palace. After all, only Shadow Moon Palace could do this on this 3-acre land, and the only one with the strength to do so. But speculation is speculation. After all, there is no evidence, and the current Shadow Moon Palace is not the former Shadow Moon Palace. They dare not question at all, they can only knock their teeth down, swallow their breath, and cry silently. Now, his own child suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man was naturally very excited, and hurried forward. His cultivation base is not high, he only has a 3rd-order transcendent, and he has not even reached the level of sainthood. On weekdays, he absolutely would not dare to act presumptuously in front of the powerhouses in Shadow Moon Hall. But AZ is eager, and now he doesn't care so much. As soon as the body is vertical, it rises from the original place and runs straight towards the high platform. Presumptuous. There was a stern shout, and a stream of light flashed by. The middle-aged man was in midair, and he groaned. There was a bloody hole in his chest. When he landed, he looked like a dead body. There was an uproar. The onlookers were all terrified. His eyes showed horror. Dare to be so presumptuous in front of Master Fang, and if anyone dares to offend, he will kill 100 people. The warrior who made the move before shouted. The residents of Tianyan City expressed grief and indignation. Dare to be angry but dare not speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child has been sent to the boy surnamed Fang. The boy looked the child up and down. With a satisfied expression on his face, he waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman dressed up with heavy makeup came out from behind her. Twisting her waist like a water snake, there is a cold and seductive smile on the corner of her mouth. "What do you want to do?" Fei Zhitu suddenly asked. He stood on the high platform. Although he couldn't use his own strength, he still looked at the boy sharply. The young man pursed his lips and did not answer, obviously thinking that a prisoner like Fei Zhitu was not qualified to talk to him at all. On the contrary, the high-ranking trader of the Shadow Moon Palace smiled. "Senior brother Fei, it's better for you to talk less, it's not bad to enjoy the last time of your life quietly." After some cynicism, the man ignored Fei Zhitu. But the young woman came to the child, reached out and grabbed the child's tender wrist, stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked her lower lip. Looking extremely alluring, she gently parted her vermilion lips, and said with a delicate smile, "Very tender blood food. Well, presumably adults will be satisfied. Let's do it." The boy surnamed Fang was noncommittal. The young woman promised, and flicked her wrist. Suddenly a dagger with a cold light appeared. She cut the child's wrist lightly, and bright red blood flowed out from the wound immediately. In the young woman's other hand, there was an extra golden glass bottle, which was placed under the child's wrist to catch the blood that flowed out. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of blood splattering and the children's mournful cries touched everyone's heart, and the onlookers were all filled with righteous indignation and their eyes shot fire. "You are devoid of conscience. You will die," Fei Zhitu yelled, struggling to rush over to save the child, but before taking 2 steps, he was knocked down by a martial artist on the high platform, and was slammed again kicked a few feet. The young man surnamed Fang glanced at Fei Zhitu coldly, and said with a smirk, "The defeated general, what right do you have to talk to me? But don't worry, this is just the beginning of your life. After beheading your head, I will meet you. Give you a new life again." What he said was inexplicable, and many people couldn't understand it, but it sounded like a devil's voice to Fei Zhitu. He fell to the ground, raised his head and roared, "Fang Fengqi, even if I die, I won't let go. Pass you." The young man sneered. "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think so, and then you will be eligible to enjoy such blood food." As he spoke, he took the glass gold bottle full of blood from the young woman's hand, put it under his nose and sniffed it lightly. With an intoxicated expression on his face, he immediately raised his head and poured the cup of warm water. He drank the hot blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the blood trail at the corner of Fang Fengqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood. Also, what kind of strange creatures are the corpse spirits he is talking about? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. In the eyes of everyone, Fang Fengqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a devil, the source of evil. Many people didn't even have the courage to look at him. Fei Zhitu's body trembled, his eyes shot with engraved hatred, and he stared at Fang Fengqi, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fang Fengqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and the flirtatiously dressed young woman knelt down in front of him, stretched out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger, sucking the blood off his finger. There was also a strange sultry moan coming from his throat. And the child who had been poured with blood looked sluggish at the moment, and he didn't have the strength to cry anymore. His face was pale, and he was taken down again by the Saint King Realm warrior. Although there is no fear of life, but suffering such a catastrophe at the age of 3 years old will definitely become a shadow on his mind, and perhaps it will be indelible with him for the rest of his life. Okay, the time has come, Fei Zhitu, prepare to welcome your new student. This is the special treatment given to you by the leader. You must be grateful. Fang Fengqi got up. After drinking a bottle of fresh blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Fei Zhitu laughed loudly. "I, Fei Zhitu, swear here that even if I become evil spirits in the future, I will drive you beasts to extinction. I will remember you all." His eyes swept over the traders in Shadow Moon Hall one by one. But anyone who was set on by him, all of them trembling with fear, their faces were ugly. "Well said." A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. "Who?" Fang Fengqi's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly looked towards the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of the incoming person seems to be extremely high. It actually invaded under my nose and was not discovered. He himself is considered a strong man in the Void Return 3rd layer. If he can't be found out, it means that the strength of the visitor may have reached the peak of the 3rd level. This is... Fei Zhitu was stunned for a moment, but soon he grinned wildly. He has heard it. It was Qian Tong who spoke before. In the void, the figure flickered, and Qian Tong appeared. Great Elder. The traders in the Shadow Moon Palace shouted in horror. You're fine, and I'm still the Great Elder in your eyes. Qian Tong swept down lightly, and those traders only felt a mountain pressing down from the sky, making them almost unable to breathe. Two beams of light came quickly, and it was Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner who came right behind Qian Tong. They saw Fei Zhitu's embarrassed appearance at a glance, and immediately shouted, Master Fei. Chang'er, Xuaner. Fei Zhitu looked at the two rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and exhaled heavily. He has been unable to contact Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner during this period of time, and he doesn't know what their situation is. Seeing them now, they were unscathed, and naturally let go of the boulder in their hearts. Go and save your Master Fei. Qian Tong ordered. Yes. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner rushed down to the high platform. The martial artist who was in charge of guarding Fei Zhitu was at a loss for a while, and he didn't know how to deal with it. When he was struggling, Wei Gucheng kicked him away. Get out. Bold Wei Gucheng, dare to be so presumptuous in front of Mr. Fang. Immediately, someone reprimanded him loudly. Wei Gucheng sneered, while guarding Dong Xuaner to untie Fei Zhitu. He despised the collar. Yuan Qi, Wei Gucheng respected you in vain, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy for life and fear of death. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, but you still cheated Master Fei. Good, good, today is your death day. The martial artist named Yuan Qi turned blue and red after what Wei Gucheng said, and he retorted, What do you know, you bastard? Stop talking nonsense. Wei Gucheng seemed to want to say something, but Qian Tong said indifferently, Don't talk nonsense with them, there is nothing to talk about with the dead. Wei Gucheng thought about it seriously, nodded and said, What the elder said is true. Yuan Qi was annoyed, and suddenly saw something in Qian Tong's hand, looked it over carefully, and his face changed drastically. Hall Master. He didn't realize until this time that the thing Qian Tong was holding was actually Xie Chen. Without the gratitude of both hands and feet. And he wasn't dead yet, but his expression was painful, like being devoured by thousands of ants. It looked extremely tragic. Hearing what he said, the others finally came to their senses. Seeing Xie Chen's miserable end, as if they were foretelling their own future, they couldn't help but feel a little cold, and they all quietly approached Fang Fengqi, as if to find some sense of security. Qian Tong casually threw Xie Chen's upper body on the high platform, and said indifferently, I don't want to get too much blood from my fellow disciples, so I'll give you a chance, so kill yourself. Everyone trembled. Old Ghost Qian, is it too big for you to say that? It's important that we get out of here quickly. Fei Zhitu shouted nervously. Qian Tong's strength is indeed great, but there are too many enemies here. He doesn't think Qian Tong can handle it. If Qian Tong is also used here, then he will die in peace. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1673. One word becomes a prophecy. Not only Fei Zhitu thinks so, but also those senior members of the Shadow Moon Hall who have taken refuge in the corpse spirit cult. They both looked at Qian Tong with strange expressions, as if they were looking at a fledgling young man who didn't know what to do. Fang Fengqi laughed loudly. The old man is not ashamed, with such a big tone. Do you think you are in the Void King realm? Qian Tong still looked indifferent, and didn't intend to answer him, but just focused on the traders of the Shadow Moon Palace. On the side, Wei Gucheng looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. He really wanted to announce loudly that the Great Elder had really reached the Void King realm, and he really wanted to see what kind of reaction these foolish people would have when they heard this amazing news. It must be very exciting, right? But since the Great Elder didn't want to answer, why did he rush out? After they see the Great Elder's sky-reaching means, they will understand how wrong they are. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a low tone, I'll give you 30 breaths of effort, think about it yourself. After 30 breaths, the old man will do it himself. Elder, don't bully people too much. Old Ghost Qian, don't you think us too seriously? Even if you are the Great Elder of the past. How can we kill ourselves if the ants steal their lives? If you want our lives, take them yourself. That's right, Qian Tong, if you do something here today, don't blame us for being rude. A group of people yelled violently, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was really annoying. Acting as if he was really in the Void King realm. Just a few words of mouth, can you let yourself wait for someone to commit suicide? In the past few years, he didn't know where he was retreating, and it seemed that he had lost his mind on cultivation. Qian Tong closed his eyes, ignoring their noise. On the contrary, with all the limbs gone, there is still a sense of vitality. He seemed to be insane, suffering both physically and mentally. He couldn't stop laughing lowly, and the laughter spread to everyone's ears. Creepy. Lu5. M. Noisy. Fang Fengqi snorted coldly. He waved his hand and slashed into the void. A knife-like attack slashed out and struck the high platform. Directly cut Xie Chen's remnant body in half. You are all going to die, you are all going to die. After roaring twice, Xie Chen was completely out of breath. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly, he glared at Xie Chen's corpse, and snorted coldly, it's not enough to succeed, it's more than failure. Among the traitors in Shadow Moon Hall, Xie Chen's strength is not the strongest, but he is the one who knows best how to act according to circumstances. That's why Fang Fengqi supports him to be the master of the palace, and uses the secret technique passed down by the leader to improve his cultivation level, so that he can be in a short period of time. He was promoted to the 3rd level of returning to the void. But he didn't want to be so useless, not only failed to kill 2 juniors from Shadow Moon Hall as planned, but also snatched the Tianyu silver plate. Even his limbs were cut off, and he was carried back like a dog. There is no use in keeping such a person. At this moment, another brilliance flashed across the high platform. Yang Kai showed up with Su Yan and Shanning Shang. Seeing Fei Zhitu's miserable appearance at first glance, Yang Kai's heart tightened, he quickly squatted down, grabbed his wrist, and started to check with the Sheng Yuan. Yang Kai, you're here too. Fei Zhitu grinned, with a warm and moved look on his face. I have never been in vain in my life. At the most critical juncture, not only the rich old ghost brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai came over, Fei Zhitu's hard-edged man, his eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. And when Su Yan and Shanning Shang appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all the high-level traders in the Shadow Moon Palace focused their attention on the 2 women, and from time to time there were voices of admiration, exclaiming that there is such a perfect woman in this world, it is almost impossible to have such a woman in the world. That Fang Fengqi's eyes were even more frightening, staring at Su Yan and Shanning Shang with a pair of eyes, wandering back and forth, a strong possessive desire flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if seeing some delicious food, stretched out tongue added a circle on the lips, and even breathing was slightly short. Senior Fei, you are so hurt. Yang Kai searched for a moment, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and he hesitated to speak. Fei Zhitu's complexion changed and he became nervous. It's nothing serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's just that he was sealed with Saint Yuan and suffered some physical pain. I'm scared to death. Fei Zhitu took a long breath, thought for a while and said, well, it's still useful for him to keep my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. Small injury, don't worry Senior Fei, little senior sister, is there any panacea suitable for him now? Yang Kai turned to look at Shanning Shang. Without saying a word, Shanning Chong took out a jade bottle from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill from inside. Fei Zhitu didn't even look at it, he grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyeballs were rounded, and he exclaimed, this is. Before he finished speaking, he immediately sat cross-legged on the high platform, silently practiced profound arts, and dispelled the effects of the medicine. In a very short period of time, Fei Zhitu's body transmitted strong energy fluctuations, and those injuries outside his body also it is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner looked at each other, both secretly startled. They couldn't tell that the elixir that Shanning Shang took out just now was definitely a pill above the void level, and it was even very likely to be a void level high-grade pill, otherwise the effect of the medicine would not be so remarkable. Wei Gucheng couldn't help being moved when he said he would take out a top-grade pill of false grade. Thank you, brother and sister. Wei Gucheng clasped his fists solemnly, and thanked Dong Xuaner together. Shanning Shang blushed for a moment, looked at Yang Kai, pursed her lips and said, this senior brother is polite, Senior Fei is the benefactor of the younger brother, and our benefactor, a mere panacea is nothing. Brother Yang, what a blessing. Wei Gucheng winked at Yang Kai, envious of him hugging left and right. Catch those 2 women here, they belong to me. Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted. Not to mention the beauty of Su Yan and Shanning Shang that made him covet him so much, but the elixir that Shanning Shang took out casually also made him jealous. On the Gloomy Star, virtual grade top-grade pills are extremely rare. So he couldn't wait to snatch Su Yan and Shanning Shang into his hands, as long as he got his hands. Then the things in her space ring are her own. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his eyes were like knives, and his eyes were icy cold. Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and he felt a sense of horror for no reason. As if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have arrived. At this time, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and looked around coldly. He said lightly, "Since you all don't want to commit suicide, then the old man will send you on your way." After the words fell, an astonishing power suddenly burst out, gathering into a force visible to the naked eye. Push forward frantically. Field, a domain belonging to the Void King realm. More than a dozen traders from the Shadow Moon Palace turned pale with fright, and they all displayed their own potential fields to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their potential fields were as ridiculous as hitting a stone with an egg, and they collapsed without providing any protection at all. Broken. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen void-returning mirror powerhouses retreated with blood, their faces pale. A powerful domain envelops them. There are agile winds surging in the field. That is the unique power in Qiantong domain. The wind energy gathered into a blade and began to wreak havoc. There were screams, one after another, and the dozens of void return mirrors wrapped by the field seemed to be bearing the most severe punishment in the world. A series of wind blades like gossamer crazily cut their skin, cutting them bloody and bloody. Void King Realm, everyone yelled in horror, and Fang Fengqi almost popped his eyes out, looking at the angry Qian Tong tremblingly, his heart was cold. Originally it was just a joke, but unexpectedly, it became a prophecy. Qian Tong was really in the Void King realm. Great Elder, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please forgive me. Just like the previous scene outside Tianyan City, when these traitors realized Qian Tong's strength and irresistibility, they all begged for mercy, and even disregarded their shame, knelt down on the ground, knocked their heads on the ground, and their heads were covered with blood. I just hope that I can impress Qian Tong's compassion and escape the catastrophe. Qian Tong looked indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness deep in his eyes. Blood splattered, pieces of meat were scattered, and the dozens of traitors from Shadow Moon Palace were cut to pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by Ling Kai. Bai Sensen's skeleton remained in place, all the flesh and blood on the bones disappeared, and his internal organs were also reduced to dust. Good kill. Kill well, don't let them escape. Avenge the children and women who died in Sky Fortune City. Kill them. The crowd of onlookers suddenly roared, and swarmed up from all directions, with engraved hatred appearing on everyone's face. Everyone's blood boiled. The Saint Yuan was running, grabbed their own weapons, activated the secret method, sacrificed the secret treasure, enemies that are still alive attack. The location where Fang Fengqi was located, with a radius of 30 feet, was instantly flooded by various lights. Even the glamorous young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the besieged by the angry crowd. She had a cultivation level of the second level of returning to the void, and she was broken by the body protection Saint Yuan after only holding on for less than 3 breaths. Died on the spot. A stream of light shot up into the sky, forcibly cutting a bloody path through the crowd, and fled outwards quickly. Fang Fengqi, after all, he is a void returning third-layer strongman, so he won't die so easily. He didn't turn his head back, he desperately urged his own strength, just wanted to escape from this place quickly. Qian Tong suddenly became Void King Realm. He stayed here as tantamount to courting death. This news must be reported to the 4 guardians and the leader no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong didn't seem to have the intention of chasing him, but was still standing there, motionless. Although he didn't understand whether the opponent didn't bother to attack him or what, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape the catastrophe. Just as he was thinking this way, his eyes blurred, and a young man in front of him suddenly blocked his way. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man standing in front at a glance. It was the guy who was on the high platform just now. His expression was furious, and his figure continued to rush forward. Go away. He is eager to escape. How can he have the time to entangle with Yang Kai here? So it's all about making a move. A strange force lingered on his fist, and that fist that didn't look too strong suddenly became as strong as a secret treasure, and on Fang Fengqi's arm, some dark red-like growths appeared. Needle-like hair. Those hairs looked extremely strange, revealing an aura that made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable, covering his entire arm and fist, making the power of that punch increase dramatically. Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial art is this? He really had never encountered someone with martial arts skills that could make him change like this, and with a thought, he raised his head and looked at Fang Fengqi. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a low cry. He suddenly discovered that Fang Fengqi's image had changed dramatically. He used to look soft and cold, but now he didn't know what happened after using the secret technique. The two fangs were exposed, shining with a cold light, and from his mouth and nose, there was a dead air permeating the air. Recalling the 3 words of the corpse spirit sect, Yang Kai's mind flashed, and the opponent's wind chest suddenly had a guess. The attack was approaching. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent. A golden blood thread popped out with a wave of his hand, gently circled around Fang Fengqi's arm, and then suddenly tightened. A clearly visible scar appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, he could not cut Fang Fengqi's arm, and from his wound, green blood flowed out. That blood permeated a smell that made people want to vomit, and ordinary people would die suddenly if they sniffed it. Poisonous. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. This emerald green blood was not only poisonous, but also extremely corrosive, and the golden blood thread wrapped around his arm gleamed wildly with corroded light. There was a stabbing sound. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. Opening his mouth, he spit out a foul-smelling green gas towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. With a flick of his figure, he disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already above Fang Fengqi's head. The keel sword Dikui was held in the palm of his hand, in an upside-down posture, and inserted straight into his Tianling Gai. Idiot! Fang Fengqi dismissed it. In his opinion, this bladeless long sword couldn't even hurt his own hair, so he didn't mean to dodge at all, but swung another punch. To greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's heavy blow, and the dragon bone sword went straight into the top of Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly dull long sword burst out with unimaginable power at this moment, and the hidden sound of a dragon's roar came from the sword body. All the way through, Fang Fengqi broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull, and directly inserted into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyeballs widened in an instant, and his face was full of inconceivable expressions. It was only at this moment that he realized the strangeness of the dragon bone sword, and exclaimed, "Shuang-level secret treasure." After receiving such a blow, he didn't die, but struggled violently, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and a series of space cracks as thin as gossamer formed around Fang Fengqi, and immediately wrapped and cut towards him in all directions. Shish! The sound of jingling can be heard endlessly. Fang Fengqi's physical body is so strong that he can resist the cutting of part of the cracks in space, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't resist Yang Kai's berserk ultimate move. A series of scars appeared on his body, and all the flesh and blood were exiled into the void. Green blood continued to flow from the wound, and the whole world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet." Qian Tong's voice came suddenly, and he obviously saw some problems. He stood on the high platform far away, stretched out his hand, and Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, was completely imprisoned and directly raised. Back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned and looked at Fang Fengqi. A trace of uneasiness surged deep in his heart. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers also discovered the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many timid people did not dare to look directly at it, and turned their eyes away one after another. Even those who were courageous showed fear in their eyes. Looking at Fang Fengqi anxiously, he couldn't believe that there are such people in this world. "Old man, let me go quickly, or you will die without a place to bury you when the leader takes action." Fang Fengqi didn't beg for mercy, but threatened Qian Tong instead. Qian Tong glanced coldly at Fang Fengqi's body, then fixed his eyes on his abdomen, stretched out 2 fingers and poked there, piercing Fang Fengqi's abdomen in an instant. Even if Yang Kai pierced through his head with a keel sword, Fang Fengqi was not afraid at all, but when Qian Tong did this, he showed a look of extreme panic and exclaimed, "Old man, what do you want to do?" Quote. Qian Tong ignored him, but looked solemnly at Fang Fengqi's abdominal wound. There is a green bead, about the size of a fingernail, but it contains amazing energy. If the old man guesses correctly and destroys this bead, you will die, right? Qian Tong gave Fang Fengqi a flat look. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, he gritted his teeth and did not answer. "Yang Kai, stop him first, the old man has something to ask him to clarify," Qian Tong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand and pulled out the dragon bone sword from the top of Fang Fengqi's head, and shot out more than a dozen golden blood threads with his fingers, binding Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos ended here. Qian Tong stood on the high platform, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, I have retreated for many years, and today I am out of the closed door. I am deeply saddened to hear that the Dark Star has changed dramatically, but please rest assured that Tianyan City still belongs to me." Under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Moon Palace, no one will dare to invade this place in the future, and the corpse spirit cult, the old man must also go to a meeting for a while, and I will wait for justice and give Gloomstar a bright future. Countless people erupted, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name, and gathered around the high platform. For the past 2 years, Tianyan City has been under the jurisdiction of the corpse spirit sect. These people are living in a precarious situation. Everyone is frightened, fearing that they will not see the sun tomorrow, but now it is better. Qian Tong is back, and he is still a Void King realm powerhouse. He will protect Sky Fate City, and all kinds of tragedies in the past will never happen again in Sky Fate City. Elder Qian, please, Elder Qian, uphold justice. The little girl disappeared a month ago. Someone saw her in the City Lord's mansion. Please ask Elder Qian to let the little old man go to the City Lord's mansion to see if the little girl is still alive. My child also disappeared 3 months ago, he must be in the City Lord's mansion. And my daughter, ... Qian Tong's eyes showed pain, and he stretched out his hand to press, suppressing the shouts and crying of countless people, and said slowly, everyone, wait a moment, the old man will let people go to the City Lord's mansion to have a look. If your children are still there, if you are in the mansion, you will definitely be reunited. Thank you, Elder Qian. Elder Qian is so kind and virtuous, I will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed lightly, turned to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple, let's go and have a look. Wei Guchang understood, and immediately drove towards the City Lord's mansion with Dong Xuaner. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, I'll go too. Su Yan and Sha Ningshang followed closely behind. In the City Lord's mansion, some martial artists who had surrendered to the corpse spirit sect wanted to meet the enemy when they saw someone rushing in, but these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and others. They rampaged all the way, killing hundreds, and captured one person. After asking some clues from his mouth, Yang Kai and others went straight to the dungeon. In the dungeon, it was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people imprisoned in that cell. And these people, without exception, are all children under the age of 5, as well as young and beautiful women. Whether it is a child or a woman, their vitality is gloomy, as if they have been tortured, and there are more or less wounds on their arms. Reminiscent of what Fang Fengqi did to that child before, how could everyone not know what happened to these people in the dungeon? Unconscionable. Su Yanfang was furious, and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner, and let these people out. Sha Ningshang stood guard at the prison door, checked the physical conditions of these people one by one, and gave them pills to make up for the damaged vitality. All the way to release the past, Yang Kai and others looked heavy. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of the dungeon, there are no living people, only white bones. Judging from the size and shape of the bones, they are undoubtedly children and women, but they have all suffered inhumane torture before their deaths. The whole body of flesh and blood was cut clean, and the remaining bones were discarded here at will. A mountain of white bones, at least thousands of them. Just 2 years ago, such a thing happened in Tianyan City. This is just a Tianyan City. What is the situation of the entire gloomy star? Hateful. Wei Guchang gritted his teeth and roared, his face grim. ... The noise in Sky Fortune City lasted for 2 days before it gradually subsided. The children and women released from the dungeon were all reunited with their families, but more of them died in the dungeon. The 2 years of chaos brought indelible and painful memories to countless people in Sky Fortune City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others had serious expressions, and everyone looked angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. Great Elder, let me kill him. Wei Guchang drank in a low voice and stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, signaling Wei Guchang to be calm, and looked down at Fang Fengqi, and said, if the old man didn't guess, you are from the Burial Valley, right? Hearing his question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a hint of understanding, and he thought to himself that it was so. He also guessed so. Burying the Great Valley is an extremely special existence in Gloomstar. It is rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, there was the main rudder of a huge force called Jiyu Yangzong. Unfortunately, it offended Xingdi Mountain and was uprooted overnight, and the main rudder was completely destroyed. In the Burial Valley, there are many crises, there are countless prohibition formations, and the most dangerous is a group of special creatures in the Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. It's August, ask for a monthly ticket. At the beginning of the month, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. The weather is very hot recently, everyone should pay attention to sun protection when going out, and be careful of heat stroke. To be continued. Chapter 1675 The Dark Star Tribulation. Back then when the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless disciples of the sect were killed and injured, but for unknown reasons, after they died, they were reborn with a brand new attitude. They became corpses that could practice, walk, and fight. On Gloomy Star, some people of the younger generation probably don't know the situation in Burial Valley, but Qian Tong does. Yang Kai also knew that he and Yang Yan went to Burial Valley to explore back then, and the Immortal 5 Elements sword practice method, Sun True Essence and 10,000 Zai Ice Jade Terrace were brought out from Burial Valley. At that time, he was also besieged by several powerful zombie generals. If he hadn't relied on the power of space, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to escape. As soon as you played against this Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had guessed something, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his thoughts. The old man has a good vision. I am indeed from the Burial Valley. I am a noble clan of corpse spirits, above all things. Fang Fengqi yelled arrogantly without much fear. Corpse family. This is what those special creatures of the corpse spirit sect call themselves, which Qian Tong has already heard from Phasia too. Just because you want to be above all things. Qian Tong said indifferently, you are just people who should have died, and you are not qualified to do so. Hey, Fang Fengqi smiled lowly, whether you have this qualification is not up to you, you will know in the future. Old man, don't waste your time, I won't tell you anything. Quote. Really? Qian Tong sneered, even if the old man destroys your corpse bead, you are not willing to cooperate. The corpse bead is the bead filled with corpse spirit hidden in the belly of the corpse spirit clan like Fang Fengqi. To the members of the corpse spirit clan, this bead is no different from the effect of inner alchemy on monsters. All the abilities of the corpse spirit clan come from their own corpse beads. Phasia too had fought with members of the corpse spirit clan and naturally knew the information. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, and he shouted, you old man, you dare to threaten me. Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know after a try. Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. That Fang Fengqi also seemed to have seen Qian Tong's determination, his face turned cold, he suddenly became distorted, and shouted, you want to get news from me, old bastard, you are wishful thinking, I will never let you get it wish. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged from his abdomen, and there was a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken apart. Not good. Phasia Tu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what had happened. Yang Kai quickly circulated the Saint Yuan, protecting Su Yan and Shanning Shang. Qian Tong even waved his hand, and the mellow Saint Yuan wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner. One day, my corpse spirit church will dominate Gloom Star, and you will all die ha 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 ha. Fang Fengqi laughed wildly, and with a loud crash, his whole body suddenly burst open. A dense emerald green corpse aura centered on him, and spread out loudly in all directions. Where the corpse aura passed, the ground corroded, and all the tables, chairs and benches were turned into ashes. At the last moment, if Qian Tong hadn't protected the City Lord's mansion with his Void King realm cultivation, he would have suffered disaster. After all, it was the self-destruction of a Void Return 3-layer expert, whose power was unpredictable. Fang Fengqi's life was spared because he wanted to inquire about the reality of corpse spirit cult, but he didn't want to miss the mutton, and instead caused a commotion. Qian Tong's face turned ugly. If those guys from the corpse spirit sect are so crazy and desperate for their lives, it will be troublesome. Outside the main hall, suddenly a void mirror warrior came in hurriedly, turned his head and looked around with a look of shock on his face, not sure what happened here. What's the matter? Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man hurriedly clasped his fists and replied, I'm telling you, Elder Chong, all the disciples of the corpse spirit sect hidden in Tianyan City have been wiped out. Good job. Were there any casualties? With the assistance of the elders of the Lingxiao sect, only a dozen people were killed or injured. Bury them generously. Yes. In the Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were greedy for life and feared death and surrendered to the corpse spirit sect, there were also many people who were able to stand their ground. These people were all imprisoned without exception, and they were all rescued 2 days ago. Qiantong works. In Tianyan City, Fang Fengqi is not the only corpse spirit tribe member. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang and others entered the city lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were killed. There were also a lot of hidden people scattered around in Tianyan City, and they were all pulled out one by one at this time. It can be said that until now, the entire Sky Fortune City has taken on a completely new look, and all internal worries have been eliminated. Yang Shouju and others stepped in from the outside. Everyone has worked hard. Qiantong hurriedly stood up, cupping his fists in gratitude. Yang Shouju waved his hand, his expression was not at all relaxed. just beheading some small miscellaneous fish is not a hard work, but this is the case in a mere sky fortune city. I really don't know what other cities on Gloomstar look like. Fei Zhitu sighed. In the past 2 years, the corpse spirit sect has developed very fast. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, and they will work for them even more. 2 years ago, the corpse spirit sect just appeared. Back then, their number was no more than 1,000, but now, there are more than tens of thousands, and many of these members are void returning experts from various sects and families, so they should not be underestimated. Fang Fengqi also planned to turn Fei Zhitu into a corpse before, so he never abolished his cultivation and destroyed his meridians. As long as the meridians are not destroyed, even if he is beheaded, Fang Fengqi has a way to turn Fei Zhitu into a member of the corpse spirit clan, able to exert his fighting power during his lifetime. Dark Star Tribulation. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland turned into this like this. The joy of being promoted to Void King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. Everyone, I want to go back to Qian Tianzong to take a look. Mo Yu suddenly said beside him. He has also been helping in Tianyan City for the past 2 days, and he didn't find time until now. Brother Mo, Qian Tong opened his mouth, his mood was natural. They don't know the situation of Qian Tianzong, but now at least half of the forces in the entire Gloomstar have been involved in this turmoil. 1. The situation may not be too optimistic. Mo Yu wanted to go back to Qian Tianzong, it was only right and proper, after all, he was the chief elder of Qian Tianzong. It's just that at this time, letting him go back alone is really worrying. If possible, Qian Tong would naturally be willing to go with him, but although Sky Fate City was taken down by him, the issue of the main rudder of Shadow Moon Palace has not been resolved yet. The chief helm's side is still in dire straits, and it is urgent for him to deal with it in person, to rescue those disciples who are unwilling to submit to the corpse spirit sect, and to kill those traitors who betray their faith and try to survive. Mo is not an ordinary third-level void returner now, so you don't have to worry, I will act carefully. Mo Yu smiled slightly. Seeing that he had already made up his mind to go, Qian Tong couldn't say anything more, but said in a deep voice, since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful along the way. Don't worry, I'm afraid few people can stop me in today's Gloomstar. Mo Yu nodded. In the past, Mo Yu was one of the top void returning mirror powerhouses in Gloomy Star. He experienced a lot of experience in the Blood Prison. Although he failed to break through to the Void King realm like Qian Tong did, his overall combat power has improved, a lot of. No matter how great the corpse spirit sect is, as long as there is no Void King realm in charge, there is probably nothing they can do about him. Senior Mo, how about waiting for a day? I'll be with you, Yang Kai said suddenly. Yang Kai, are you going back to Ling Shaozong? Qian Tong asked. Although the Ling Shaozong side is solid, you don't have to worry about being breached, but I don't know what's going on with Elder Yi Changeling. I'm a little worried, I want to go back and have a look. I happen to be on the way with Senior Mo. That's fine, although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had to wait for a day, Mo Yu still agreed. After everything was negotiated, Yang Kai immediately went to the location where the Sky Fate City Space Law Formation was located. When Corpse Spirit Sect was in charge of Sky Fate City, it had already destroyed the Space Law Formation. Yang Kai wanted to try to see if he could restore it. If possible, it can also save some time on the road. After all, it is not a short distance to go to Ling Shaozong. Yang Kai had borrowed Sky Fate City's space magic circle more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon, he rushed to the place with Su Yan and Shanning Shang, and the two women spread their vigilance to prevent accidents. Yang Kai then he came to the front of the space law circle and observed it carefully. Being proficient in space does not mean being able to arrange a space formation, this requires a huge knowledge of formations. Yang Kai had never arranged a space magic circle before, but he saw that Yang Yan had arranged it, so he still had some confidence. After concentrating on observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai continuously released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space law circle, deducing the cumbersome lines. 2 hours later, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although the space law formation was destroyed, the damage was not too serious, and there were still traces of various lines and structures. If it was just a picture of a gourd, Yang Kai had some confidence that he could destroy it, recover. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt to the space law formation. He took out various rare minerals from the space ring, smelted them with the fire of consciousness, and then made up for the destroyed parts of the space circle. The first arrangement was inevitably unfamiliar, and many times it failed, which made Yang Kai very annoyed. But as time went by, he became more and more proficient. Moreover, the layout of the space magic circle seems to be compatible with his grasp of the power of space, which made him understand the power of space much deeper. This unintentional harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seems that there will be another way to practice the power of space in the future. The power of space has always been difficult to cultivate. At the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing the energy of the space spirit crystal, but the space spirit crystal has long been used up. Now Yang Kai cultivates the power of space, mainly by opening up the space of the mysterious boundary orb. And arranging the space magic circle is undoubtedly another brand new way. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at AC plus or minus a degree a diaresis T. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the original version, vote for recommendations, and monthly tickets. A. Chapter 1676 Ink Sea City. A day later, the space law circle was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mo Yu, Yang Shouju and others, and bid farewell to Qian Tong. Yang Kai is not worried about Shadow Moon Palace at all. Qian Tong is now in the Void King realm, and can be said to be the strongest in Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. If even he can't handle the crisis of Shadow Moon Palace, then the entire Gloom Star, I'm afraid it's all over. Brother Yang, take care all the way here. Wei Gucheng cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned a salute. Yang Kai, which location does this space magic circle connect to? Mo Yu asked from the side. If I'm not mistaken, it should be able to connect to the Demon Blood City. What do you mean you didn't make a mistake? Mo Yu was stunned. The Demon Blood City is very close to the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and not far from the Qianshan sect, so Yang Kai positioned the space magic circle there, but what he said made Mo Yu feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I have set up a space magic circle, so I can't guarantee that it can be directly transmitted to the Demon Blood City. Mo Yu was dumbfounded, and Yang Shouju and the others also looked speechless. But don't worry, Yang Kai observed what they said and knew what they were worried about. Even if you don't locate the Demon Blood City, there will be no danger in teleportation, I can guarantee this. Hearing what he said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The transmission of the space magic circle is an extremely strict thing. If there is a slight mistake, it will be exiled into the endless void and never get out. There have been many such things in the Dark Star in recent years. There was a problem with the space magic circle, and as a result, the teleporter either disappeared or was directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard what Yang Kai said just now, they were a little nervous. But since Yang Kai can guarantee that this teleportation will not be dangerous, there is nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location is wrong, it doesn't matter much, the big deal is to use the star shuttle to rush. It's getting late, then we can leave. Yang Shouju couldn't wait to return to Ling Xiaozong to see how things were going there. Everyone nodded and stood on the space circle together. Yang Kai stood in the middle, urging the Saint Yuan to penetrate the entire circle. In an instant, the holy crystal placed on the space circle shone brightly, and the huge energy was captured empty. The strong power of space fell, and a group of people disappeared. Destroy the magic circle first, no one can teleport in from outside. Qian Tong waved his hand when Yang Kai's group disappeared. Wei Gucheng was ordered to punch Yang Kai's painstakingly rearranged magic circle, and the magic circle was immediately divided into two halves and could not be used. Qian Tong stared at the distance, and said in a low voice, "It's time to go back to Shadow Moon Palace." Phasia too, Wei Gucheng and the others all looked shocked, looking towards the direction of the Shadow Moon Palace, everyone's eyes revealed an astonishing murderous intent. In the void, light flashed, and Yang Kai and others appeared strangely. A group of people, except for Yang Kai, the others were a little dizzy, and it took a while to get used to it. Most of the long-distance space transmission is accompanied by such side effects, and only Yang Kai who has cultivated the power of space can adjust his own state in the shortest time. Fortunately, there is no danger nearby, otherwise everyone would be caught off guard. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Shouju was stunned. This is not the Demon Blood City, where is it? The place where everyone appeared was clearly on a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, was there any shadow of a city? The transmission did go wrong. Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this, so he was naturally not embarrassed. Hearing this, he said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Sky Fortune City. What impression do you guys have of this plane?" Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo shook their heads slowly, expressing that they did not recognize this place. Although they are native Dark Star warriors, they have practiced in closed doors in Xingdi Mountain all year round, and they don't know the outside world. Even Yang Kai is not as good as them. It is undoubtedly a bit embarrassing for them to know the details at this moment. On the contrary, Mo Yu's eyes lit up, his face showed some joy, he kept looking around, and then flew up to the sky to wait and see, and after a while, he returned with an excited face. I know what this place is. This is Beiguyuan. There is a Tianxia gorge nearby. It is only a day away from Mahai City. Oh, Qian Tianzong's Black Sea City. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Good. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seems that the transmission error is not too outrageous, and for Mo Yu, this may be good news. Mohai City is a city under the jurisdiction of Qian Tianzong, and the distance from Qian Tianzong's main rudder is not too far away. It is too far away, just like the relationship between Sky Fate City and Shadow Moon Palace. Came here by chance, but Mo Yu was fulfilled. Since that's the case, why not go to Black Sea City first? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needs to inquire about the surrounding situation of Ling Xiaozong, and going to Black Sea City is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, the situation in Mahai City is unknown, so he naturally wants to go to investigate with Mo Yu. Maybe there is something that can help. After all, it is also a matter of going along the way. Then thank you very much. Mo Yu hurriedly cupped his fists. This is considered to be the site of the Qianshan sect. Mo Yu is very familiar with it. He led the crowd all the way, and within a day's work, he saw a majestic pond standing on the plain in front of him. That's Mahai City. Mo Yu pointed to the front and introduced. It seems that there is a battle. Yang Kai discovered a lot of secret techniques and secret treasures. It's me who works for Tianzong. Mo Yu's face darkened, and his speed was a little faster. The battle broke out near Mahai City, which is not bad news. At least, everyone knows that Mahai City has not yet been occupied by the corpse spirit cult, and there are still people resisting, but they don't know what the situation there is. In Mahai City, on the city wall, there was a beautiful woman with a pale complexion standing there. Beside her, there were more than a dozen strong void-returning mirrors, but these void-returning mirrors seemed to be in a bad situation, and almost everyone was injured. The injuries ranged from mild to severe. The most serious one had lost his right arm, and it seemed that he had just been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood was still oozing out, and the gauze was dyed red. This martial artist was also stubborn. Even though the pain was unbearable, he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirits with white hair, green hair or red hair all over their bodies are fighting with some human warriors. The situation is very chaotic. The number of the two sides involved in the battle is at least thousands, and among the human warriors, they are not on the same front. Many human warriors are even assisting the corpse spirits to kill their own compatriots. These people have obviously turned to the corpse spirit cult. City Lord, order them to come back. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die. On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman, with a heartbroken expression on his face. This is a completely unfair battle. The number of enemies is 10 times that of his own. Almost every warrior in Mahai City has to deal with many enemies. It took less than a quarter of an hour for 600 people to rush out, and now only 200 people are left struggling to support them, and these 200 people are also stretched thin and in danger. Yes, City Lord, these are the last elites of our Qian Tianzong. If they are damaged here, how will we explain to our ancestors in the future? Can't be withdrawn. The beautiful woman yelled coldly. The restraining formation of Mahai City is being repaired. If it is withdrawn at this time, Mahai City will be powerless to resist, and when the corpse spirit sect army arrives, the entire Mahai City will be devastated. Why don't we know this? But the person who spoke before was full of grief. The 600 elites rushed out just to fight for the repair time to repair the city formation, which was completely filled with their lives. Yangtze City has been able to support it until now, thanks to the many restrictions and large formations in the city. Without the formations and restrictions, the corpse spirit sect army would have razed this place to the ground long ago. But persistence until now is the limit. Corpse spirit cult only needs to organize another strong attack, and I am afraid it will break the city. With the traditional style of corpse spirit cult, it is likely that few of the million residents of Mahai City will survive. I hate the villains of the Quanfeng Pavilion, the Variety Sect, and the Wuan Sect. They used to flatter me to become the Tianzong, but today they are willing to be driven by the corpse spirit sect to kill the disciples of my sect. If the old man can survive, I will call them blood debt paid in blood. Someone roared angrily. The expressions of the others are extremely ugly. The Guangfeng Pavilion, the Variety Sect, the Wuan Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated to the Qianshan sect, slave girl. Qian Tianzong has always been stingy with these affiliated forces, and even opened up some secret arts of the sect for them to practice. Every year, they will accept their elite disciples to Qian Tianzong to practice, and let the strong personally teach them. But I didn't expect that after the great change of the Dark Star, these wolf-minded and ambitious guys would take the initiative to surrender, not only betraying Qian Tianzong but also launching an unexpected sneak attack at the head of Qian Tianzong. In that battle, Qian Tianzong's main rudder was destroyed, and only a few people escaped. In the sphere of influence with a radius of 10,000 miles, only Mo Haicheng was left struggling to support it. The beautiful woman, the Castellan, didn't say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world can stick to their hearts under the oppression of powerful evil? So she wasn't angry, those people chose to steal their lives, but what they lost was the foundation of being a human being. Where is Chen Shitao? The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard the words, hurried to the beautiful woman, clasped her fists and said, "Elder Du, here is my disciple." In normal times, such a woman would definitely attract attention and make men daydream infinitely, but at this moment, not many people put their minds on her. The beautiful woman said solemnly, "Chen Shitao, this elder ordered you to select 300 people from the younger generation of our Ganshan sect, and lead them through the space magic circle, and leave Mahai City quickly." Shen Shitao was stunned, but she was also a kind-hearted woman, and she immediately understood the beautiful woman's intentions. Her pretty face turned pale, and she lost her voice. "Elder Du." The beautiful woman smiled gently. "The main rudder of my Ganshan sect was destroyed, and the suzerain was killed. Those who are now in Mahai City are the last blood of my Qianshan sect. You have to bring those 300 people, and you must survive no matter what. Only if you are alive, we Qian Tianzong will have a future and hope." To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1677 Relief. Shen Shitao's eyes turned red immediately. "But you elders. Don't worry, we will buy you time. Remember, if you want to go to the high school, you can only survive if you go to the high school. This task is very difficult, you must find an opportunity to bring your disciples into the high school." "Elder." Shen Shitao kept shaking her head. "Hurry up." The beautiful woman looked fiercely and glared at Shen Shitao. "Do you want me to be removed from the Gloom Star? Do you want us to have no face to meet the ancestors of the Qianshan sect?" Shen Shitao froze, grieving and speechless. Another elder of Qian Tianzong looked at Shen Shitao softly, and said with a smile, "Remember, you must live until the Great Elder returns. As long as the Great Elder returns, my Qian Tianzong can be revived again. Go." The beautiful woman shouted. Shen Shitao burst into tears, her tender body trembling lightly. She knelt down on the ground, respectfully kowtowed to the elders 3 times, then stood up abruptly, ready to leave. At this time, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining strong men of Qian Tianzong seemed to have discovered something unbelievable, and raised their eyes to look far away. As far as the eye could see, the camp behind the corpse spirit cult was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations exploded between the sky and the earth, dazzling brilliance bloomed, and hundreds of corpse spirit cult enemies were beheaded every breath. "Elder Du, it seems that someone is calling from over there." "I saw it, who could it be?" The beautiful woman nodded slightly. "Not many, it seems that there are only about 7 or 8 people, but they are so strong." The void returning mirror expert who spoke gasped. The general fell down and couldn't help being shocked on the spot. That's Huntian Qingyang Pagoda. It's the Great Elder. The Great Elder is back." Someone exclaimed excitedly again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on a tower-shaped secret treasure in the sky that was more than 10 feet high and that radiated blue mysterious light. The tower-shaped secret treasure was spinning and falling from the sky, falling every time. "They will smash countless corpse spirit sect disciples into meatloaf." Countless streaks of cyan black light are also constantly lacing from the tower. The mysterious light looks very sharp. Once hit by the mysterious light, the disciples and lackeys of the corpse spirit cult will disappear into nothingness and completely disappear in this world. In just a short time, there were as many as 200 disciples of the corpse spirit sect who died under this secret treasure. Sure enough, it's the Huntian Qingyang Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes burst into astonishing brilliance. As if seeing hope again, his expression was excited. The Huntian Qingyang Pagoda is the treasure of the Qianshan sect. It exists between the Void level secret treasure and the Void King level secret treasure. It can be said that it is already a quasi-Shu King level secret treasure. And this powerful secret treasure has always been in the hands of the great elder Mo Yu. At this moment, Huntian Qingyang Pagoda appeared, obviously because of Mo Yu's mobilization. Even though he didn't see Mo Yu's figure, everyone could also feel Mo Yu's familiar energy fluctuations from far away. Now we are saved, the great elder is back. Haha, kill all these bastards from the corpse spirit sect. Tell them to come and go. Avenge the suzerain and the dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, crazy shouts sounded on the city wall. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and emotional agitation. If it wasn't for the beautiful woman's order, they would have rushed down to meet the great elder now. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned tightly, with a trace of uneasiness surging on her face. The great elder suddenly appeared at this time, and he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Although the great elder's strength is unfathomable, and there are secret treasures like Huntian Qingyang Tower to help him, but there are too many enemies. If the great elder is surrounded and unable to escape, then Qian Tianzong's last hope may be. All will be annihilated. Pass my order, Qian Tianzong still has the ability to fight, go down with the city lord to meet the elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts changed sharply, and she quickly made a decision. Yes, someone replied immediately, conveying the order. Not long after, the remaining power of the Qianshan sect was integrated, and the beautiful woman looked at the number of less than 1,000 people, and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Qian Tianzong, there are only these people left. Even these people, almost everyone is injured, and their strength varies. Although there are millions of residents in the entire Mahai city, there are only a few people belonging to Qian Tianzong, and most of the rest are ordinary people who have not practiced, or whose strength and their low level can't play a role at all. Musha. Going this time, there is life and death, just to meet the elder, are you ready? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sharply. 1,000 people looked solemn and shouted together, get ready. In the future, there will definitely be your names on the comforting monument of our Qianshan Zong, let's go. The beautiful woman did not talk too much, but acted vigorously. With a wave of her plain hand, she was the first to rush out of Mahai city. The others followed closely behind, with unforgettable hatred shining on everyone's face, and in everyone's eyes there was a determination to die and live again. Thousands of people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. Those are the residents of Mahai city and warriors who fled here. Don't they know the truth that there are no eggs under the cover of the nest? Seeing that Qian Tianzong integrated all the remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Under the city of Mahai, there seems to be a mighty army dispatched. That woman Du Yanling is crazy, ha ha ha, she wants to break through the blockade of my corpse spirit sect with a bunch of garbage that hasn't even reached the holy realm, kill them all, and bring me Du Yanling. The army of corpse spirit sect in the center, a burly man stood on the front of an 8-horse cart, pointing his finger in front of him and shouting loudly. Like Fang Fengqi, he has the cultivation base of the Void Return 3rd layer, but his whole person's aura gives people a cold feeling, and there is a faint rotten aura on his body. Corpse spirit race. And it's a top corpse general level powerhouse. As soon as the words fell, a blue tower suddenly fell from the sky. The burly man snorted coldly, and his figure suddenly rose, avoiding this terrifying blow. With a bang, the giant blue tower fell down. The 8 horses pulling the cart were smashed into meatloaf in an instant, and the red and white ones dripped all over the ground. Who's here? He had red needle-like burrs all over his body, 2 piercing fangs at the corners of his mouth were exposed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. At the same time, he drank heavily in his mouth. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. That beautiful figure is like a celestial girl, with a pair of crystal clear white behind her. Like wings sculpted from ice, she exudes a bone-chilling chill, which seems to freeze a person's soul. She held a long sword that emitted a cold light in her hand. The long sword swung like mercury pouring down the ground. The burly corpse will try to resist. But the pervasive coldness froze all the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, the woman's head was wiped off with a sword. Cha-cha-cha. The icy mood permeated the air. Even if the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit clan, his vitality was extremely strong, but his body was frozen in an instant, and his vitality was completely annihilated. Su Yan. This is the first time she has done it since she came out of Chalangsing, and she showed jaw-dropping fighting power as soon as she made a move. At least Mo Yu's eyelids twitched. He could clearly feel the power of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight alone, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to decide the winner. Even if he won, he would have to pay some price. But Yang Kai's this woman. Unexpectedly, the corpse will be dealt with in 3 or 2 strokes. Yang Kai is already monstrous enough, why is the woman following him so monstrous? Mo Yu was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Su Yan did not stop, holding the Xuanshuang Excalibur, and cast the secret art of transforming demons. Borrowing the original power of the Ice Phoenix, with her own strength, she charged into the army of the corpse spirit clan. In this place, a group of people turned their backs on their backs, and no one was a general. All the enemies that were killed turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield, there is a group of Qiantianzong disciples with a small number. They rushed out long before Yang Kai and others arrived, just to buy time for repairing the prohibition and formation of Mahai City. 600 people, now there are less than 100 people left. At this moment, he was even more besieged on all sides, surrounded by countless enemies. Someone fell down every breath, and the ground was stained red with blood. And among the crowd, there was a girl with flying long hair, with a vigorous figure like a rabbit, rushing from left to right in the enemy's formation. Her body was shining with multicolored rays of light, but her seemingly weak body contained extremely strong with terrifying power. The small fist smashed out, and even the air was blasted with an explosive hum. Any enemy hit by her will explode and die immediately as long as they do not reach the Void Return mirror. Even if a martial artist at the first level of Void Return is hit, his muscles will be hurt and his bones will be hurt, and he will continue to howl. Countless attacks came towards her, and she was able to dodge them with ease. Occasionally, some unavoidable attacks hit her, but she didn't suffer much damage. Instead, she aroused the ferocity in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seems to be unbelievably strong. If she hadn't been able to protect them all, the remaining 100 people of Qiantianzong would have been wiped out long ago. Each of the companions who were still alive gave the girl grateful eyes. Her activity finally caught Yang Kai's attention. The colorful glow covering his body made Yang Kai feel very familiar. It was clearly the sword energy of the Immortal 5 Elements sword. From a distance away, Yang Kai took a moment to look at the young girl, although she was covered in blood and couldn't tell how old she was, but judging from her development, she was about 13 or 14 years old. That is definitely a body that has not yet grown. With her hair flying, Yang Kai vaguely looked familiar to her face. Could it be? Yang Kai frowned, quickly wiped out the enemies in front of him, became interested in the girl, and rushed over there with Shanning Shang. Sensing that someone was attacking, the girl turned her head and punched her. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. Boom-a! An unimaginably huge force erupted from that weak little fist. Even if he was as strong as Yang Kai, his body shook slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation level was much higher than that of the girl, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, I'm afraid this old face is about to be thrown away. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1678. The Power of the Hegemony of Power. One blow failed to deal with the imaginary opponent, and the girl's reaction was extremely fast. She got short, and at the same time came a volley kick. Golden light shone on her toes, like a sword glow. The golden sword of the Immortal 5 Elements sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to turn into a sharp long sword, poking straight at Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, Sheng Yuan urged him to defuse her offensive, and kept her in his hand like a plaything. The corners of the girl's skirt flew up, almost revealing the spring, but fortunately, she had quick eyesight and quick hands, and grabbed her own skirt. When he was full of annoyance, he suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. Hey, Uncle Sovereign Master. The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance, a pleasant smile appeared on her pretty face, and she shouted coquettishly. It really is you. Yang Kai nodded lightly, exerted a little force on his wrist, and put the girl down, staring at her immature face, frowning. Yuner, why are you here? This girl is the little girl Huang Wan adopted back then, Lin Yuner. Back then when Yang Kai returned from Emperor Garden and passed by a city by the Warless Sea, he met Huang Wan by chance, and brought her back to Ling Shaozong, and at the same time brought back a little girl. Lin Yuner was only 5 or 6 years old at the time, but she had already shown amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormality in her body, and asked Yi Xian to check it carefully. Later, Yi Xian told Yang Kai that Lin Yuner was very talented, with a special physique, and a powerful body. This is a very rare physique, and it may be related to some kind of sea beast in the sea. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yun'er's mother has the blood of a sea beast. Warriors with this kind of physique are born with divine power, and as their cultivation level increases, their strength will grow more and more terrifying. Before leaving Gloomy Star, Yang Kai passed down the immortal 5 elements sword. 7 or 8 years have passed, and the little girl who was 5 or 6 years old has now become a budding bud. Judging from the multicolored rays of light on her body, the immortal 5 elements sword has already achieved some success. Coupled with her special physique of a super powerful body, the strength she can display is terrifying. Her cultivation base is not high, and under Yang Kai's inspection, she is only at the 3rd order saint realm. Even though the Lingxiao sect is not short of financial and material resources now, Lin Yun'er has the personal guidance of a strong person like Yi Xian, and it is also a gift from heaven to be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of sainthood in 7 or 8 years. This little girl is definitely a dazzling new star in the future star field. Yang Kai looked at her, just like looking at a supreme powerhouse in the future. And the immortal 5 elements sword that I handed down seems to be tailor-made for her to match the special physique of the superpower's domineering body, so that she can actually be in the realm of 2 or 3 saints, and it is hard to return to the 1st level of the void. Warrior. The level of this leapfrog combat greatly exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even when he himself entered the 3rd level holy realm, he couldn't resist the attack of the void returning mirror expert. But it can be seen that although Lin Yun'er is extremely strong, the strength in her body is almost depleted, and there are more or less injuries on her body, which is obviously at the end of her strength. But she was in good spirits. When the gloomy star was in chaos, Yun'er happened to follow the orders of the Great Elder to do Tianzong's work, but she couldn't go back, so she stayed here. Lin Yun'er said a little aggrieved. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old, and she was drifting away for 2 years. She missed Ling Xiaozong very much, Yi Xian who taught her carefully, Huang Wan who took care of her like a mother, and every plant and tree in Ling Xiaozong. And those brothers and sisters. She has always been very strong, maybe it has something to do with the experience of losing her parents when she was a child, but after seeing Yang Kai at this moment, her big eyes were filled with mist and her small mouth was pursed. So that's it. Then why did you appear on this battlefield again? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know who the owner of Black Sea City was, so how could he arrange for Lin Yun'er to fight? He could also see that these people who came out to fight were almost delaying time with the determination to die. Lin Yun'er was also a member of the Ling Xiaozong, and she was so young, this kind of thing was not her turn anyway. Do it. I came out by myself. I want to do something within my power. Lin Yun'er sniffed. Okay. Yang Kai nodded heavily, touched Lin Yun'er's head, thought for a while, took out a recovery elixir from the space ring, and handed it to Lin Yun'er. Take this. Lin Yun'er was unsuspecting towards Yang Kai, even though she hadn't seen him for 7 or 8 years, she couldn't help swallowing the panacea. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at Sha Ningxiang and said, "Little senior sister, escort them back to the city." Okay, Sha Ningxiang responded, waving her plain hand, with a cumbersome imprint. The aura of heaven and earth was mobilized, and under Sha Ningxiang's traction, the aura of heaven and earth seemed to undergo some strange changes, turning into streamers one after another, and getting into the bodies of those exhausted warriors. At the next moment, each of the warriors of Qiantianzong shook their bodies and became full of energy. Looking at Sha Ningxiang's gaze, it's full of inconceivable. They didn't even know how Sha Ningxiang managed to refine the aura of heaven and earth, transport it into their bodies, and nourish their almost dry meridians and dantians. Follow me, Sha Ningxiang greeted. The light sapphire on her forehead exuded a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Where the brilliance passed, all enemies felt an inexplicable force pouring into their hearts, let them lose some fighting spirit. Sha Ningxiang led the team of less than 100 people, fought a bloody path through the enemy group, and joined Dianfeng and the others. Yang Kai flew high into the sky, releasing his divine sense, looking for stronger enemies in the battlefield. The golden blood thread moved with his heart, turning into golden lights, frantically harvesting the lives of the corpse spirit sect disciples. Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo formed a triangular formation, which had already set off a violent storm among the enemy group. Wherever the three passed, there were corpses. Under Mo Yu's control, the Huntian Qingyang pagoda became bigger and smaller, and the cyan light emitted made it impossible for the enemy to get close. A group of 7 or 8 people completely disrupted the corpse spirit sect army. Soon, someone realized that something was wrong. On the battlefield, the powerhouses of the corpse spirit sect were killed one by one, and no one dispatched them. This situation became more serious after Du Yanling brought people out. The army of corpse spirit sect was defeated like a mountain, and those members of the corpse spirit clan screamed and fled, and those sects who took refuge in the corpse spirit sect also fled. Du Yanling and others' eyes were red. They chased and killed for tens of thousands of miles. They killed the corpse spirit and turned them on their backs, only then did they come back victorious. At this moment, the voices of people in Mahai City were like a tide, and the whole city seemed to be boiling. It has been a full year since the army of the corpse spirit sect surrounded Mahai City. Qian Tianzong's power has been weakened again and again. Seeing that the city will be destroyed in the near future, but he does not want someone to fight out of nowhere at this critical moment to turn the tide. Not only did he save Mahai City from the fire and water, but he also gave the corpse spirit sect a sharp blow. Everyone is asking about the origin of the reinforcements. In the end, they didn't realize it until they learned that it was Mo Yu, the elder of Qianshan sect, and the elders of Lingxiao sect. No wonder those people can have such a strong combat power, no wonder they can kill the corpse spirit sect army so much that they cry their fathers and mothers, so it is these people. For a while, in Mahai City, the prestige of Qiantianzong and Lingxiaozong rose like the sun. Inside the city lord's mansion, the only remaining high-ranking members of Qiantianzong sat side by side with Yongkai and the others. Du Yanling, the lord of Mahai City and the elder of Qiantianzong, bowed deeply to Yongkai and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Sect Master Yang and everyone for your help. If it weren't for you, Mahai City would be a piece of land now. People are dying, and I am grateful to Sect Master Yang and everyone for their life-saving grace on behalf of millions of people in Mahai City." City Master Du is polite. Yang and Senior Mo are not outsiders, so they should help each other. Yongkai waved his hand with a smile. His modesty made Du Yanling feel good about him, and he couldn't help but look at Yongkai carefully. Speaking of which, on Gloom Star, Yongkai is almost a legend. He was famous for a short time, but what he did was earth-shattering. The Battle of Longshe Mountain made him shine, and then he occupied the forbidden area of Aa Gloom Star, Flowing Flame Sand Field, established a sect, and then with the power of one sect, he wiped out Zontian League, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and conquered Xingdi Mountain. Yongkai and Ling Xiaozong have almost become the most famous existences on Gloom Star. During the 2 years of the Great Chaos of the Gloomy Star, Ling Xiaozong also did a lot of things. The sect frequently dispatched strong men to help those besieged sects and cities, and was grateful for the entire human race. As the sovereign of Ling Xiao sect, Yongkai can almost be said to be the #1 person on the Gloom Star. Even if he stomps his feet, the Gloom Star will tremble 3 times. This is the first time Du Yanling has seen Yongkai, so she is naturally curious about him. However, under her observation at the Void Return 3rd layer, she still couldn't see the depth of Yongkai. This seemingly young youth seemed to be stronger than the Great Elder and the Dead Sect Master. Du Yanling was shocked. "Junior sister Du, the situation in Mahai City is so bad, where is the chief helm of Qiantianzong?" Mo Yu asked nervously. Du Yanling and some elders who knew about it darkened. Mo Yu observed his words and expressions, and couldn't help but feel a bad feeling, and asked anxiously, "Could it be that the chief rudder?" Du Yanling nodded sadly. "The main rudder has been breached, and the old suzerain also died in battle." "What?" Mo Yu stood up abruptly, shaking slightly, as if he couldn't accept such an ending. Yongkai also sighed slightly. Ji Yu Zhen, the head of the Qianshan sect, has met him a few times. He is a nice person, and has the top cultivation of the Void Returning 3rd layer, but he doesn't want to have passed away. My condolences to the elder. Du Yanling didn't know what to say. How could the main rudder be breached? Why has the main rudder been breached, but Mo Haicheng has been able to persist until now? Mo Yu's face was gloomy and scary. Du Yanling said sadly, "There are some people who are cooperating with the corpse spirit sect, cooperating internally and externally, so the main rudder cannot be kept." "Who?" Mo Yu yelled. "They are already dead, and they were dragged by the suzerain to die together." Du Yanling was sad. Mo Yu was stunned for a long time, then as if he had lost all his strength, he fell down on the chair and couldn't say a word for a long time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1679 A Big Fish. After letting Mo Yu relax for a while, Yongkai began to inquire about Ling Xiaozong's situation. However, Du Yanling didn't know much news. Mahai City had been besieged for nearly a year, and had already lost contact with the outside world. Only when some warriors fled into Mahai City for refuge occasionally, could they bring some information to them. According to those warriors who fled, the entrance of Ling Xiaozong seems to be surrounded by the corpse spirit sect army, and no one can get in or out of it. As for the internal situation of Ling Xiaozong, no one knows. A year ago, Ling Xiaozong frequently dispatched strong men to help those besieged sect forces, but with the loss of Ling Xiaozong's strong men, Ling Xiaozong has also stood still this year, and the situation seems a bit grim. In order to prevent the powerful members of the Ling Xiao sect from leaving, the corpse spirit sect has placed a large number of members outside the Luyan sandfield for surveillance. It is said that there is also a Dharma protector sitting in the guard. It can be said that although the current Ling Xiaozong failed to take the initiative to help the compatriots of the human race, its existence has restrained a lot of combat power of the corpse spirit cult, and this is absolutely indispensable. If not, Mahai City would not be able to persist for such a long time without being breached. You must know that there are at least 4 corpse generals at the same level as Yi Xian in the corpse spirit sect, not to mention the elusive leader who no one knows his true face. After hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. After resting in Mohai City for a day, Yang Kai took everyone from Ling Xiaozong to bid farewell to Mo Yu. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all the people from Qiantianzong into Ling Xiaozong. As long as they entered the flowing flame sand field, they could sit back and relax completely, and don't have to worry about being killed by corpse spirit sect powerhouses. But Mo Yu declined Yang Kai's proposal after some careful consideration. There are not many disciples of Qiantianzong now, but in the entire Black Sea City, there are still millions of souls. If Qiantianzong's people follow Yang Kai away, then the millions of souls in Mohai City will be slaughtered by the corpse spirit sect. Most of these people have escaped from disasters in the past 2 years. They came for the name of Qiantianzong, and Mo Yu could not abandon them. The idea may be pedantic, but they got the unanimous approval of the remaining senior officials of Qiantianzong. They were all willing to stay with Mohai and continue to protect the last foundation of Qiantianzong. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't have to worry. Although I don't have many people left in Qiantianzong, Mohai City is full of people now, and I will find a way to replenish my combat power. As long as the warriors here can unite, guarding this city should be nothing. Big problem. Before leaving, Mohai smiled at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded. Since that's the case, Senior Mo, take care. Clasping his fists deeply, Yang Kai said goodbye to Du Yanling and others, and then rushed out of Black Sea City with Su Yan Shaningsheng and others. Go straight to the flowing flame sand field. Seeing the disappearance of Yang Kai and others, Mo Yu looked solemn, and waved his hand and ordered, tell all warriors above the Saint Realm in Mahai City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Qianshan sect and guard this place with me. City. Yes. Du Yanling and others immediately started to do it. It's not that they hadn't thought of borrowing the power of those warriors in Mahai City before, but the time was too tight. They didn't have the time to do these things at all, and at that time, the corpse spirit sect army was overwhelming the city, and the warriors in the city really didn't have much fighting spirit, and they couldn't exert their own strength at all. It is different now. The corpse spirit sect's army that has besieged Mahai City for a year has been repulsed, and there are countless casualties. It is the time when Mahai City's morale is high, and it is undoubtedly a good time to strengthen itself and absorb vitality. Ink Sea City is far away from the flowing flame sand field, if only relying on the star shuttle to fly. At least it will take 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai was eager to return to the sect, and directly use the Zhuang-class battleship. Although the battleship is huge and unparalleled, its speed is much faster than that of the star shuttle. Moreover, the battleship is sturdy and not rushing, and it is quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, I met a lot of scattered teams from the corpse spirit sect, ranging from 1,000 to dozens, all led by a corpse spirit clan, causing chaos on Gloom Star. The warships fired a salvo of crystal cannons, and without exception, these enemies were turned on their feet by the bombarded people, causing heavy casualties. Yang Kai didn't order to stay, and immediately fled away after a blow. After only 3 days of driving, the number of enemies killed by the battleship's crystal cannon has already reached tens of thousands. Only a small part of these enemies are Corpse Spirit Clan, and most of them are human warriors who have taken refuge in Corpse Spirit Clan. They follow behind the Corpse Spirit Clan to do evil and obey the orders of Corpse Spirit Clan, so naturally there is no kindness to them. The powerful people from the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons who were originally staying in the mysterious boundary bead were also released by Yang Kai and placed in the battleship, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since one wants to gain a foothold on Gloom Star, one should naturally connect with this world. Yang Kai wanted them to integrate into this star earlier, so that they could experience the level of warriors here earlier. Sure enough, After realizing the strength of those enemies, Ling Taishu, Thunder Dragon, Chang Yuan and others all fell silent, but the desire to become stronger flashed in everyone's eyes. Lin Yuner showed an activity that matched her age. When she remembered that she was going back to Ling Xiaozong soon, and seeing the people she missed, she was very happy. She surrounded Yang Kai like a lark along the way, chirping constantly, "Stop." Su Yan and Shanning Shang liked this little girl very much. After learning about her tragic childhood, the two daughters became so fond of each other that they couldn't help crying, leaving Yang Kai speechless. 3 days later, the Zhuang-class battleship sailed to the outskirts of the flowing flame sand field. Standing in the battleship, through the polished smooth and transparent crystal glass, Yang Kai saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the flowing flame sand field. At a glance, he couldn't see the end, and he didn't know how many people gathered here. So many. Yang Shouju was also taken aback. "You really think of our Ling Xiao sect?" Chu Hanyi said coldly. "According to the Du City Lord, our Ling Xiaozong has now become the last piece of paradise on the Dark Star. If it is still there, Gloom Star will not give up resistance. If I am the leader of Corpse Spirit Cult, I will attack with all my strength." Lin Yuluo said quietly. Others nodded in agreement with this point of view. "Sovereign, do you want to pass through?" The disciple of the Ling Xiao sect who was in charge of controlling the battleship turned his head and asked. "Kill a circle." Yang Kai's face was cold and severe. "Yes." The Ling Xiaozong disciple accepted the order, and began to direct the battleship's crystal cannon to bombard with an excited face. Surrounded by so many enemies, he was also quite angry, and Yang Kai's order undoubtedly allowed him to find an outlet. Rumbling, beams of pure white light shot out from the crystal cannon of the battleship, and where the beams of light passed, everything turned into nothingness. This Void King-class battleship built by Yang Yan himself has outstanding performance and ability to attack cities and villages, but the energy source that activates the crystal cannon is the holy crystal source condensed by stone puppets. The power of the crystal cannon. Under the volley of crystal cannons, the momentum was extremely terrifying, as if the end of the world was coming. Each crystal cannon can sweep out a large open area, and all the corpse spirits and the human warriors who rely on them cannot resist, and they will be reduced to ashes at the slightest contact. There was a commotion below. The pitch-black battleship more than 10 feet long appeared in the sky, which had already brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirits. Now that they showed their ferocious faces, they were naturally terrified. Some human fighters recognized the origin of the battleship, shouted and started to flee. Regardless of the battleship, it rushed into the sky above the place where countless enemies gathered, and fired crystal cannons one after another. The ground shook and the mountains shook, and huge deep pits appeared one after another on the ground, emitting white smoke. Inside the battleship, Yang Kai felt something, turned his head to look in one direction, and sneered, "There is a big fish over there, I'll meet him." "Junior brother, be careful." Su Yan and Shanning Shang had just finished admonishing Yang Kai, who had already disappeared. On the outskirts of the flowing flame sand field, there is a palace that seems to be newly built. The palace is not big, only occupying a radius of several tens of feet, but it is extremely magnificent. It looks a little out of place. In the palace, a man in white was reclining on a Grand Master's chair, his posture was lazy, his chin was propped on his hand, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing below. These women were all paid tribute by the major forces of the corpse spirit sect, each of them is beautiful, and they are all rising stars of those forces, but now, they seem to have become plaything singers, and they can only be used by this white-clothed man, for fun. They seem to be very afraid of this white-clothed man. Occasionally, when they met his eyes, they hurriedly looked away. Everyone moved cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The ground shook, the palace trembled, and there were astonishing energy fluctuations and buzzing sounds not far away. The white-clothed man's face darkened, he sat up straight, and asked sharply, "What's going on?" The dozen or so singing and dancing young girls below also stopped their movements and looked around blankly. Immediately, someone rushed in from the outside and said in a panic, "Report to Protector Kong, a black battleship has come in from outside, and it is massacring the disciples of my corpse spirit sect." Presumptuous. Who is so brave? The white-clothed man stood up abruptly, and an astonishing aura permeated the air. The dozen or so girls who were frightened turned pale and hugged each other. Subordinates don't know. The warrior who came in to report the letter replied at a loss. "What do you want?" The man in white snorted coldly, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the martial artist who reported the letter. His hand seemed to have crossed the barrier of space, and directly grabbed the opponent in his hand. With just a slight twist, the neck of the reporter was broken. More than a dozen girls exclaimed in unison, and the horror in their eyes became more and more intense. How dare you take the initiative to come here, interesting. The white-clothed man suddenly raised his head and looked into the void, and after dozens of miles away, he released his divine sense to fight Yongkai fiercely. Boom-a-a! Where the divine thoughts collide, the void collapses. In the palace, the man in white stepped back a few steps, as if he was not an opponent. Chapter 1680 White Corpse General. On Monday, please recommend a ticket. Yongkai's powerful spirit power moved the man in white, and when he became angry from embarrassment, he let out a long roar, and his whole body suddenly changed significantly. Just like Fang Fengqi, who was beheaded by Yongkai in Tianyan City, his body suddenly swelled, white needle-like hair oozes from his exposed skin, two fangs at the corners of his mouth are exposed, and he spit out the breath coming out as green corpse breath. He jumped up on the spot, shot straight into the sky like a cannonball, and knocked out a hole in the palace. His eyes were full of ruthlessness. He aimed at the direction of Yongkai's attack, and waved his two claw-like palms again and again, one after another. A claw light enough to tear apart space attacked Yongkai. Get off! Yongkai yelled. He didn't dodge or dodge, his fist was wrapped in black flames, and he punched in the face. The claws shattered all over the sky, and the huge force bombarded the white-clothed man, causing him to groan and fall downward like a meteor. A moment later, with a bang, a human-shaped pothole was smashed into the ground. The white-clothed man became more and more furious and angry. After taking Yongkai's blow, he didn't seem to suffer much damage. He jumped up from the hole and opened his mouth to spit out a round bead. The thick emerald green corpse energy gathered into an arrow. Arrows, shoot at Yongkai. With a slight flick of Yongkai's wrist, the dragon bone sword Dikyui appeared leisurely, pouring Saint Yuan into it, and accompanied by the high-pitched dragon chant, the dragon bone sword swayed slightly, turning into a green dragon, shaking its head and tail and pounced downward. Yongkai stood alone on the dragon's head, overlooking the man in white, his eyes full of disdain. The corpse aura, which is enough to kill the void-returning mirror powerhouse, has no effect on the green dragon at all. Corpse aura is poisonous, and the green dragon is also poisonous, so naturally it can't do anything about it. Instead, the green dragon opened its mouth wide. Swallowing up the clusters of emerald corpse energy originating from the corpse beads, the man in white panicked. The distance was quickly shortened. Staring at the dragon's head that was getting bigger and bigger and opened its huge mouth, the man in white finally couldn't calm down. Make a strange cry, hastily avoided from the spot. The emerald green dragon flew into the air, but Yongkai jumped down from the dragon's head. He stretched out his hand, and the green dragon turned into a dragon bone sword again. He held it in his hand and slashed down fiercely. It seems to cut through the world. There was a frightening aura on the long sword without edge or edge. The man in white was shocked, and quickly raised an arm to block it. Silently, a green light flashed, and an arm covered with white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The man in white was really frightened now. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying person on Gloomstar. He had fought against the rumored #1 powerhouse of Gloomstar Yi Xian before. He felt that his opponent was nothing more than that, but the young man who suddenly appeared now was much better than Yi Xian, and he was not an opponent at all. Seeing that the other party is slashing with a sword again, the man in white didn't care about his face anymore. He rolled over in a hurry. While avoiding the blow, he picked up his broken arm, stood up and retreated. It was only 100 feet away from Yongkai that he stopped with lingering fear, pointed the broken arm at the wound, and looked over with a gloomy face. The severed arm that Yongkai cut off with the dragon bone sword unexpectedly produced a lot of granulation, and the granulation squirmed, but it took a while to reattach the severed arm. When the man in white was doing all this, Yongkai just watched with cold eyes and did not stop him. After he connected his arm, Yongkai suddenly grinned. Have we met somewhere? Hearing what he said, the man in white also frowned, and suddenly realized, pointed at Yongkai, and shouted in disbelief, it's you, it's you. We have seen it before. Yongkai smiled slightly. It must be in the corpse cave. I remember you. Pingnan Literature Network. The first time Yongkai saw this white-clothed man, Yongkai felt a little familiar, but now he finally remembered that when he and Yang Yan went deep into the corpse cave below buried Majestic Valley, they had met this white-clothed man face to face. Attacked him. At that time, the white-clothed man was already a strong man at the rank of corpse general, and Yongkai, who had just hit him with a single blow, fled. After so many years, his strength has obviously improved a lot. I remember you too. The white-clothed man grinned. You sneaked into the corpse cave and stole a lot of things, but this guardian must thank you. Thank me for what? Yang Kai frowned. Thank you for taking that ball of sun essence. If it wasn't for you, this protector would not have achieved what he is today. The man in white laughed. What does it have to do with sun true essence? Yang Kai was puzzled. You still don't understand. The white-clothed man sneered. This protector is from the corpse spirit sect, and the white-clothed corpse will spare Kong Fei. Boy, report your name. White-clothed corpse general. Yang Kai frowned. Is there still red-clothed corpse general, green-clothed corpse general or something? He remembered that in the corpse cave, he also saw several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. That's right. Kong Firao didn't mean to deny it. Boy, sooner or later my corpse spirit sect will dominate the gloomy star. You are young but have a good cultivation level. Why don't you join my corpse spirit sect? This protector will definitely tell you hierarch. I will give you a deacon. Not interested. Yang Kai pouted. Boy, don't toast and don't eat fine wine. This protector also loves talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? You can. Yang Kai smiled softly. When the words fell, Kong Firao's face changed drastically, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who was hundreds of meters away from him, had used some method to rush to him in an instant, stretched out his hand, and a huge crack in space was right there. It took shape in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. The power of space. Kong Firao's already pale face became more and more bloodless, and he finally remembered that the reason why Yang Kai was able to escape from the corpse cave that day was also relying on the power of space. But seeing him display such a skill now, it can be seen how profound his attainments in the power of space are. A creepy feeling rose leisurely, and Kong Firao retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the engulfing of the crack in space. There seemed to be a hint of annoyance on Yang Kai's face, but soon, he showed a sly smile. Kong Firao instinctively sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, and when he was wondering, a huge force came from behind him, and it felt like a mountain of 10,000 zhong slammed into him. The same thing happened to his back, and the sound of countless bones breaking immediately resounded in his body. After being hit hard by this, Kong Fei opened his mouth, a ball of green blood spewed out, his momentum became a lot weaker, and he fell towards Yang Kai under the effect of inertia. In his busy schedule, he tried his best to turn around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him a heavy blow. After looking at it, Kong Fei was dumbfounded. The one who attacked him unexpectedly was a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant has no breath of life, no wonder he couldn't find it. Now let's see how you hide. Yang Kai grinned grinningly, flying his hands, and space cracks formed quickly, gathering into a net, covering Kong Firao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Firao's complexion changed drastically, feeling the strange power coming from the crack in the space, he took a deep breath, and suddenly stopped his figure. The next moment, his whole body seemed to have turned into nothingness, and he quickly dived into the ground. He seems to be one with the earth. The space cracks that converged into a sky and earth net flew over his head, but it didn't have much effect. Stop him. Yang Kai's face darkened, knowing that Kong Fei must not be allowed to escape underground, otherwise, he would have no way to find him out. The stone puppet got the order, and with a sway of its body, it disappeared from the spot and escaped into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle wave came from below the ground, and the ground was uneven, spreading far away like waves. A moment later, with an angry roar, Kong Firao sprang out from the ground, his whole face twisted. But the stone puppet pursued closely, a sky-shaking pillar was in its hand as light as nothing, and it swung out a stick shadow, only hitting Kong Firao, who dared not stop at all. Playing the trick of escaping from the ground in front of the stone puppet, I can only say that Kong Firao is too stupid. Earth escaping is one of stone puppet's natural abilities. Yang Kai did not know when he had arrived at the high altitude above Kong Firao's head. With a flick of his 5 fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads filled the air, like golden spirit snakes, winding towards Kong Firao. In an instant, he was tightly bound. Kong Firao still wanted to struggle and resist, but the stone puppet's shaking pillar had already swept over, and under the blow of the stick, Kong Firao's lower body was smashed into powder, and the huge force drove his body, hitting him in midair go in circles. The bad luck didn't end there, the space crack formed around him like an open beast's mouth, swallowing most of his body. When Kong Firao landed on the ground, there was only a mutilated body left. If it were an ordinary person who suffered such a serious injury, he would have died long ago and would not be able to die again. But the corpse spirit race was originally born from the dead, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. Such injuries could not kill him at all. Violent energy fluctuations came from his abdomen, spreading to all limbs and bones, and the flesh and blood in the wound squirmed, and began to repair the damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, stretched his hand into his abdomen, and grabbed his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, and Kong Furao remained motionless, looking at Yang Kai who was close at hand in horror. His eyes were full of resentment, but he finally compromised and sighed. "Tell me, what do you want to let me go? Are you negotiating terms with me?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "Good. Do you think you have the qualifications?" Yang Kai continued to sneer. "If you don't kill me, you obviously want something from me, otherwise, why would you spare my life?" Kong Furao snorted coldly. "You're smart." Yang Kai nodded, "but you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate terms with me. I can crush an existence like you to death with one hand." Kong Furao's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was unable to refute in the end. "If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends." Chapter 1681. Kong Furao can also see that even without the help of that weird stone giant, he is definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man didn't use his full strength at all. How could there be such a powerful void return mirror in this world? Kong Furao thought that he had reached the limit at the level of the void return mirror, but today, he realized that he was wrong. "Tell me what's going on with the true sun essence." Yang Kai's voice came over. "Why do you say that you have achieved what you have today, and you still want to thank me? I don't remember what I have done for you." Kong Furao glanced at him, but didn't answer right away. It wasn't until a destructive breath came from the corpse beads that his expression changed, and he said quickly, "You did it unintentionally. Maybe you don't know it." "Oh," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Do you think that the sun essence is just randomly placed there?" "You are wrong. The reason why the sun essence exists there is just to use the sun true fire in the sun essence to suppress an eye of the underworld." Quote. The eye of the underworld. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Furao grinned grimly. "That's right, it connects to the passageway of the underworld, and there is a strong dead air gushing out from there. This kind of dead air is useless to any living beings, only harmful, but to us corpse spirit clan, but it is a great tonic. Only with the dead energy of the corpse can our strength grow to the limit of the void return mirror." Well, maybe it is not the limit. Kong Furao thought that he had definitely stood at the highest peak of the void return mirror, but after fighting Yang Kai, he realized that he was far behind. There is such a thing under Burial Valley. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Furao laughed and said, "Then how do you think the corpse cave was formed?" "The ancestors of my ancient Yangzong discovered the eye of the underworld long ago, so they suppressed it with the true essence of the sun, and the reason why we can become a noble family of corpse spirits is also because of the corpse aura in the corpse cave. We used to have no way to take the eye of the underworld, but after you take away the true essence of the sun, it will be different, so you say, this protector is not to thank you." Yang Kai's expression was ugly, and he said with a gloomy face, "So, there is a reason why Gloomstar has become like this." Ha ha ha. Kong Furao looked up to the sky with a long smile. "Yes, there is naturally your reason for this," you said. "If those people on Gloomstar know this news, will they hate you to the bone?" "I've never been threatened. If you threaten me with this and want me to let you go, I can only say that you made the wrong idea." Yang Kai sneered. Kong Furao's face changed a few times, but in the end he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse orb is in Yang Kai's hands, life and death are controlled, so naturally he will not be so stupid to that extent. "Who is your leader? Also one of the corpse generals I saw that day?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Furao shook his head. "No. Who is that? I have no idea." Quote. "Nonsense." Yang Kai snorted coldly, the strength in his hands increased a lot, and Kong Furao's corpse beads immediately made a cracking sound, as if they would be crushed at any time. Kong Furao's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "I really don't know, the leader is not a member of our corpse spirit clan at all. He came to the corpse cave suddenly one day, taught us some methods of corpse repair, and told us how to transform clan. Without him, it would be impossible for us to leave the corpse cave, and I am afraid that we are still cultivating and groping in the corpse cave. After all, the road we are walking has never been taken before." When Kong Furao was talking, Yang Kai kept checking his expression and found that there were no flaws. There are only two explanations for this situation. One is that Kong Furao didn't lie, he really didn't know the identity of the leader and the origin. The second is that Kong Furao's acting skills have reached the level of perfection, and he can't see the flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former possibility was greater. "Then how strong is he?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Furao murmured a few times, then gritted his teeth and said, "If I said, I don't know what his cultivation level is, would you believe me?" What do you think? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Kong Furao sighed, but I really don't know how good he is. He has never shot. Then how did he become the leader of the corpse spirit cult? Don't tell me, just because he taught you some cultivation methods and ways to transform your tribe, you are willing to be driven by him. How is it possible? Kong Furao curled his lips, with a look of anger on his face. The reason why our brothers and sisters surrendered to him is because he has. Kong Furao hadn't finished speaking, but his complexion changed drastically, as if something extremely terrifying had happened to him. His eyeballs suddenly widened, his pupils were full of horror, and his expression was extremely painful. A treacherous aura of power permeated from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The next moment, Kong Furao suddenly howled miserably, extremely terribly, and then, a destructive aura erupted from his corpse pearl, turning into a mass of green flames, burning Kong Furao from the inside out. From Kong Furao's mouth, nose, eyes and ears, green flames spewed out, which looked extremely terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, this one who had fought against Yi Xian, a powerful corpse spirit clan of the top corpse level, was completely burned by the emerald green flames, leaving only a pile of black matter in place. Yang Kai saw this scene from the beginning to the end, and he couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. He didn't know what exactly happened to Kong Furao, but he guessed that it was related to the mysterious leader of corpse spirit sect. Maybe the leader imposed some severe restrictions on Kong Furao. Once Kong Furao tried to reveal some key information, the restriction will break out immediately, detonate his corpse beads, generate corpse fire, and let Kong Furao burn himself to death. Even though it was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was almost the same. What a vicious method, what a vicious scheming, but what kind of sensitive information Kong Furao was going to reveal actually touched the restriction in his body. Yang Kai recalled the sentence he said before he died, although the other party didn't complete it, but according to the few words, Yang Kai can also deduce something. That mysterious leader may have some secret treasure in his hand, which can control the corpse spirit clan. This is the most likely guess. Kong Furao is dead, and it is impossible to be resurrected again. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the mysterious leader. Being able to impose this kind of restriction on his own subordinates, this leader does not seem to be an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Furao saying that the Dark Star has something to do with him, Yang Kai does not deny that it may be because he took away the true sun essence that suppressed the eye of the underworld, so the strength of the corpse spirit clan increased greatly. But the most important reason is that the mysterious leader taught him the method of repairing corpses and the method of transforming corpses. If there is no way to transform corpse spirits, the corpse spirit cult will definitely not be able to grow. So Yang Kai just turned a few thoughts, and didn't think much about this issue. Looking up, the pitch-black Void King class battleship is crushing wantonly in the army of the corpse spirit cult. Each crystal cannon can take away the lives of dozens of corpse spirit tribes or enemies who have taken refuge in the corpse spirit cult. During the time I fought with Kong Furao, the Luyan sand field was already full of dead bodies and remnants. With a long howl, Yang Kai flew high into the sky, his figure swayed, the power of space wrapped around his body, and he returned to the battleship. Return to the sect, he shouted sharply. After such a clearing by the warships, more than half of the corpse spirit sect's manpower besieging Ling Xiaozong was lost, and even the white-clothed corpse general Kong Furao who was sitting here was killed by Yang Kai, and the rest fled in all directions, and there was not much result in killing them. It's important to go back to the sect first. People from Tongshuan continent need to be resettled. After all, they have been in Xuanjiaju for several years. It is also good for them to get in touch with this world and familiarize themselves with the laws of heaven and earth here earlier. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know how the Ling Xiaozong was doing now. It was rumored that the Ling Xiaozong had suffered a lot in the past 2 years, and the great elder Yi Xian was seriously injured, and he didn't know if he had recovered now. The 3 flame rings in the flowing flame sand field are so powerful that even ordinary Void King class warships would be burned to ashes if they wanted to go in. But Ling Xiaozong's battleship was personally refined by Yang Yan, and it was naturally imprinted with Yang Yan's aura. The 3 flame rings did not exclude the battleship, and easily broke into the flame barrier. It wasn't until the huge figure of the battleship disappeared that those chased and fleeing corpse spirit cults breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone's faces were full of lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the battleship, they couldn't even raise their thoughts of resistance, and could only be massacred one-sidedly. Now that the battleship has left, they are of course relieved. Without receiving the order to leave, no one dared to leave without permission. After a while, members of the corpse spirit sect gathered in one place from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Furao's instructions. They didn't know that Kong Firao had fallen. It wasn't until an hour later that Kong Firao didn't show up. Suspiciously, when he went to the palace to investigate, they didn't know that the corpse general in white was dead. Countless people were in an uproar. The loss of one of the 4 guardians of the corpse spirit sect, and the return of the Void King class battleship of the Ling Xiaozong, all these seem to indicate something. The mountain gate of Ling Xiaozong is located in the 4th floor area of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. It's just that after Yang Yan took back the first 3 flame fire ring that day, there was no longer a 6-layer area in the Luyan Sand Field, only 4 layers left, so strictly speaking, Ling Xiaozong is on the 2nd layer, and the outer layer is the 2nd layer. The package of the 3 flame rings, the inner layer is also the package of the 3 flame rings, and further inside is the attic where Yang Yan sleeps. Passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced at the familiar scenery around him, feeling a little excited. Although Tongshuan continent is his homeland, since he came to Star Field, he has lived on Gloom Star for the longest time, and Ling Xiaozong is also located here, so he still has a strong sense of intimacy with this place. After all, this is the sect he created with his own hands, and it is the place where the master sect, Ling Xiao Pavilion, flourishes. There is nothing that can replace the emotion of creating and supporting with his own hands. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1682. What are you guilty about? In less than an hour, Ling Xiaozong, located in the mountains, appeared in the eyes of everyone. The mountain road paved with white jade is clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there is a huge plaque with the 3 characters of Ling Xiaozong written on it. Sure enough, it is a land of exquisite beauty. Ling Taishu stood in the battleship, looking down through the crystal glass, and was very satisfied with the current environment of Ling Xiaozong's helm. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood aside with a smile and explained to Shigong, what we see now can only be regarded as a part of the Ling Xiao sect. The entire Ling Xiao sect consists of 81 peaks, 9 the main peak, 72 auxiliary peaks. The scenery of each peak is different, but because there were too few people before, I only chose to settle here. Even I have not fully explored those peaks. When everyone settles here in the future, you can find your favorite mountain to live in. Okay. Chu Lingxiao was also very relieved. Before they were a little worried, Yang Kai brought nearly 10,000 people from the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons together. They were afraid that there would be no place to resettle them. After all, the 3 tribes had a lot of people. If they want to be completely resettled, they must have a large place. But now looking around, there are verdant green everywhere, there are towering peaks undulating in the clouds and mist, there are attic pavilions looming. 99 and 81 mountain peaks can safely house the strong men of the 3 races of humans, monsters, and even a large part of them are vacant. We will live here from now on. Thunder Dragon Lord looked down with a red face. This place is hundreds of times better than the dense forest of Beast Sea in Tongshuan continent. Not only is the aura of heaven and earth extremely rich, but the scenery is also first class. If the monsters can practice and live here, their future achievements will definitely not be too low. A main rudder is a foundation. As the great master of the monster race, Thunder Dragon is too aware of the importance of the foundation to a race. Yang Kai, my demon clan owes you. If you want to tell me anything in the future, my demon clan will never say anything. Proud as Chong Yuan, he also said from the bottom of his heart, these words have been disguised as wanting to join Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai nodded. The demon clan and demon clan were brought out by Yang Kai when he left Tongshuan continent. Strictly speaking, Li Long Chengyuan and the others did accept Yang Kai's favor, but Li Rong, Han Fei and others from the ancient demon clan would not be like this. After thinking about it, Yang Kai is their master, they have long sworn to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they will only feel honored for it. Letting the strong men of the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons be immersed in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the battleship to land towards the huge square below, and at the same time swept his divine sense, wanting to see how Ling Xiaozong is doing now. But after a while, he couldn't help frowning slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in the Ling Xiao sect at this moment, but none of these people had an aura he was familiar with. It seems that Yi Xian, Wu Yi, Chong Qi, Haoan, Huang Wan and others are not here, and even the aura of those strong men who surrendered to Xingdi Mountain seem to have disappeared. Such an obvious target as a battleship dropped from the sky, yet no one from Ling Xiaozong came out to meet it. On the contrary, from the attics near the square, there are countless strange spiritual thoughts extending out, constantly scanning. This discovery made Yang Kai's complexion sink, and his complexion became ugly. As if aware of something, Ling Taishu approached and asked in a low voice, Yang Kai, is there something wrong? Yang Kai sneered softly. Something is wrong, Shigong, you guys stay in the battleship for a while, I'll go and have a look. Okay, Ling Taishu responded. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked someone to open the hatch of the battleship, leading Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi, and Lin Yuluo out of the battleship. Yang Shouju and the others obviously discovered the problem, and after looking at each other, they were a little confused, but soon, Yang Shouju had enough luck and Sheng Yuan let out a long cry. The suzerain returns to the sect. A long howl spread throughout the 81 peaks of the Lingxiao sect, and lasted for a long time. Still no one came to greet him. On the contrary, those spiritual thoughts that had been investigating the battleship before seemed to be entangled together, and they were communicating silently. The atmosphere in Ling Xiaozong suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine thoughts dispersed, and some consensus should be reached. Until this time, some figures flew out from the attic in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square, standing like Yuan Yu, with a cold aura, waiting quietly. Swipe. One figure after another fell nearby, gradually gathering into a terrifying force. The people who came here were all strong men above the void-returning mirror, and the void-returning third layer is also everywhere, but when this person looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were evasive, and he felt a little guilty, and he didn't dare to confront Yang Kai. Watching, occasionally a few looked cold and stern, looking at Yang Kai provocatively, as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around, his eyes fixed on a white-haired old woman with a dragon head and a cane. Standing next to the old woman is a delicate and beautiful young girl, who has a first-level void return cultivation and is a rising star of Gloom Star. The reason why Yang Kai stared at this old woman was because he recognized her. The old woman is clearly the lady of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. During the Battle of Longshe Mountain back then, she even intervened at the last moment, trying to snatch the Emperor Jade that fell in Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this old woman. Although she didn't collude with the great elder Jin Shi of the Demon Blood sect at the time, she didn't have any good intentions. As for the pretty girl beside her, but her beautiful eyes were shrewd, Yang Kai remembered that her name was Feng Yan. She is the granddaughter of Mrs. Feng. At this moment, Feng Yan was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, and there was a look of eagerness in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to fight Yang Kai, so as to know who was stronger or weaker between the two. Yang Kai naturally has no interest in her at all, the other party is just void return one layer, he can crush her with one finger. Turning his eyes, Yang Kai saw some familiar or unfamiliar faces, most of them could not be named, but judging from their clothes, all of them were from first-class sects or forces on Gloom Star. Yang Kai also saw Lulamon's current sect master Gong Aofu and younger disciple Yin Sudi. Gong Xinghe, the previous master of the Lulaman, fell while exploring the Emperor Garden, and his daughter Gong Aofu took over as the master of the sect. Over the years, Gong Aofu has also become a strong person in the third layer of returning to the void. Dai Yuan is not here. Yang Kai frowned, he didn't know where this girl who was so beautiful but showed her ugly face went. Logically speaking, she is a disciple of Lulaman, so she should be with Gong Aofu. In the entire Lulaman, Yang Kai only had a better impression of Dai Yuan, after all, he had cooperated with this chick several times. In the square, there was silence, Yang Kai just looked around coldly, and the void-returning mirror warriors on the opposite side didn't mean to speak. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this suzerain returned to the sect, and the elders didn't come out to greet you, so I'm bothering you. As for why these people appeared in Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai can guess one or two. When he was in Mahai City before, he learned from Du Yanling that during the 2 years of catastrophe, Ling Xiaozong had done a lot of things. He joined the Ling Xiao sect and accepted those warriors who had fled. These people should all come to Ling Xiaozong to take refuge. After all, this is the last pure land in the entire Gloomy Star, guarded by the 3 flame rings. No matter how powerful the corpse spirit sect is, they cannot attack it. No one can criticize Yi Xian's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he was in Ling Xiaozong at that time, he would have done the same. For the warriors who fled here, Yang Kai is not hard-hearted enough to die. But the current situation made him extremely angry. Although it is not clear what exactly happened in Ling Xiaozong, why Yi Xian and others didn't show up, but these people dove into the magpie's nest, but Yang Kai can also know that there must be some filth surging in it. Those strong void-returning mirrors on the opposite side looked at each other, and finally everyone's eyes focused on Mrs. Feng from Wanshou Mountain. Mrs. Feng did her part, and took a step forward, with a kind smile on her face. Sect Master Yang. Seriously, now that the world is in chaos, Ling Xiaozong has become the most indestructible safe haven for our human race, and it is the last hope of our human race, so there is nothing wrong with me waiting to come to greet you. I'm waiting for the human race. Yang Kai looked at Feng Pozi with a smile, and keenly grasped the key points in Feng Pozi's words. The meaning of what Senior Feng said seems to mean that my Ling Xiaozong has now become a common property of the human race. I'm the suzerain, why don't I know anything about it? Feng Pozi's face froze. She didn't know how to answer for a while. She didn't expect Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly came out and yelled, "Sect Master Yang, isn't it? The Lingxiao sect relies on natural dangers, and the corpse spirit sect army can't break into it at all. Naturally, this treasure land should become the last barrier of our human race. Now the outside world, the corpse spirit race, is causing trouble in the world. No place is safe. The Lingxiao sect should work for the human race and share the treasure land. Does Sect Master Yang think there is something wrong?" "You are." Yang Kai squinted at him. The big man snorted coldly. "Tang Fushui, the master of Piaomiao Palace." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Tang Fushui, he has heard that the #1 powerhouse of Piaomiao Palace is a master of the Void Return 3-layer, and was comparable to Fei Zhitu Qiantong and others before. After all, Piaomiao Palace is on the Dark Star. The strength is really not bad. Tang Fushui continued. If my Piaomiao Palace can have such a treasure land, it will naturally open the sect to accept the elite of our human race, and contribute a small amount to the continuation of the power of our human race. Sect Master Yang put on a provocative look as soon as he returned to the sect today. Could it be that the gesture of questioning crimes is trying to drive us away? As soon as these words came out, many people's faces changed drastically, and expressions of anxiety appeared on their faces. They managed to escape into Ling Xiaozong with great difficulty. If Yang Kai really drives them out, the good times will come to an end. I am afraid that they will have to face the encirclement and suppression of the corpse spirit sect army all the time. In that kind of environment, there is no people can guarantee their own safety. When did I say that? Yang Kai sneered slightly, and looked around with compelling eyes. What are you guilty of? Anyone he saw turned his eyes away. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at EA Cent. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1683. Which onion are you? Since when did I feel guilty? Tang Fushui replied forcefully with an ugly expression on his face. A giggling sound came, and her Feng Yan, who stood beside Mrs. Feng and supported her, swayed. Ying Ying saluted Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes rolled, and she lightly opened her lips and said, "Junior sister has seen Senior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Yang, and don't be impatient, you haven't returned to the High Heaven sect for a long time, so you don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that the corpse spirit sect is a disaster for the gloomy star, we all fled to the High Heaven sect. The sect master of Lingxiao sect is the master of this place. Please put the overall situation first. If possible, how about we sit down and have a good talk?" Mrs. Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that what her granddaughter said was very appropriate. Even Tang Fushui, who lost his composure for a moment, turned pale. "Which onion are you? Whose junior sister are you? Don't come here to get close to this suzerain." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, not thinking of her at all. Feng Pozi's face darkened. Feng Yan was even more furious with her beautiful face. Her silver teeth were clenched tightly, and her small fists were clenched tightly. The Wanshou mountain she was born in is not weak, and she is the granddaughter of Mrs. Feng, and her aptitude is quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchang and others before, she is also a leader among the rising stars of Gloom Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she has always been the object of pursuit of young men in Wanshou Mountain, and is regarded as a goddess in their hearts. Even if young men from other forces see her, they will definitely chase her around. She has seen too many people who are fascinated by her beauty. That's why she never put men in her eyes, thinking that all the men in the world are idiots who can be controlled by herself. But Yang Kai's reaction made her angry. Since she was a child, she had never been insulted like this before, as if she had a hot face and took the initiative to put on someone's cold ass, or in front of the public, let her go down at all. No stage. Just when he was about to open his mouth to refute, Yang Kai stopped paying attention to her. To Yang Kai, she is simply an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more annoyed. A pair of beautiful eyes sprayed out the anger of hatred. She stared at Yang Kai viciously, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh and blood. "Give you a cup of tea, and send someone out to explain the situation here clearly." After a cup of tea, if the suzerain still doesn't understand the situation, everyone will get out of Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai's eyes are like eagles generally, he swept around and shouted coldly. The whole audience was in an uproar, and those people who originally looked away and did not dare to look at Yang Kai became angry, and looked at Yang Kai with unkind expressions. And those powerhouses who were somewhat hostile to Yang Kai, the murderous intent in their eyes is already naked at this moment. Yang Kai sneered, standing like a javelin, facing all kinds of complicated gazes and emotions, as if he was in a violent vortex, unmoved. Just kidding, I have fought with Luo Hai, a powerhouse of the Void King 2-layer Star Master level, how could Yang Kai be afraid of these people? Although the group of people in front of them are all void returning mirrors, there are a lot of people, but if Yang Kai is really murderous, I am afraid that none of them can escape from Ling Xiaozong. Their vicious eyes were as absurd as Sister Yao winking at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, he didn't pay attention to these people anymore, but spread his spiritual thoughts, trying to find the person from the Ling Xiaozong, but after searching, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 peaks. All the people from the original Ling Xiao sect disappeared. This discovery made Yang Kai's complexion more and more ugly. Now he can vaguely guess what happened to Ling Xiaozong. One possibility is that everyone was killed by these guys, so I couldn't find it. The second possibility is that they all evacuated the 81 peak. As for where they went, Yang Kai can roughly estimate it. The former is unlikely, although the number of Ling Xiaozong was small at the beginning, and their strengths were mixed, since the people from Xingdi Mountain were conquered. Even if the number of Ling Xiaozong was small, it was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded casually. It is unrealistic to want to kill Yi Xian and the others based on these people in front of them alone. Then there is only the second possibility left. Yi Xian may have evacuated the Ling Xiaozong people to the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field. There is Yang Yan's sleeping place, and there is a layer of 3 flame rings outside to protect it, no one can enter. Yang Kai didn't know why Yi Xian made such a choice, but he also had difficulties thinking about it. Just as he was releasing his spiritual thoughts and changing thoughts in his mind, an old man with a sense of immortality suddenly stepped out of the crowd, and solemnly clasped his fists and said, Sect Master Yang, this old man is Li Jianming, the great elder of the Medicine Pill sect, and Sect Master Yang has come a long way coming back. I must have worked hard, why not take a rest first? How about we talk about this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Gate. This sect is also a well-known force on Gloom Star, and there is no other reason. The disciples of this sect are good at alchemy, just like the status of Yaowang Valley in the world of Zongdu back then. Special status. There are 5 elders in the Yaodin sect, all of whom are low-grade alchemists at the virtual level. This is an extremely valuable talent on Gloom Star. Even if you see these 5 people, you must respect them. There is a plus, and I dare not neglect in the slightest. Li Jianming, as the great elder of the Medicine Pill sect, is a well-known existence on the Gloom Star, and is on an equal footing with the suzerains of all major forces. He is naturally qualified to speak out. When the old guy was talking, he stroked his gray beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile on his face, as if he was saying to give the old man a face. Yang Kai just glanced at him indifferently, and said coldly, there is still half a cup of tea. If you want to be more patient with this suzerain is willing to accompany you, but what will happen after half a cup of tea? This suzerain will not give you vouch for it. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai bared his teeth and smiled, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's expression changed, and he said angrily, is Sect Master Yang a little too unkind? I'll come to greet you, and it's fine if Sect Master Yang doesn't show face, but you still have to say such a disregard for the righteousness of the human race, so you're not afraid of getting into trouble. Quote. Yang Kai's eyes were cold, like a knife like a sword, staring at Li Jianming. Although the old guy is a void-grade alchemist, but his own cultivation is not very high, only void return first stage, he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze, and took 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him without asking why, otherwise Li Jianming would be severely injured. How courageous! Tang Fushui suddenly snarled, his eyes showing fierce light, you dare to attack Elder Li, boy, you are so disrespectful, you are in vain as the master of a sect, but you act according to your own preferences. Old man, I will teach you a lesson so that you will know how to behave in the future. Tang Fushui drank lightly, and his holy energy burst out suddenly. His sage element should be of the fire attribute, and after it was activated, his whole body was ablaze, looking like a ball of fire, with a frightening momentum. He just stretched out his hand to hold it, and a huge hammer with burning flames appeared in the void, and it slammed down in the direction of Yang Kai. If it were any void return mirror, I am afraid that it would not be able to easily deal with this flaming giant hammer. This is the full blow of the master of the Piaomiao Palace. Even Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, all showed serious expressions, and Yang Shouju took a step forward, ready to make a move. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him, and laughed loudly. Okay, finally someone couldn't help but make a move. Since you are looking for death, then you can't blame this suzerain. After the words fell, Yang Kai jumped up on the spot, and greeted the flaming giant hammer with a ferocious expression. Returning to the Lingxiao sect full of expectations, I suddenly found that the sect I had worked so hard to build was taken over by a group of completely unrelated people, and none of my disciples or friends were there. Yang Kai has long been annoyed. But before he figured out what happened here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people in words. It's unlikely, but what if there's some misunderstanding? But I don't want to. My kindness is regarded as weakness by others, and some people are stupid enough to send themselves to death. Yang Kai's anger broke out completely. Looking for death, Tang Fushui sneered, seeing that Yang Kai was meeting his ultimate move with bare hands, not only did not restrain his strength, but instead increased the output of Saint Yuan. In an instant, the flaming hammer opened up again, and its power became stronger and stronger. Countless people's eyelids twitched, and their faces changed as they looked at Yang Kai, who was facing the giant hammer, with different thoughts. The seemingly insignificant figure finally collided with the huge flaming hammer. The next moment, Tang Fushui's face changed drastically, and he flew back involuntarily, as if he had been hit hard. Wow! The sledgehammer condensed by the void returning third-layer powerhouse with pure Saint Yuan and secret techniques unexpectedly shattered in midair, turning into countless fragments, and the flames scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure sprang out from it, his murderous intent and outburst of anger almost condensed into substance, turning into a ray of light and rushing towards Tang Fushui. Under his unbelievable gaze, Yang Kai waved a fist and slammed it down. Tang Fushui's reaction was also very fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately urged Sheng Yuan to form a protection outside his body, and at the same time spread his own potential field, trying to escape from where he was. But as soon as his potential field left his body, it shattered every inch as if he had encountered a natural enemy, and even his body was frozen in place, and the surrounding air froze, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's fist quickly enlarged in his eyes. There was no fluctuation of the holy yuan, but the fist rolled up a breath of death. Before the fist arrived, Tang Fushui felt that his protective holy yuan began to shatter, and his face ached. No! Tang Fushui yelled in horror. At this moment, he no longer has the demeanor of the master of the first palace, his face is pale, his eyes are frightened, and he just wants to live. Boom-a! Yang Kai punched him in the face. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1684. My patience is limited. Those onlookers who were not weak couldn't help but jumped up. In their observation, Yang Kai's punch directly shattered Tang Fushui's entire head, blowing his head off. They could even clearly see the whole process of Tang Fushui's head being crushed. The scene seemed to be slowed down countless times, and the roots were planted in their hearts. Everyone was silent, and the eyes looking at Yang Kai changed. The void returning mirror powerhouse who had looked down upon Yang Kai before was completely fearful at the moment. They couldn't be more clear about Tang Fushui's cultivation-based strength. Among the void returning mirror powerhouses present, Tang Fushui can definitely rank among the top 3. But it was such a strong man, his head was blasted by Yang Kai's punch, and he couldn't die anymore. In the whole process, Yang Kai didn't show any sign of using Saint Yuan at all. It seemed that he only relied on his body and a fist with such strength, he accomplished such a feat. No one would be foolish enough to think that Tang Fushui underestimated the enemy or what caused such an ending. As the master of the Piaomiao Palace, Tang Fushui has the cultivation base of the third layer of returning to the void. He has fought countless times in his life and has a wealth of experience. How could he underestimate the enemy? And judging from the posture of his shot, he also went all out. But he was still killed by one blow. That is to say, Yang Kai's strength has far surpassed Tang Fushui, so he couldn't even catch a single blow. Tang Fushui is void return third layer, so is Yang Kai void king realm. At this point, there was a sound of sucking in cold air, and everyone felt that their lungs were filled with cold air. Kill all the people in Piaomiao Temple. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi, and Lin Yuluo had long held back their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything, so they could only wait and see what happened. When they heard Yang Kai's order, they immediately let out a loud roar, and everyone burst out their holy spirits. Yuan Yucheng rushed towards a dozen of them. Those dozen or so people came together with Tang Fushui. They were all wearing Piaomiaodian costumes, so they were easy to identify. Yang Kai is obviously going to kill them all. Like a tiger descending a mountain, or like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Yang Shouju and the others charged into the camp of Piaomiao Palace. Amidst a burst of begging for mercy and resistance, those dozen or so Piaomiao Palace returned within less than 10 breaths of time. Xu Jing banned ink from the entire army and did not meet any decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, the power of the Piaomiao Palace is not too weak. Except for the dead Tang Fushui who was a third-level void returner, there was also a third-level void returner who was in command, and the remaining 3 were second-level, 7-8 first-level realm. But they have long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods, and Yang Shouju and the other 3 are also top powerhouses who have survived the blood prison experience. How can they resist the onslaught of the 3 of them? After 10 breaths, there were dead bodies in the square, and the smell of blood rose to the sky. Without saying a word, Yang Shouju and the others returned to behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The audience was quiet, and everyone could hear the violent heartbeat from their own chests. They looked at Yang Kai, Yang Shouju and the others, as if they were looking at a group of evil-doing demons, full of horror and horror. You guys dare to be so cruel. Feng Yan's delicate body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an unbelievable tone, "These are the last high-end combat power of my Dark Star human race. You, after killing them, who will fight against the Corpse Spirit Sect army in the future? Are you going to exterminate our Dark Star people?" Hearing her naive words, Yang Kai sneered, "Really? Since their combat power is so high-end, why didn't you see them go out to fight? Instead, they want to hide in my Ling Xiaozong." Feng Yan was at a loss for words for a while, and when she wanted to say something more, Mrs. Feng suddenly gave her a look. Feng Yan just came back to her senses. Just now she didn't know which nerve in her head was wrongly wired to accuse Yang Kai's actions, but now she was stared at by Feng Posi, and her delicate body couldn't help but groan. A layer of cold sweat, the clothes are wet. My patience is limited, Yang Kai reiterated again. The faces of all the people changed, and they all looked at Yang Kai in fear, but no one answered. Just now they relied on the large number of people and didn't take Yang Kai too seriously. They felt that no matter how annoyed Yang Kai was, it was impossible to turn his face on the spot, so they had to sit down and have a good talk with them, but after seeing Yang Kai's brutal methods and terrifying fighting power, they realized they were wrong. There was no need for this young Ling Xiao sect master to talk to them, he could kill everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all plans are in vain. After a long time, Mrs. Feng sighed heavily and said, "There are talents from generation to generation in the country, and we admit it. Sect Master Yang, please draw a path." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "I just want to know what's going on with my Ling Xiaozong." Mrs. Feng turned her head and glanced around, and all those who looked at her looked away, apparently not daring to be the person to talk to Yang Kai. Mrs. Feng looked desolately and said, "Sect Master Yang, this matter is a long story, but we are also forced to do nothing. It seems that you still want to challenge my patience." Yang Kai smiled sinisterly, his Saint Yuan showing signs of starting to work. Feng Posi's complexion changed drastically, and she hurriedly backed away, adopting a posture to meet the enemy. "Let me tell you what happened to Ling Xiaozong." At this moment, an angry voice came from not far away. Yang Kai heard something familiar, turned his head to look, and saw an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking from there. Beside the old man, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s who followed suit and came to the square. The middle-aged man secretly exclaimed when he saw the dead bodies all over the ground. "Master and apprentice Yan Pei of Jubao Building." Yang Kai had also dealt with this auctioneer who was known as an old black face, and knew that he had a good relationship with Qian Tong, so although he was still annoyed in his heart, he suppressed it, nodded and said, "It turns out that it is Mr. Yan. Sect Master Yang is polite, Yan is here to tell you what happened here." Yan Pei clasped his fists with a black face, but he was refreshing, and immediately told him everything he knew, and Yang Kai listened solemnly. 2 years ago, the Corpse Spirit Sect was born out of nowhere, and its power is like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Many sects and families have been exterminated and uprooted, and those famous sects are the opponents that the Corpse Spirit Sect focuses on. In the face of powerful force and numbers, there is basically no force on Gloomstar that can resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Piaomiao Hall, Lulaman, Qiantianzong, Beishushan, Yaodanmen, were destroyed one after another, causing countless casualties. Due to the special geographical location of the Ling Shaozong, the corpse spirit sect has no way to take it here. When Yang Kai was not around, Yi Xian was in charge of the Ling Shao sect, and she did not sit back and ignore the affairs of the gloomy star. Out of morality, she frequently dispatched sect masters to rescue those sects. Yi Xian himself even took action. It's just that although Ling Shaozong's strength is not weak, facing such a behemoth as the corpse spirit cult, that kind of support is still a drop in the bucket, not only greatly weakening its own strength, but also failing to save the situation. In the end, he had no choice but to open the Ling Shao sect and accept those warriors who had fled. The thousands of people that Yang Kai sensed came to Ling Shaozong for this reason. After entering the Ling Shao sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly come to heaven from hell. The contrast made almost everyone ecstatic. Outside, they have to worry about the pursuit of the corpse spirit sect at all times, and they can't even heal their wounds at ease, so they are always on guard, but inside the Ling Shaozong, they are guarded by the 3 flame rings, so they don't have to worry about these at all. They can live comfortably and safely here. Even if the world collapses outside, it will not affect this place in the slightest. What's more, the aura of heaven and earth in Ling Shaozong is also the strongest in the entire gloomy star. Even Xingdi Mountain is not as good as the weakest mountain in Ling Shaozong. They fell in love with it here. In the past, no one knew about the situation inside the flowing flame sand field, but after Yi Xian accepted them for refuge, they discovered that this place is simply a fat and oily treasure land. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure land? Every warrior in Lyman is envious of Ling Shaozong. It's just that, they are not stupid enough to turn against Ling Shaozong as soon as they are accepted. It's just that when Yi Xian wanted them to go out with him to rescue the other forces, the situation changed. They finally came here and saved their lives. How could they want to go out again and live that kind of fearful life? So no sect cooperated. Instead, they worried that their attitude and actions would anger Yi Xian, lest they be kicked out. As a result, under some conspiracies, he actually acted first, causing a commotion within Ling Shaozong. Ever since Ling Shaozong took in the strong men from Xingdi Mountain, their strength is definitely not weak. However, in the past 2 years, many masters have died in battle, and almost everyone who came back alive was wounded. Their strength has been greatly reduced. The high-end combat power of the major sects in the world joined forces. Yi Xian could only take the members of the Ling Shao sect, and fought and retreated, all the way to the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field. This happened just 2 months ago. Yi Xian and others retreated, and these people naturally occupied the magpie's nest in the main helm of Ling Shaozong. Although they were also very worried that Yi Xian would fight back after recovering from his injuries, but comparatively speaking, they were more afraid of the corpse spirit cult gathered outside the flowing flame sand field. At the very least, if you stay here, you can survive, but if you leave Ling Shaozong, you will only end up dead. So even though they were uneasy, they still occupied a good location and stayed in the main rudder of Ling Shaozong. It's just like this. After Yan Pei's black face finished speaking, he stopped talking. On the contrary, his apprentice, Ren Tianrui, known as the Little Black Face, opened his mouth and defended. My Jubalo did not participate in this matter, and some other forces did not participate. Quote. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered, even if you didn't participate, you didn't stop it, right? Ren Tianrui's face turned pale, and he muttered, we have reported to Elder Yi. Does the suzerain want to thank you? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency plus minus A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1685 Massacre. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to defend, but Yan Pei raised his hand to stop him. There is no need to say anything, this matter is my fault, Sect Master Yang, don't worry, the old man will take the people from treasure building to leave from the Ling Shao sect. Yang Kai took a deep look at him, didn't say much, just turned his head to look at Feng Pozi and the others, and said with a light smile, okay, Elder Yi is a compassionate person, with a big fork in his body, but he didn't want to save a group of supercilious people. Wolf, you are fine. The void returning mirror warriors on the opposite side all looked guilty and embarrassed. It is indeed embarrassing to say this. The people present are all high-level leaders of major forces, with high-end combat power. Although most of them are as cunning as foxes and vicious as wolves, doing such a thing really makes them feel ashamed. So in the face of Yang Kai's spurning, they were powerless to refute anything. They were even more afraid of arousing Yang Kai's anger, causing his husband to kill him, so they all fell silent at the moment. Yan Pei's old black face stood aside, feeling Yang Kai's strong murderous intent. His face was extremely dignified. He stopped talking several times, but still sighed deeply and remained silent. Who is the leader? Yang Kai yelled, his eyes like lightning, scanning the crowd. Feeling the frightening momentum, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. The next moment, most people's eyes were on Feng Posi of Wanshou Mountain. Feng Posi's complexion changed drastically, and she glanced at Yang Kai fearfully. Yang Kai grinned grinningly. Mrs. Feng didn't dare to stay where she was anymore. With a long roar, her withered body suddenly burst into a powerful momentum, and her whole body turned into a streamer, rushing outward. Want to leave? Save your life first, Yang Kai shouted coldly, stretching out his hand and grabbing Granny Feng violently. Feng Posi, who was hundreds of feet away, suddenly noticed that the surrounding space suddenly solidified, and space cracks that could be seen by the naked eye formed, wrapping her in the middle, and cutting towards her like the sharpest sword. Sect Master Yang has something to say. The old man admits that he has fallen, and the old man is willing to make compensation. Feng shouted loudly. She didn't have the courage to resist the weird means, and could only use the Saint Yuan to resist the engulfment and cutting of those space cracks' power. It's late. Yang Kai remained unmoved, and the power of space exploded again. In the void, the cracks in the space hummed together, as if they had really turned into swords, passing all over Feng Posi's body. The next moment, the void-returning third-layer strongman in Wanshou Mountain lost all breath, and his whole body became tattered. Most of the bones were exiled into the endless void and fell from the sky, smashed into a puddle of eye-catching meat paste. Yang Kai turned his attention to the other people in Wanshou Mountain. The faces of the senior management of Wanshou Mountain who came here with Mrs. Feng suddenly turned pale, and their behavior was mixed. Some people knelt down on the ground, weeping bitterly, begging for forgiveness loudly. Some made a decisive decision like a windy woman, and wanted to escape from this place, and some knew that they couldn't go at all, but just stood there with a dead face. The Saint Yuan was running, ready to strike back at any time. And Feng Yan was even more stupid in place. Her pretty face was full of shock, as if she hadn't reacted until now. Yang Shouju and the others went out again, this time without Yang Kai's order. They also knew what they should do. After 10 breaths, the entire high-level army of Wanshou Mountain was wiped out, leaving only Feng Yan standing there stupidly. The bloody surroundings and the tragic death of many masters and uncles finally made Feng Yan wake up a lot. Her delicate body trembled, her thoughts were in a mess, and she made a movement that made everyone unexpected, rushed straight towards Yang Kai, shouted sharply, "I will fight with you." Yang Kai stared at her expressionlessly, and had no intention of blocking or making a move. Lin Yurao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward, waved her plain hand lightly. A ray of light flashed across her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she rushed to 5 feet in front of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell down on the ground. From the white and slender neck, there are bright red bloodlines permeating out. At this point, there is really no one left in Wanshou Mountain, and this sect has been completely removed from Gloom Star. You can't kill me. A panicked shout suddenly came from the crowd. This old man is the top alchemist in Gloom Star and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me. Yang Kai followed the voice and suddenly found that the person who spoke was Li Jianming, the great elder of the medicine pill sect. His face was bloodless, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help but collapse a bit. It seems that your medicine pill sect has a part in this matter. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, and with a slight sway, he came directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand to cover him. Although Li Jianming is the great elder of the medicine pill sect, he is only a first-level void-returning realm after all. Years of alchemy made him have no extra energy to devote to martial arts, so his cultivation base is not high, and he doesn't have much combat experience. Yang Kai covered it with his palm. He didn't mean to dodge at all, he just yelled endlessly, "You can't kill me." How could Yang Kai care about him, and smashed his head into pieces with a slap. Stop. A late shout sounded, and it was not until Li Jianming's head exploded that the voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head to look, he saw several other senior officials of Yeoden sect glaring at him. As soon as you came into contact with those icy eyes, the senior members of the Yeoden sect felt as if they had fallen into a cellar of ice, and their whole bodies shivered. The leader was another elder from the Yeoden sect, who was the one who called out just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, his teeth collided, and he said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang is willing to submit to the Lingxiao sect, and please spare our lives, eh?" As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Although the Yeoden sect has a small number of people, it has always been an extremely lonely sect. When Zontianmeng and Leitezong were in their heyday, it was not that they had never tried the idea of Aa Yaodanmen. They wanted to annex this sect and let the alchemists inside work for them, but Yaodanmen did not compromise at all, so Zontianmeng, even if he Leitezong was jealous, there was nothing he could do. Every year, they can only cooperate with the medicine pill sect to provide a large amount of materials for the medicine pill sect to refine it into pills. But today, the senior officials of the Yaodan sect are willing to take the initiative to be afraid of the Lingxiao sect. Although the great elder Li Jianming is dead, there are still 4 low-level alchemists in the Yaodan sect. There are still more than a dozen alchemists at the Holy King level, which is definitely a force that makes people jealous. Any force controlling this power will be enough to greatly improve the overall strength in the future. Although the atmosphere in the square in Yang Kai's previous methods made people feel chills, when the elder of Yaodan sect said this, others couldn't help but look at Yang Kai enviously. I'm willing to surrender, and I ask Sect Master Yang to spare me. The other elders saw that the situation was over. How could they dare to be tough? They all lowered their once proud heads to express their submission. Yang Shouju and the others raised their brows and looked at Yang Kai with a slightly excited expression, as if they wanted to suggest that he agree to Yao Danman's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully. I killed Li Jianming, you don't hate me. The complexions of the people in the Yaodan sect changed slightly, and the elder who spoke before said, a good bird chooses a tree to live in, and we are just making the best choice. Hee hee. Yang Kai smiled softly, then his face sank, and he waved, kill them. Everyone in the Yaodan sect was stunned, even Yang Shouju and the others were stunned, as if they didn't expect Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. But they didn't hesitate, they just rushed out after a moment of loss of consciousness. The elder of the Yaodan sect shouted, Sect Master Yang, the old man and the other 4 are all at the level of a virtual alchemist, you are inferior. Before he finished speaking, he was killed by Chu Hanyi's palm. The people from the Yaodan sect had no fighting power, so Yang Shouju and the other 3 didn't bother to do anything, so they were asked to report to the Hall of Kings of Hell. But everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they killed were all alchemists, able to refine spirit pills above the Holy King level, which were existences that could not be invited by any force before, but now they have become corpses, lying on the ground. On the square of Ling Shaozong, it gradually became cold. Yang Kai felt that it didn't matter, if he was someone else, maybe those people's lives would be left behind. After all, void-grade alchemists are not easy to find, especially in places like Gloom Star. Every alchemist above the Saint King level is precious. But Yang Kai himself is a Void King rank alchemist, and the little senior sister's attainments in alchemy are only as good as his own, so how can he care about a few Void level low-grade alchemists? Yang Kai was a little worried about refining the precious herbal medicine for them, so killing them would save them from wasting materials. After dealing with the 2 culprits of Wan Shushan and Yao Danman, Yang Kai's anger and murderous intent finally calmed down a lot. Under everyone's shocked and worried gaze, he exhaled and said, you have 2 choices now, surrender or die. The people here are all void return mirrors, and they are not a weak force. Yang Kai does have the ability to kill them all, but in comparison, Yang Kai is more willing to subdue them. The corpse spirit sect is now a disaster for Gloom Star. The original masters of Ling Shaozong suffered heavy casualties, and now they are short of powerful thugs. These people are the best choices. The little black-faced Ren Tianrui also said that many forces did not participate in the persecution of Yi Xian and others, and some forces may just follow the trend and be bewitched by others. So after killing the chief culprit, Yang Kai didn't plan to delve into it any further. Presumably the blood of those people from Wanshou Mountain and Medicine Pill sect was enough to wake them up. After saying that, the square fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but compared to the panic just now, their expressions finally eased a lot now. They are really afraid that Yang Kai will become murderous and come to a pot. With the means he showed just now and the strength of Yang Shouju and the other 3, no one can resist. No one was stupid enough to question Yang Kai's overbearing decision. Compared with his thunderous methods just now, being able to make such a choice now is already a benevolent enough performance. Many people have a complicated feeling of being amnesty. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1686 Surrender and Join. So after being silent for a while, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This man was a man in his 40s or 50s. Sovereign Order. My Huawei League is willing to follow the lead of Sect Master Yang, and we will not hesitate to fight mountains and seas of fire. The Promise Pavilion is willing to. Quote. Immediately, more than a dozen sects, big and small, expressed their attitudes and stepped forward one after another to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood where he was, with a lukewarm attitude, seeming somewhat unpredictable. As time passed, more and more forces surrendered. In the face of absolute dominance, if they still don't recognize the reality, they are courting death. These people managed to escape to Ling Shaozong for refuge, so they were willing to die just like that. Although Yang Kai's actions were overbearing and his attitude made people uncomfortable, he was able to survive. The Lulaman is willing to join the Ling Shao sect. From now on, there will be no Lulaman in the Gloomy Star. I also ask Sect Master Yang to be kind enough to take him in. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai, her eyes rolled, and she said sincerely. As soon as these words came out, the strong men who expressed their allegiance before were all moved, and they all looked at the speaker with unbelievable eyes. Yang Kai also looked at the past with interest, and found that this person actually knew him. The current head of Lulaman, Gong Aofu. Strictly speaking, she is still Dai Yuan's master, but because of some special reasons, Dai Yuan is not valued by Gong Aofu. On the contrary, it was Yin Sudi who was quite favored by Gong Aofu, who was always by her side and vigorously cultivated. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed Yin Sudi was standing beside Gong Aofu, and even boldly cast a few winks at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at the corner of his mouth, looked at Gong Aofu meaningfully, and said slowly, "Does the master of the palace know what he is talking about?" Gong Aofu pursed her lips and smiled, stretched out her hand to stroke the long black hair around her ears, and said lightly, "I am not a child, of course I know it. Sect Master Yang, don't worry. I will be responsible for what I said." Surrender and joining have completely different meanings. Those sects who expressed their surrender to Yang Kai before meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of Ling Shaozong. They will retain the name of their sect and their status in their sect. One day, he will leave Ling Shaozong. Return to the main rudder of your own sect. It is different if Gong Aofu wants to join. If he wants to join Ling Shaozong, he must disband the current Lulaman. In other words, it would be over if the Lulaman were passed down to her generation. If Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would be Ling Shaozong's disciples in the future. Yang Kai will fully control their fate. Without Yang Kai's consent in the future, they will never be able to leave the Ling Shao sect, and they will not be able to revitalize the Lulaman. Leaving without authorization is a betrayal of the sect, and it is a mistake that everyone cannot tolerate. This is definitely a very courageous decision. After being shocked, all the void return mirrors in the square changed their expressions. Soon, most of them showed expressions of admiration. They naturally knew what Gong Aofu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai has made a strong comeback, his combat power is astonishing, and only Ling Shaozong is the only safe place in the entire Gloom Star. Joining Ling Shaozong at this time is undoubtedly a very correct choice, and he will get more and better care. But if you understand it, you really want to ask them to give up their sect and join the Ling Shao sect, probably not many people will be willing. Warriors have always attached great importance to their own inheritance. They are all branded with the brand of their respective sects, which represents a kind of honor that has been passed down for 100 years or 1,000 years, and it is an existence that makes them proud and recognized. Even Yang Kai is not immune. That's why the force he created on Gloom Star is called Ling Shaozong, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Tian Shaozong. Although the latter two sects have a close relationship with him, he himself is even the master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter how you say it, the High Heaven Pavilion is his teacher, and he has a special feeling for the High Heaven Pavilion, which cannot be replaced by the Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Tian Shao sect. Gong Aofu actually wants to disband Lulaman and join Ling Shaozong, which shows that this beautiful woman sees farther than most of the people present, sees clearly, and has a firm heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to make such a decision that would insult her ancestors' reputation. Yang Kai looked directly at her with deep eyes, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her heart. Gong Aofu didn't have any intention of dodging, nor was she guilty. She met Yang Kai's eyes with clear eyes. Sect Master Yang dislikes me for being weak in Lulaman. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't reply for a long time, Gong Aofu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lulaman has suffered such a catastrophe. There are indeed not many disciples left, and there are only 50 people who followed this concubine to Ling Shaozong, but these 50 people among them, there are 10 void returning mirrors, and the others are all above the Saint King realm. It's great to have 50 people escape in. Yang Kai casually praised, but still didn't express his opinion. Gong Aofu couldn't help being a little embarrassed. I know that there may have been some unhappiness between Lulaman and Sect Master Yang before, but if I can be accepted by Sect Master Yang, I will definitely die with sincerity in the future. For a woman to say such a thing, she must have made a lot of determination. Even ordinary men can't say such bold words. After saying that, Gong Aofu yelled again, Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you have done some things that made Sect Master Yang angry. Yin Sudi heard the words, her delicate body trembled, she gave Yang Kai a pitiful look. I felt pity, but she didn't mean to disobey Gong Aofu. She really knelt down in front of the crowd, soft and weak said, Su Dai was ignorant before and offended Sect Master Yang. Please also ask Sect Master Yang to be more generous and don't care about it like me. She is now a strong person at the first level of void return. If not for Gong Aofu's order, it would be absolutely impossible for her to do such a self-destructive thing. Otherwise, if it spreads out, she won't be able to see anyone in the future. Sect Master Yang, look. Gong Aofu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, squinted his eyes, looked at Gong Aofu and said, I want to know where Dai Yuan has gone. The palace sect master knows her whereabouts. Dai Yuan is definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Gloom Star. Although the friendship is not too deep, it is definitely not shallow, but since Yang Kai showed up until now, he has not found any trace of Dai Yuan. Logically speaking, if Dai Yuan really escaped into the Lingxiao sect, she would definitely appear. Yang Kai didn't notice it, which made him a little annoyed, wondering if something happened to Dai Yuan. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Aofu breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a charming smile, if Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of my apprentice, I can guarantee that there is no need to do so. How do I say this? Dai Yuan followed Elder Yi and retreated into the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field that day, so she is very safe now. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan would follow Yi Xian into the deepest part of the flowing flame sand field, and Yang Kai could somewhat guess the reason. It must be that she was unwilling to join forces with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Xian's side, which must have her own reasons. If she hadn't had friendship with Dai Yuan, she probably wouldn't have done such a thing of betraying her teacher. Yang Kai was somewhat moved in his heart. I don't have many friends on Gloom Star, but each of them is worthy of deep friendship. Needless to say, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner are willing to throw themselves into the trap for the sake of rescue money, regardless of their own life and death, and Dai Yuan's approach is almost equal to betrayed Shimen. I don't know if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer. Although Gong Aofu was asking, but her face was full of smiles, she had already figured out Yang Kai's thoughts, so she no longer felt uneasy before. Yang Kai laughed loudly, stretched out his hand to pull Yin Sudi up, nodded and said, since the master of the palace has such a heart, it would be too unreasonable for the master to refuse the door. Is my Ling Xiaozong disciple, I hope we can share weal and woe together. Gong Aofu got the answer she wanted, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Thank you suzerain, I have met suzerain myself. She immediately changed the name of Yang Kai, shortening the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. The disciple has met the suzerain. Yin Sudi also bowed gracefully, her pretty face was shy, her Shafei cheeks aroused infinite imagination. But Yang Kai, who knew her nature well, would not be deceived by her pretending to be innocent. This chick practiced charm, and changing her temperament to attract men's attention couldn't be easier. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand, she just held it backwards, with a look of joy. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth were raised slightly, he glanced at her with deep meaning, and withdrew his hand without a trace, and then said, the master of the palace is very powerful, since he has entered the Ling Xiaozong, then he will take the position of elder. All the disciples of the former Lulaman are under your control. Gong Aofu opened her small mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. Although he won't be squeezed out or oppressed after entering the Lingxiao sect, Yang Kai didn't break up the original disciples of Lulaman, but still let Gong Aofu lead them, and gave her the position of an elder, which naturally moved this beautiful woman extreme. If there is a chance in the future, the elders of the palace can also revive the Lulaman's prestige, this suzerain does not limit it. Yang Kai thought for a while, and threw another heavy bomb. This time, Gong Aofu immediately showed an attitude of a soldier dying for a confidant, her eyes were slightly red, and she bowed deeply. I thank the suzerain for his kindness, and I will do my best to contribute to the Lingxiao sect and no longer be the suzerain high hopes. She is really devoted to Yang Kai now. Originally joining the Lingxiao sect was just an expedient measure to protect the last bloodline of Lulaman, but she didn't want to get such a big reward. How could Gong Aofu not be moved? For a moment, people from other sects showed regretful expressions. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1687. 3 clans are stable. They never thought that Yongkai would be so talkative and allow Luluman to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this earlier, they would have taken refuge and joined, so how could they still have all kinds of small calculations in their hearts? It's a pity that it's too late to regret it now. Although Yongkai is easy to talk to, he is not a fool. How could he accept it after seeing the treatment of Luluman? Quite a few people had bitter expressions on their faces, but they tried their best to congratulate Gong Aofu one after another. Gong Aofu is now regarded as an elder of the Lingxiao sect, so they naturally want to curry favor. Gong Aofu seemed to be radiant because of Yongkai's words, her vitality was boundless, she responded to everyone with a smile, she was quite generous and decent, after all, she was already the master of a sect, so it was trivial to deal with this kind of situation. Yongkai looked around, his eyes finally fixed on Yanpei. Yanpei's face was as dark as a pan, and no one could guess his mental activities through the changes in his expression. Seeing Yongkai looking towards him, he opened his mouth, finally sighed, and clasped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yang, take care." The old man bid farewell. Yongkai chuckled. "Where does Mr. Yan want to go?" Yanpei frowned. "I don't know either, let's take a step and see." The army of the corpse spirit sect is looting outside. Although Jubaolo is strong, it cannot compete with the corpse spirit sect. Otherwise, he would not have taken people to hide in the Ling Shaozong to seek refuge. Now he is leaving. The future is bleak, uneasy. If Mr. Yan doesn't dislike it, you might as well stay here. Although there is nothing special about my Ling Shaozong, but the place is big enough, I'm not afraid that it won't be able to accommodate the people in Jubaolo. Yanpei's body shook, a blush of excitement glowed on his black face, he looked at Yongkai gratefully, murmured a few times, then lowered his head and said, "I am ashamed." The last time those strong sects made trouble in Ling Shaozong, although the people from Jubaolo didn't participate, they didn't stand up to stop them, they just informed Yi Xian in advance. For a benefactor who accepts himself and takes him in for refuge, doing so would undoubtedly appear immoral. And now, regardless of previous suspicions, Yongkai took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying their grievances with virtue, which made Yanpei feel a little ashamed. That's why he was so ashamed. He also knows, there is not much friendship between Yongkai and Jubaolo. The few times they dealt with each other also involved interests. The reason why Yongkai took the initiative to persuade him to stay was because of Qiantong's face. The personal relationship between Yanpei and Qiantong is very good. Mr. Yan is seriously serious. After this catastrophe, my Ling Shaozong may still need help from the Jubao building. I hope that Mr. Yan will not refuse. Yongkai smiled slightly. Sect Master Yang has lost sight of you. In the future, Ling Shaozong will come to my treasure building if you want to, just let me know. Yanpei looked solemn. Yongkai smiled satisfied, secretly paying attention to Yanpei's old black face is still very good. He will open his mouth to keep Yanpei, and it is indeed because of Qiantong, but the main reason is that Jubaolo cannot be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power is not worth mentioning in front of him, but Jubaolo has businesses all over the Dark Star. There are many channels that Ling Shaozong does not have. If Ling Shaozong wants to develop and grow, it is not a bad thing to have one more ally like this. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Xian to withdraw from the Lingxiao sect have all been punished, and Yongkai's anger is exhausted, and he doesn't plan to pursue the rest. If all these people present were killed, it would be a huge loss to Gloom Star. Instead of dying by their own hands, it's better to let them fight against the corpse spirit cult and use their remaining heat. For a while, the square was full of fun, but 99% of the strong people were careful when facing Yongkai, lest they offend Yongkai. Only Gong Aofu and the others, who had already joined the Lingxiao sect, looked more natural. Yongkai has not returned to Ling Shaozong for a long time, he is very concerned about the affairs of the sect, and he is also very concerned about the injuries of Yi Xian and others, so naturally he has no intention of continuing to chat with them, and waved them back to their residence, then summoned the people on the battleship, let them come down together. These people do not need to be greeted by Yongkai, and Yang Shouju and others will arrange them properly. Yongkai hurried to the 6th floor of the flowing flame sand field. To his surprise, before he could fly out of Ling Shaozong, he saw a large ray of light approaching from a distance, and the leading one had a familiar aura. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Xian? Yongkai was stunned, but soon figured it out. Although he did it in the square for a short time, it caused some changes. Yi Xian probably noticed it, so he sent the original Ling Xiaozong's troops from the 6th floor to the bottom. Bring it out. Since they came back, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people landed not far from Yang Kai under the leadership of Yi Xian. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Xian's situation, he heard Elder Yi asked, "Is everything dealt with?" Yang Kai was stunned, then laughed and said, "The great elder trusts me so much." Yi Xian said lightly, "You are the suzerain, who else can I trust if I don't believe you?" Yang Kai sighed, nodded and said, "It's dealt with." Yi Xian looked in the direction of the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong, many people died, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "Wan Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, Piao Miao Palace, all 3 families are wiped out." Yi Xian didn't react much, but the people behind her all showed excited expressions, as if their revenge had been avenged. At the beginning, it was these 3 sects who bewitched them, which caused those strong men to oppose Ling Xiaozong, and finally Yi Xian had to lead them back. Sect Master. Chang Qi suddenly came out from behind and bowed to Yang Kai, so that the sect master knows that the reason why the great elder led us to evacuate from the main rudder was not because of the opponents of those thieves, but because the great elder was afraid of the battle. As a disciple of the sect, my Ling Xiaozong blood is still thin, so I can't afford to lose it. I know. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chang Qi was stunned, but soon, he came to his senses. Without saying anything, he retreated obediently behind Yi Xian. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason why Yi Xian retreated into the flowing flame sand field was because she was outnumbered. After all, there were too many enemies, but when he saw the situation of these people, he immediately guessed the real reason. Although the group of people in front of me is much smaller than when I left Ling Xiaozong, and almost half of them are injured, Yi Xian doesn't seem to be seriously injured. With her ability to really show it, Wan Shushan and Yao Danman, how could those people in Piao Miao Palace drive Yi Xian away? The reason why she retreated bravely was entirely to take care of other people in the sect. She may be able to defeat 10 with 1, but others can't do it, especially the disciples of the Haike family who followed Yang Kai in the first batch, and these people have only been around the Saint King realm so far. If Yi Xian doesn't retreat, they must die without a whole body. In other words, if Yi Xian chose to fight to the end in that battle, Ling Xiaozong would certainly not have any good results, and at least half of the people in the square would die. Since the suzerain knows, then this palace has nothing to say. Yi Xian nodded slightly, her expression as cold as ever. How is the great elder's injury? I heard on the way back that you fought against 2 strong men from the corpse spirit sect and were severely injured. Well, they are really good. I am not an opponent with 1 against 2, but there is no problem now. After more than a month, I should be able to recover. That's good. There will be a lot of people staying in the sect soon, and the elders need to be in charge to arrange it. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Kai and hummed, "You are happy to be at leisure." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "This is not my strong point, and I have been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years, so I really don't know much about the sect. Forget it, I'll arrange it when the time comes." Yi Xian took it all in. A group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the main helm. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the mysterious boundary orb, he was as calm as Yi Xian, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Although she was vaccinated by Yang Kai and knew that a large number of people would be stationed in Ling Xiaozong, she did not expect such a huge number. And these people are all brought back from their homeland by Yang Kai, so there is no need to consider the issue of loyalty. In other words, judging from the number of people alone, today's Ling Xiaozong has completely surpassed any force on Gloom Star. Of course, it still cannot be compared with the corpse spirit cult. Now more and more people are turning to the corpse spirit cult, and almost half of the entire Gloomy Star has fallen into the clutches of the corpse spirit cult army. Nearly 10,000 people, including 3 ethnic groups, how to resettle them is definitely a problem. But Yang Kai doesn't need to worry about it at all. After Yi Xian gathered the top powerhouses of the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons, he asked them about their respective requirements, and quickly placed the members of the 3 tribes in different mountain peaks. There are ready-made caves and buildings in those mountain peaks, and the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons only need to clean up a little before they can move in. As for the original team of Ling Xiaozong, they still live in their respective residences without any changes. In just one day, Yi Xian took care of everything in a hurry. The Ling Xiaozong absorbed nearly 10,000 fresh blood at once, and it is conceivable that at some point in the future, it will definitely become the truly #1 sect of the Gloomy Star. And after nearly 10,000 people poured into Ling Xiaozong, the utilization rate of Ling Xiaozong's 99 and 81 peaks is less than 1/5, and the remaining peaks are still unowned. The other powerful sects who came here to seek refuge looked at him enthusiastically, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended Ling Xiaozong before, although Yang Kai didn't pursue it now, but they still lived cautiously, lest something would anger Yang Kai and be swept out by him. In the next few days, Yang Kai was alone, patrolling the various mountain peaks to check the integration of the three tribes of humans, monsters and demons here. The result is naturally good. None of the human, monster and demon clans are dissatisfied with this place. Compared with Tongshuan continent, Gloom Star is simply a paradise for cultivation, not to mention that the position occupied by Ling Xiaozong is the most fertile land in Gloom Star. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1688 Many. After the situation in the sect settled down, Yang Kai started to deal with other matters. The first thing to do is to heal Yi Xian and others. Not only Yi Xian was injured in the original team of Ling Xiaozong, but 90% of the other void-returning mirror experts have minor or serious injuries. These wounds were all left during the battle with the strong members of the corpse spirit sect. It is difficult to heal the wounds invaded by the corpse aura. The insidious corpse aura has a strange function of corrosion, which hinders the operation of the holy yuan of the Ling Xiaozong strongmen. Unless there is a specific detoxification panacea. Before their injuries failed to heal, they were all suppressed by their own powerful cultivation base, and then gradually resolved with Saint Yuan. This process was very long. But after Yang Kai came back, everything became different. He teamed up with his junior sister Shaning Sheng to specially refine a kind of elixir to detoxify the corpse, let each injured person take one pill, and the disaster of corpse poison will be disintegrated in an instant. Without the raging corpse poison, it is not difficult for them to recover with their own cultivation, not to mention that Yang Kai has refined a large number of panacea for them to take. Therefore, in less than 10 days, the problems that had plagued the strong people of Ling Xiaozong for countless days were solved, and the high-end combat power of the entire Ling Xiaozong took on a new look. In this incident, because of Yi Xian's wise decision, Ling Xiaozong did not lose any personnel, and before she left, she also took away some of Ling Xiaozong's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, Wannianxiang and Youku Jingyushu. Basically speaking, the chief rudder of Ling Xiaozong didn't lose anything except being occupied by people. After Yi Xian returned, red candle fruit, Wannianxiang and Youku Jingyushu were placed in specific places again. The former is the key to refining the Void King pill, while the latter two are a huge boost to the promotion of warriors, and have unimaginable significance and effects on the entire sect. After more than 10 days, Ling Xiaozong completely settled down. In the main hall of discussion, Yang Kai summoned all the senior officials of Ling Xiaozong. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all got together on time. Listen to what he has to say. In fact, Yang Kai didn't have anything to say. First, he expressed his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, and then looked forward to the bright future of Ling Xiaozong. They were all topics that were not painful or itchy. At last, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously, looked at everyone and said, "I brought some good things for everyone this trip, although this thing may not be able to play the greatest role on Gloomy Star, but it will definitely let you spy to the barrier of the Void King realm. I believe that as long as you accumulate enough, you only need to get rid of the oppression of the Dark Star's heaven and earth laws in the future, and you can smoothly advance to the Void King realm." As soon as the words came out, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. It seemed that some could not digest the news he brought. Even Yi Xian was stunned, looking at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. Void King realm has always been a legend of Gloom Star. It is a barrier that even Yi Xian cannot break through. Although she did not choose to leave Gloom Star with Yang Kai. Instead, she stayed, but it doesn't mean she has no desire for this realm. On the contrary, her desire for the Void King realm is stronger than anyone else, because she already has the qualifications to be promoted to the Void King stage. Her power field has already been achieved. It was only because she wanted to protect Yang Yan that she chose to stay, so as to avoid any accidents when no one was in charge of the sect. Hearing Yang Kai's words at this moment, she naturally cared very much. "Sect Master, what is so miraculous?" Gong Aofu asked with a smile. Although she is an elder who just joined Ling Xiaozong, she integrated quickly, and she herself is not bad in heart. In less than half a month, she has already been recognized by the elders of Ling Xiaozong. So in such a discussion, she still has some say. The others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting his answer. It's this one. Yang Kai didn't hold back, but stretched out his hand to grab it in the void, and took out a crystal-like thing. As soon as this spar appeared, a soft and magical power filled the hall. All the void-returning mirror powerhouses were shocked, showing suspicious and puzzled expressions. Although they couldn't get a glimpse of the true meaning of this power, they always felt that this power was deeper and more mysterious than the potential field, as if it was an upgraded version of the potential field. Yu Shi. It was Yang Shouju who spoke quickly, explaining the origin of this crystal. Chu Hanyi and Lin Yurao also recognized it, and they all exclaimed with surprise in their eyes. What is a domain stone? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Of all the people present, she was the only one with the most advanced cultivation base. She naturally sensed the indescribable magic contained in this crystal stone. The feeling of the soul being washed, one can imagine what kind of benefits one can get if one uses this spar for a long time to practice. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Shouju with a smile, beckoning him to explain. Yang Shouju did his part, and immediately explained the origin and function of the domain stone. As soon as they heard that this thing was actually a treasure formed by the condensed field due to the fall of the Void King Realm powerhouse, the eyes of the people in the entire hall lit up. After hearing that the power of the domain can be seen through sensing the wonders in the domain stone, all the elders in the hall were breathing heavily, staring at the domain stone in Yang Kai's hand without blinking, as if a group of adults were watching. Arrived at a stripped beauty. There is naked desire in everyone's eyes. The domain stone is a very precious product in the blood prison, and only the blood prison of Kuiwei Star will be born. Each piece is priceless. Although Yang has entered the blood prison, he has no chance with such treasures. It is Elder Lin's luck. Not bad, I got a piece by chance. Yang Shouju looked at Lin Yuluo enviously. Lin Yuluo smiled and took out a domain stone from her space ring, and shook it gently. Chu Hanyi watched eagerly from the side, envious to death. When they went deep into the blood prison, the three of them also separated. Although relying on their strong cultivation base, they did not encounter any disasters, but they did not gain much benefit. On the contrary, Qian Tong was one step ahead of them, and when he left the blood prison, he broke through his own barrier and was promoted. It has reached the level of the Void King realm. If you can have a domain stone, you can comprehend the power of the domain unscrupulously, which is irresistible to any void return mirror. Elder Lin is really lucky. Changqi sighed beside him. But in comparison, Changqi Haoan, Ning Shangchen, Huang Wan and others don't really care. After all, their cultivation is only at the first level of void return. After a while, they couldn't comprehend the power of the domain, so they could only use the domain stone to make their own potential field more powerful. After all, the domain is the evolution and upgrade of the potential field, and comprehending the mysteries in the domain stone is also extremely helpful for the cultivation of the potential field. Having said that, it still can't obliterate the effect of the domain stone on the void-returning mirror expert. After being silent for a long time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sect Master, if it's convenient, I want 10 domain stones." There was a sound of gasping. Yang Shouju and others turned their heads and looked at Yi Xian with a strange look. Others don't know the preciousness of the domain stone, but Yang Shouju and others know it all too well. The three of them walked in the blood prison, and only Lin Yuluo was lucky enough to get a domain stone, but Yi Xian unexpectedly asked for 10 yuan at once. This is simply the lion's mouth. This is not in line with the style of the Great Elder. Is this still the Great Elder that people fear and love? Why does it look no different from a rascal in the market? Yang Shouju and the others couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Yi Xian snorted softly. Do you think the suzerain only has this piece? With the suzerain's personality, if he hadn't gained a lot, how could he show it grandly in the public? He is not a child, he likes to show off everywhere. Quote. Telling her this, Yang Shouju and the others came back to their senses, and looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes for a moment, their eyes full of expectations. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, shook his head and said, "The Great Elder really knows people's hearts, I can't hide it from you." Sect Master. Yang Shouju swallowed his saliva, only feeling that his lips were a little dry. That's right, during my trip to the blood prison, I did gain a lot of domain stones. Well, a lot. Yang Kai didn't mean to hide anything, he stood up and looked at everyone with a smile. A lot, how much? Chu Hanyi asked tremblingly. 10 yuan is enough for each of you. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hiss. Yang Shouju and the others gasped, almost looking at Yang Kai with adoring eyes. There were not many people in the main hall, only about 15 people, including Gong Aofu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined the Lingxiao sect. Gong Aofu knew that Yang Kai didn't like Yin Sudi very much, but rather cared about Dai Yuan, so recently he did what he liked and brought Dai Yuan by his side. Eligibility appears here. It seems that this palace underestimated the suzerain's ability, and asked for a little less. Yi Xian frowned slightly, with a slightly annoyed expression. Yang Kai laughed loudly. If the Great Elder wants more, I will naturally be satisfied, but with the cultivation level of the Great Elder and his understanding of the potential field, I think 2 or 3 yuan is too much for you. No amount of words will be of any use to you. My palace is useless, you can keep it and give it to others. Yi Xian said lightly, but forget it, 10 yuan is 10 yuan. Yang Kai didn't say any more, and with a wave of his hand, 10 domain stones flew towards Yi Xian. She didn't see any movement, the space ring in her hand flashed, and the domain stone was put away by her. Show the style of a master. Sect master. Yang Shouju blushed, rubbed his hands, and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. He was not the kind of person who would flatter people. He used to be upright and tough when he was in Xingdi Mountain, and he was still the same when he entered Ling Shaozong, but this time he had to put down his old face no matter what he said. A strong man in the void returning third layer values the domain stone more than others. Although he failed to advance to the Void King realm this time, as long as he has the domain stone in his hand and understands the power of the domain, he will leave Gloom Star again next time. He is fully confident that he can be promoted. And Ling Shaozong now also has the ability to sail far away, he believes that Yang Kai will take them away from Gloomy Star again. Chapter 1689 Sea of AA Consciousness. Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi and Lin Yuluo each got 10 domain stones as they wished. I believe that there are so many domain stones for them to comprehend the mysteries of domain power, combined with the experience in the blood prison. When they leave Gloom Star next time, they will have a great possibility to break through the shackles of Void King realm and achieve supreme. Others were also given different numbers of domain stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai who returned to the second level of the void gave 5 yuan, and Yang Kai who returned to the first level of the void gave 3 yuan. As long as they can make good use of the gentle energy in these domain stones, it will definitely not be a problem for them to condense their potential to the realm of great success. It's not that Yang Kai is stingy and doesn't want to give more. It's really useless to give too much of this thing. Although the domain stone is also a consumable, it is different from the Saint Crystal. Every piece of domain stone can be used for a long time. The domain stone that Yang Kai gave out is definitely enough for their own use. After bestowing the territory stone, Yang Kai took out a large number of secret treasures of different appearances and not low grades from the space ring. These secret treasures are the spoils of war after Yang Kai went out to kill people. Basically, they all come from several monster clan powerhouses of Emperor Chen Star. With these secret treasures by my side, I believe that the strength of everyone here will be greatly improved, and their survival rate will be greatly improved in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Cult. As for how they will be distributed, that is not something Yang Kai needs to consider. Yes, Yi Xian handled it properly. There are also panacea used for various cultivation. Yang Kai's space ring is like a veritable treasure house, and the things he takes out are all moving others. After dealing with these, Yang Kai brought Shaningsheng and Su Yan back to Tianyi Palace. Since entering this forbidden area, Yang Kai has been living in Tianyi Palace. Although the area of this palace is not too large, it is definitely not small. There are countless rooms in it. In the past, only Yang Kai lived alone. Now Su Yan and Sha Ningchong naturally also lives here, accompanying him. Although Ling Shaozong is safe and sound, and there is no need to worry about any danger, Yang Kai also hopes to improve the strength of his closest people. Su Yan doesn't need to worry, now she already has the original power of the Ice Phoenix, she also has the Xuanchuang Excalibur in her hand, and her own cultivation is even at the third level of returning to the void. Unless Qian Tong takes action on Gloom Star, other people are not her at all. Opponent. How could Qian Tong attack Su Yan? Sha Ningsheng is now about to be promoted to the second level of Void Return Realm. Ever since she became the Star Master of Tongshuan Continent, her cultivation speed has become faster than before, and she has been obsessed with alchemy all these years. Combined with her special physique, even if you don't deliberately practice, your strength is rising steadily. I believe it won't take long for you to be promoted and break through. But after all, the Void Return one-layer realm was still a little weaker. Yang Kai took out a jade green armor and a wheel-like secret treasure and handed it to Sha Ningsheng. Little senior sister, take the time to refine these two things, I believe it will be helpful to you. This treasure armor is so beautiful. Sha Ningxiang glanced at it, not paying attention to the round wheel-like secret treasure, but was very interested in the emerald green treasure armor. Yang Kai chuckled. Although I don't know what grade this treasure armor is, it is definitely Void King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defense. Sha Ningxiang is not very proficient in combat as a defensive secret treasure. This armor is undoubtedly very suitable for her. Where did junior brother come from? Isn't this thing very expensive? Sha Ningxiang looked left and right, a little bit fond of it. It doesn't matter whether it's valuable or not, the important thing is whether it can protect you for me. Sha Ningxiang looked up at Yang Kai, pursed her lips and smiled, with a satisfied expression on her face. The treasure armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the void mind crystal of the Demon King, he also brought out the bones of the crazy crocodile Demon King. Naturally he did not let go of his space ring reason. The crazy crocodile Demon King was a top powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Void King. How could there be anything bad in his space ring? It can even be said that most of the secret treasures and elixir distributed by Yang Kai in the conference hall before came from the space ring of the crazy crocodile Demon King. Compared with this Void King level treasure armor, the other wealth in the space ring is not worth mentioning, but it still cannot be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in the space ring is enough to support the current Ling Xiaozong's operation for a long time. Take this too. Yang Kai handed over the round wheel-like secret treasure. This round-shaped secret treasure is also a virtual king-level secret treasure, originally the treasure of Zhan Tianmeng, Sun Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought against Ku Zhang, the leader of the Zontian League, and killed him, the Sun Moon Golden Wheel was the spoils of war, and it has been hidden until now. Starting with 2 Void King-level secret treasures, as long as they are properly refined, the little senior sister doesn't have to be afraid of any enemies below the Void King level. Sha Ningxiang didn't say much, obediently followed Yang Kai's request, put away the emerald green treasure armor and the sun and moon golden wheel, sneaked a glance at Su Yan who had been sitting next to her, and then quickly looked at Yang Kai's face. She kissed her, and ran out like a frightened rabbit. He walked in a hurry, as if he had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and said with deep meaning, Ningxiang is more and more courageous to be provoked by you. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He didn't have anything to give to Su Yan. When he was in Bingxin Valley, the most important inheritance of the Ice Phoenix had already been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai even gave her the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade Terrace. With the assistance of the Wanzai Ice Jade platform, Su Yan's cultivation speed has been greatly improved, and with the Xuanshuang's caliber in hand, I believe that there is no need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shan Qinglo again. When he was separated from her in the blood prison, he had given her 200 domain stones, and the Void King level secret treasure Thunderfire 7 Bird Whip was also given to her. I don't know how this witch is doing now, whether her cultivation is going well. Yang Kai thought of Yangju again. Senior sister, you should practice first, I'll go out for a while. Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded slightly, took out the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade Terrace, sat cross-legged on it, held a domain stone in her palm, and closed her eyes to realize. Yang Kai left the Tianyi Palace and went straight to the center of the flowing flame sand field. Although he has learned from Yi Xian that Yang Yan has been sleeping these years and hasn't changed much, Yang Kai still wants to see it with his own eyes. On Gloom Star, Yang Yan is his closest friend, and if there is no accident, this friendship will last forever. But now Yang Yan's life experience is too big, no one knows what she will look like when she really wakes up. Yang Kai is naturally not at ease. The original 6th floor of Flowing Flame Sand Field does not cover a large area, only about a few miles in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the 5th layer of the Flowing Flame Barrier and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. An attic loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai walked there. The 6th floor of Flowing Flame Sand Land has always been the forbidden area of Aa Ling Xiaozong. In the past, only the great elder Yi Xian could set foot on it. No one else was allowed to enter, nor had the ability to enter. Until the last time, Yi Xian had to lead people back to the 6th floor. Only then did the people of Ling Xiaozong know the existence of such a place. However, the attic is still a place where no one is allowed to set foot. Yang Kai is naturally not among them. He walked through the bamboo forest and came to the attic with ease. With a sweep of his mind, he went straight to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the decoration is simple, there is only a wooden bed, and nothing else. And on the wooden bed, lay a woman wearing a black robe, with an exquisite figure and a curvy body. It was Yang Yan who hadn't seen him for a long time. There was no difference in appearance from the Yang Yan deep in Yang Kai's memory, but her temperament was a bit different, no the same. When Yang Kai approached to look at it, he could faintly feel a sense of oppression from Yang Yan's body. Even in a deep sleep, she was filled with a frightening aura. It seems that just looking at her is also blasphemy, blasphemy to the gods. Yang Kai was stunned for a while, then his face suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yan's appearance began to become blurred, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she had become non-existent, and as if she was everywhere. My own spiritual consciousness was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, and it continued to fall downward without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, let out a low drink, the pain came, and the feeling of falling into the soul suddenly disappeared, and the vision in front of him refocused. A cold sweat broke out, soaking through his clothes. Emperor prestige. It's really terrifying. Yang Kai was still in fear. Even in a deep sleep, the emperor power emitted by Yang Yan can subvert Yang Kai's consciousness. It is hard to imagine what she will look like when she wakes up. But he came here just to take a look at Yang Yan. After all, he has not seen him for so many years. When he was still weak, it was Yang Yan who helped him all the time. Without Yang Yan, there would be no Longshe Mountain, and there would be no present-day Ling Shaozong. Yang Kai is very grateful to her. Realizing that Yang Yan was fine, but still in a deep sleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly, no intention of staying any longer, and was about to turn around and leave. But at the moment when he was about to turn around, he suddenly found that Yang Yan's fingers had moved slightly. This discovery made his body tremble. He stopped quickly, and looked at the wooden bed with breathless concentration. An invisible power diffused from Yang Yan's body, and that power wrapped Yang Kai like an open beast's mouth, without giving him any time to react, and he couldn't even resist. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai's eyes blurred, and a familiar place appeared in his whole body. The sea of AA fire below is tumbling, containing a terrifying energy breath, which seems to be able to destroy the world, frightening, and in the sky, there are various light balls of different colors floating in the light ball. Different scenes flashed across the ground, so fast that Yang Kai couldn't see what those scenes were. This is like, Yang Kai frowned, looked around, and quickly understood what this place was. Consciousness Sea, Yang Kai exclaimed. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my sea of AA consciousness. A voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and looked, and suddenly saw Yang Yan sitting cross-legged in the void, pinching a strange seal. The treasure is solemn, and there are various halos around him, and the sun is shining, looking divine to the extreme. She looked at herself with a smile, no different from Yang Yan in her memory. Is it you, or her? Yang Kai frowned, not sure. Yang Yan pursed his lips and said, is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be the same for you, but it is for me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. That's the Starry Sky Emperor. I am the Emperor of the Starry Sky. Yang Yan snorted. Forget it, it looks like you're right. Yang Kai calmed down. As long as it wasn't the legendary Emperor talking to him, there would be no problem. He turned his head and looked around, and asked, what do you need from me? Quote. It's okay. Yang Yan shook his head slowly. I just sensed your aura and detained you in. Yang Kai smiled wryly. He asked himself that he was no longer the Amon under Wu in the past, and his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. He was invincible under the Void King realm, and he dared to fight even in the general Void King realm. But here in Yang Yan, he can become a small fish and shrimp that can be rounded and flattened at will. Yang Kai was hit hard. As if aware of his mental activity, Yang Yan giggled. You don't have to underestimate yourself. To be honest, I have never seen a guy who cultivates as fast as you. Even in that place, you are considered top-notch. You are a genius. What you lack is just the tempering of time, as long as you are given enough time. One day you will be able to stand on my height. Are you comforting me? Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. Where is that place you mentioned? Yang Yan smiled but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she didn't mean to explain, Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Yang Yan nodded slightly, and suddenly his expression became serious. Although I have been sleeping deeply, merging the soul of the Dharma body and the main body, I am not ignorant of the outside world. I feel that something has happened on Gloom Star in recent years. Before for 2 months, Yi Xian even brought people here. What happened? Is Ling Xiaozong alright? Ling Xiaozong is fine, but Gloom Star is in big trouble. Yang Kai sighed and flew to Yang Yan. Sitting cross-legged, he told her about the looting of the corpse spirit sect army. Yang Yan listened attentively, and nodded at the end. It turns out that the eye of the underworld was actually suppressed under the burial valley. It will not reappear in the world. That's why I find it troublesome. If it's something else, I, Ling Xiaozong, don't need to pay attention to it. I stay in the main helm and let him turn the world upside down. It has nothing to do with me, but in the end there are still some reasons for me. Not good intervene and don't care. Yang Kai sighed. Yang Yan obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view, and after thinking for a while, he said, can you go meet the mysterious leader of corpse spirit sect for a while? Are you interested in him? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and died in the game field. I'm not interested in him. I just feel that his method of transforming corpses and controlling the corpse cult is very similar to a person I once knew. Who? Yang Kai was startled. That man called himself the Corpse Emperor. He also controlled a race back then, and he also called himself the Corpse Spirit Clan, so that's why I care. Corpse Emperor. Yang Kai took a breath, his expression changed a few times. Is it the same level as you? Yang Yan is the Emperor of the Starry Sky, and since the guy who calls himself the Corpse Emperor dares to use the word Emperor to call himself, it is obvious that he is at the same level as Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded slightly. Yang Kai's complexion instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous, it is impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person cannot be the Corpse Emperor. I just guess that he has something to do with the Corpse Emperor. Maybe it is an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance, the acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it is not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Yan. Even if that person is not the Corpse Emperor, since he is your old acquaintance, I must not be able to resist it. If I rashly meet him, would I be courting death? Of course I can't let you go to die. Yang Yan glared at Yang Kai reproachfully. If that person is really as I guessed, his strength will definitely not exceed the Void King realm, at most he will be a Void Return 3, it's just a layer. Gloom Star has its own laws to suppress. As long as he is still in Gloom Star, it is impossible to break through. Yang Kai's face turned pale. If the mysterious leader is really just a Void Return 3rd layer, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Onlia A. What is the background of your old acquaintance that makes you care so much? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Yan was silent for a while, and then explained. You should know that the reason why my body fell into a deep sleep was because I was severely injured in a big battle, so I had no choice but to escape into the Emperor Garden to sleep and recuperate. The old acquaintance mentioned, is the guy who injured me. Yang Kai tried his best to keep his mind clear and his soul calm, and asked in a daze, didn't you say that that person died in the first battle? Regarding some of the secrets of the year, Yang Kai also understood that the reason why Starry Sky Great Emperor fell into a deep sleep was because she was too damaged in a big battle, and her enemy was killed on the spot. But now, Yang Yan actually said that that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly had a creepy feeling. Being able to injure Yang Yan is undoubtedly of the same level as Yang Yan and the Corpse Emperor. I beat him to pieces, but that guy's escape method is top-notch. Maybe his spirit escaped from the sky without me noticing it. But don't worry, he is different from mine. I am injured, as long as there is enough time to recuperate, he can recover, but his physical body collapsed. Even if he wants to recover, it is not such a simple matter, especially on Gloom Star. Yang Kai frowned tightly. He nodded and said, if that's the case, I can go meet him for a while, but even if it is true as you said, that person is the leader of the Corpse Spirit Sect, what are you going to do? Yang Yan shook his head. It's not what I plan to do, but you. If the leader of Corpse Spirit Cult is really him, you must kill him in the shortest possible time, otherwise when he recovers, the entire star field will suffer. Quote. You are Starry Sky Great Emperor, can't you slap him to death? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan with hatred. Yang Yan shook his head. I'm temporarily unable to act and mix with Chutang TXT downloads. Yang Kai suddenly even had the thought of cursing. After being silent for a while, he nodded fiercely and said, okay, I'll go meet him for a while. You have to be careful, he has always been a vicious person, and he knows how to control others to work for him. He rarely shows up in person. If he finds an opportunity, he must be killed. I know, Yang Kai responded casually. Then you go. Yang Yan waved his hand, and the next moment, Yang Kai felt an invisible force pushing him out of the consciousness sea world. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai found that he was still standing by the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Yan's eyes were tightly closed, and he was still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the attic. Although he promised Yang Yan to meet the mysterious leader for a while, but the other party acted so mysteriously that even the corpse general in white who was beheaded by him didn't know his true cultivation level and his appearance. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to find him. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now on Gloomy Star, Qian Tong is truly the #1 person, with a cultivation level as high as the Void King realm. It must be able to play a vital role in the next action. The Shadow Moon Hall should be stable. If they want to solve the troubles of Gloom Star, they must eradicate corpse spirit cult. Qian Tong should be willing to join hands with him to deal with the mysterious leader. Shadow Moon Hall is not close to Ling Xiaozong. Even if Qian Tong wants to come, it will take at least a month. On the one hand, Yang Kai waited carefully, on the other hand, he was also improving his own strength. In Bingxin Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight Luo Hai, broke through his shackles, and was promoted to the 3rd layer of Void Return Realm, which is only one step away from the Void King realm. On the way back, his own cultivation has also increased little by little on the original basis, gradually approaching the limit level, and the potential field has already been completed. With the help of the prestige of the Domain Stone and the experience of the trial in the Blood Prison, Yang Kai also has his own understanding of the domain. In other words, if the current conditions do not allow, Yang Kai can already start to attack the Void King realm. But he is not in a hurry. The cultivation base of the Void Return 3rd layer is also laying the foundation for the Void King realm. The more solid his own potential field is, the easier it will be to form a domain after being promoted to the Void King realm. He planned to leave Gloom Star after solving the troubles of Corpse Spirit Cult, just to deal with a few things that he had been thinking about. These few things are crucial to improving one's own strength and figuring out the mysteries of the star field. As time passed day by day, there was no disturbance in Ling Xiaozong, and almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all know that such a day won't be too long, and once the time is right, Yang Kai will definitely attack the Corpse Spirit sect. At that time, even if they want to practice, they will have no time. It is precisely for this reason that the strong in the Ling Xiaozong cherish the time they have now more and more. Every time they increase their strength, they can save their lives a little more and kill more enemies in the future battle with the Corpse Spirit sect army. A full month later, Qian Tong arrived at the Lingxiao sect, and was immediately brought in by the disciples of the Lingxiao sect who were in charge of receiving and guiding him. Ever since Yang Kai beheaded the white-clothed corpse general Kong Firao, the Corpse Spirit sect army that had besieged Ling Xiaozong dispersed in a hurry. Now Ling Xiaozong has finally regained contact with the outside world, and has a little understanding of the outside situation. When passing through, all the way is unimpeded. Chapter 1691 Re-entering the Corpse Cave. When he told Qian Tong about his plan, Qian Tong immediately agreed. He also knows the principles of catching thieves and kings, and shooting people and horses. The Corpse Spirit sect has been snowballing for the past 2 years, and its power has grown larger and larger. It is too difficult to kill these guys. It is better to go straight to Wonglong and kill the mysterious leader of Corpse Spirit sect. After Qian Tong regained control of the Shadow Moon Palace, he also conducted investigations and research on the Corpse Spirit cult. There are indications that everything is rooted in the Burial Valley, which is definitely the location where the Corpse Spirit cult rose and originated. Originally, he was still considering whether to go to Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he got Yang Kai's confirmation, he naturally had nothing to hesitate, and he hit it off with Yang Kai, and immediately left Ling Xiaozong and rushed to Burial Valley. This time Yang Kai didn't bring anyone with him, he only acted together with Qian Tong. Even Su Yan and Yang Kai left her in Ling Xiaozong. Qian Tong is already a Void King realm expert, and his speed is naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation base is not as good as him, but he is proficient in the power of space, and his speed alone is faster than Qian Tong's. In less than 10 days, the two arrived at the Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yan came here last time, although the Buried Hero Valley was full of gloomy and ghostly aura, which made every martial artist deep inside feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now, when Yang Kai and Qian Tong came here and looked down in the suspended void, they couldn't help frowning. Below, a thick mist. It enveloped the entire buried majestic valley, and it was almost impossible to see your fingers. The thick mist was obviously extremely cloudy and cold, and it also contained poisonous corpse aura. Any living person who enters it, if his strength is not enough, will be invaded by the ubiquitous corpse aura and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit clan within a short period of time. In the perception of spiritual sense, both of them found that many breaths of life were hidden in the corpse. Very active. These are undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit clan. Just this piece of peripheral. There are at least thousands of them. It is hard to imagine how many such existences there are in the burial valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you meet the corpse spirit sect master, remember to send a message to the old man. The old man will kill a circle first. There are too many of these things. Qian Tong gave an order, and immediately turned into a stream of light, like a panic, like a thunderbolt in the world. He rushed directly into the burial valley, where the stream of light passed. There was a terrifying sound of storm and thunder crackling, and Qian Tong cleared out a clearly visible passage for the burial valley, which was filled with corpse aura. The corpse spirit clansmen around turned their backs on their backs, and Qian Tong didn't see any action. He just released his own field, and the field that gathered the realm of wind pulled in the corpse spirit clan members with a radius of more than 10 miles, strangling them into powder. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, but he just killed in such a big way. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, Dark Star really has no opponents to care about, and he is fully qualified to do so. And what he did was to attract the attention of the corpse spirit cult and create an opportunity to facilitate his actions. This is also the plan that the two discussed on the way here. In just a moment of effort, Yang Kai and Qian Tong sensed thousands of corpse spirit clan members before and they were completely annihilated, and none of them survived. You can get a glimpse of the means of the Void King Realm powerhouse. Qian Tong was not satisfied, and continued to push inward with strides. More and more members of the corpse spirit tribe were drawn out by him, involved in the domain, and their deaths were unclear. Just when Qian Tong's aggressive attack drew most of the corpse spirit sect's attention, Yang Kai had disappeared in place. Following the memories he explored last time, he went all the way inward. The origin of the corpse spirit cult comes from the eye of the underworld in the corpse cave. That is the most fundamental thing of the corpse spirit cult. Yang Kai naturally wants to go straight to the corpse cave. If the eye of the underworld can be destroyed, if so, the corpse spirit sect will become a tree without roots and a source of water, and it will be easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the eye of the underworld, no matter how many members of the corpse spirit clan die, they can still be destroyed. Transformed out. There was a rumbling sound in the distance, and there were strange voices yelling and shouting. It was Qian Tong fighting with the corpse spirit masters. Although he didn't see that scene, Yang Kai knew that it must be Qian Tong killing all directions, the rhythm of the corpse spirit clan retreating steadily. It only took him half a day to arrive at the entrance of the corpse cave. Along the way, I occasionally ran into some members of the corpse spirit clan, but how could these small fish and shrimp stop Yang Kai's pace, and they were all beheaded. The entrance of the corpse cave has not changed, it is not even hidden, it is still behind the hidden formation, but the formation was cracked by Yang Yan last time, and now it can't play any role. In the corpse cave, there are thick corpse caves rolling out continuously. The concentration and damage of the corpse gas are far greater than those in the burial valley. Yang Kai used his spiritual sense to investigate a little bit, and then Shiren jumped into the corpse cave middle. Before the corpse cave was darker and damper, under Yang Kai's induction, stone chambers were scattered all over the corpse cave, and there were many traces of corpse spirit clansmen's activities. However, Qian Tong made too much noise outside, and the corpse spirit clansmen in the corpse cave had already been alarmed, and they were rushing out continuously, apparently for support. After Yang Kai came in, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room, avoiding the wave of corpse spirit clansmen. His current task is to find the whereabouts of the mysterious leader, so he doesn't want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The corpse spirit clan didn't notice, and after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around with some feeling. The stone room was pitch black, without any light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At a glance, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone room, and each of these corpses was wrapped in strong corpse aura, like silkworm chrysalis. Under the nourishment and effect of corpse aura, some subtle changes occurred in the body, and the untraceable changes are gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. There are some corpses, as if they are already half members of the corpse spirit clan. As long as they can absorb the body gas like silkworm chrysalis outside their bodies, they will definitely become a part of the corpse spirit clan. It is as expected. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Before, he had speculated about the method of transforming members of the corpse spirit clan. It is impossible for every member of the corpse spirit clan to appear out of thin air. They all need a complete corpse to be transformed, and the source of those corpses is obviously he was a disciple of the major forces and sects that the corpse spirit clan captured and killed. They transported those corpses back to the corpse cave, and used the strong corpse energy of this place as the source to transform them. It only took a short time to transform a clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed, and Yongkai found some semi-finished products without the slightest breath in this stone room. These have undoubtedly failed to transform, and they were completely lost. The strength of the successfully transformed corpse spirit clansman is also directly related to the cultivation level in life. The higher the cultivation level in life, the higher the strength after transformation. That's why in Tianyan City, the corpse spirit clan named Fang Fengqi needs Fei Zhitu's body. How to say Fei Zhitu is also a member of the Strong on the Dark Star. The corpses stored in this stone room were not high level before death, but below the Saint King realm. Most of them were only at the Saint realm, and there were even some of the Transcendent realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary, good and bad. These transformed corpse spirit clansmen are undoubtedly just pawns of the corpse spirit sect army, and there are only a huge number of them. But in this corpse cave, there are countless stone chambers. Yongkai paid himself. If he guessed correctly, the body that was hidden in the stone chamber by the snow might have a higher level of cultivation in the future. He didn't stop much, and continued to go deeper. Soon, he found that his guess was correct. The further back, the higher the cultivation level of those corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm, and then to the Void Return Mirror. However, the number is getting rarer and rarer. Yongkai even saw with his own eyes a completely transformed corpse spirit clansman crawling out of the silkworm chrysalis, as if he had gained a new life. The corpse spirit clansman roared to the sky, his body filled with a disgusting aura. The two fangs at the corner of the mouth are extremely penetrating, and the body is covered with needle-like white hair. Having just completed the transformation, he obviously doesn't know how to control his power. Yongkai went deep all the way without disturbing any corpse spirit clansman, and gradually approached the position where he obtained the true essence of the sun that day. It was originally the treasure house of the ancient Yangzong, with 3 floors inside and outside, and the innermost floor is where the Taiyang Junjing and the Wanzai Bingyu Terrace are placed. Standing outside the treasure house, Yongkai suddenly frowned, raised his head, looked inward with a deep gaze, and immediately raised the corner of his mouth slightly, strode forward, and Shi Shiren walked in. On the first and second floors, there are corpse spirits standing on both sides. These guys are all void returning mirror cultivation bases, but when Yongkai walked in, they did not attack immediately, but all with a fierce look staring at Yongkai, hissing and threatening. He watched him go to the expert, and after he left, he suddenly swarmed up and blocked the retreat. Yongkai came directly to the location where the third-floor treasure house was located. The third floor of the treasure house seems to have changed drastically. The interior is resplendent and luxuriously decorated. Fist-sized luminous pearls are inlaid on the surrounding walls, emitting a soft light. The entire third floor of the treasure house has clearly become a treasure house. A beautiful palace. And in the very center of the palace, there is a pool with a radius of about 3 feet, in which yellow water is constantly bubbling and tumbling. Yongkai's gaze stayed in the pool for a moment, and he immediately understood that this was the legendary Eye of the Underworld. The yellow pool water is not a liquid-like existence at all, but an intuitive manifestation of pure and direct energy. This kind of energy has no effect on anyone, and even has great harm, but it has great effect on the corpse spirit clan. Yongkai even felt the special fluctuation of space power from the eyes of the underworld. This made him guess in his heart, but he was not too sure. Shaking his head secretly, Yongkai looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1692 The leader of corpse spirit sect. The figure sitting on the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his whole face was blocked by a layer of strange energy. Even if Yongkai used his divine sense, he couldn't see his true face clearly. But Yongkai felt that the other party was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. This discovery made Yongkai frown. If I guessed correctly, this person should be the mysterious leader of the corpse spirit sect. But Yongkai couldn't feel any corpse aura from him. In other words, he is not from the corpse spirit race at all. Is it true that as Yang Yan said, this guy is the one who fought against Yang Yan back then, but he just mastered the method of transforming and controlling the corpse spirit clan, so he can be superior? Just when Yongkai was thinking, the man suddenly laughed, stroked his palm gently, and said in a tone of approval, "You really found this place, you are not small." Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai raised his brows, his expression became weird, his eyes were deep, and he stared straight at him, as if he was penetrating through that barrier to see his true face. The other party had no intention of hiding it, and the strange power on his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. Lu Yi, Yang Kai shouted. This guy is obviously the young master of Luyun Valley, Lu Yi, who has made things difficult for him several times, and even wanted to kill him. The first time I dealt with him was at the opening of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. When Lu Yi was fighting for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi secretly killed him. Yang Kai fought him for a while, but finally cut off one of his arms, but also let him escape. Day of birth. Then came the Battle of Longshe Mountain. Behind Xia's family was Lu Yi's figure. It was Lu Yi who instigated and controlled Xie Li and others to attack Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what enmity he had with Lu Yi, which made him miss him so much. In the past, Yang Kai thought that he was simply hating him, but now, Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration, connecting all kinds of clues together, and a bold conjecture emerged in his heart. Maybe I shouldn't call you Lu Yi, after all, this is just your body after taking the house. Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised an arc, his expression determined. Lu Yi, who was sitting on the chair, was stunned for a moment, as if some secret had been told, and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You have guessed this, I have underestimated you. Is this difficult? Yang Kai chuckled. The first time you and I met was at the soul cleansing water in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and I got a piece of void mind crystal from there, and you will never forget me from then on. Say so, come on, is that void mind crystal yours? Lu Yi's originally handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hands were piled up, and he yelled, yes, that's my void mind crystal. Where did you get him? Why can't I sense its breath all this time? This incident was simply Lu Yi's nightmare, if Yang Kai hadn't taken the void mind crystal away. He only needed to fuse his own void mind crystal after taking the house, and at least he could recover half of his strength in an instant. Even if there was a world of Gloom Star, the suppression of the law made it impossible for him to break through the Void King realm on the spot, but for a character like him, it is not a big problem to leave Gloom Star with the peak cultivation of the Void Return Mirror. As long as he finds a place to retreat for decades, it is not a dream to restore his original cultivation base. At that time, the entire star field will be his world. But all these beautiful things were ruined by Yang Kai. He couldn't sense the existence of his own void crystal at all, let alone retrieve the void crystal, which was the crystallization and essence of his whole life of cultivation. Without that, with Lu Yi's physical aptitude, it would be difficult for him to recover his strength like going to heaven. It has been many years, and he has only cultivated to the 3rd level of Void Return Realm, which makes him unbearable. I'm sorry, that thing was fused by me. Yang Kai pointed to his head with a smile. Impossible. Lu Yi vetoed it, as if looking at an ant, looked at Yang Kai with disdain, and said with a sneer, with your strength, you are delusional about merging the void mind crystal of this seat. The spirit that seized Lu Yi's body was in existence of the same level as the Starry Sky Emperor, and the void mind crystal he left behind was naturally of a very high grade. Even if a Void King realm powerhouse fuses rashly, it will be broken through the sea of AA consciousness. All gone. At that time, Yang Kai only had the cultivation base of Void Return First Order. How could he be able to integrate it? Lu Yi obviously wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. He just thought that Yang Kai was lying, and used some special means to hide the void mind crystal, so that he couldn't sense it. Believe it or not is up to you. Yang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, he didn't have the obligation and necessity to explain clearly to the other party. With such a treasure as Wen Shenlian, he didn't need to do anything to fuse the void mind crystal. Even he didn't need to do anything until a long time later. Only then did I realize that the spar was the void mind crystal. Let's stop talking nonsense. Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. Where is my void mind crystal? As long as I capture you, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to ask. Lu Yi snorted coldly. The breath suddenly became violent and evil. Yang Kai laughed loudly. It's not a shame to say it when it's about to die. When Lu Yi heard this, he couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly trembled, and from above, a fierce aura descended leisurely. The aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he was imprisoned, and he couldn't move. Stand still. Rumbling. The earth seemed to be cracked, and the huge sound spread from above the ground. After a while, a hole appeared above the palace where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were. Shot over. Lu Yi's complexion changed drastically, and his own potential field was frantically mobilized, trying to get rid of the overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. The potential field was easily shattered, and the palm prince fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a scream, and his whole body was patted into a puddle of flesh, with red and white dripping all over the ground. Qian Tong fell down, with some suspicion on his face, and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a stunned expression on his face. Obviously, neither of them expected that Lu Yi would be shot to death just like that. Is this the leader of the corpse spirit sect? Qian Tong asked in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's him. The old man thinks highly of him. Qian Tong snorted coldly. Although he had never paid attention to the leader of the corpse spirit sect, he did not expect that the other party would be killed so easily, which made him feel a little ruthless, the feel of a punch in cotton. Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but there was always a feeling of incongruity in his heart. He subconsciously felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he escaped his life under Yang Yan back then. Lian Yangan none noticed. Even if Qian Tong is a Void King realm expert, how can he compare to this guy in terms of cunning and cunning? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was startled, and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it wildly outward. Under the perception of his divine sense, the whole situation of buried majestic valley is known in an instant. Suddenly, he sensed a dark aura escaping out at an unimaginable speed. It was extremely concealed. If he hadn't been suspicious and searched deliberately, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. And when this aura escaped, there was actually a trace of fluctuations in the power of space. Elder Qian, Yang Kai yelled suddenly, his hands suddenly poked forward, inserted into the void, and then he tore hard on both sides, forming a space crack immediately. Qian Tong frowned, although he didn't understand why Yang Kai did this, but subconsciously chose to trust him. Without even asking, he and Yang Kai got into the space crack. Outside the burial valley, a corpse general wearing a black robe is meditating in a hidden place. He seems to have been sitting here for a long time, without any movement. At a certain moment, the black-clothed corpse suddenly trembled all over, and the concealed aura rose steadily, all the way to the peak of the third-layer Void Return realm, even if it was not much worse than Yi Xian. He slowly opened his eyes, with a look of resentment and shock in his pupils. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Void King realm, it's actually a Void King realm. How could there be a Void King realm here? Old thing, this seat remembers you. The revenge of the palm, I will definitely repay it. You have no chance." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. The black-clothed corpse general was startled, turned his head suddenly, and saw a crack in space opening silently, and Yang Kai and Qian Tong walked out from it. The black-clothed corpse looked shocked, and without even thinking about it, he immediately roared and wanted to run away. "Where are you running?" Qian Tong shouted angrily. His own domain suddenly expanded, wrapping the black-clothed corpse in it. Yang Kai didn't do anything, just stared at the black-clothed corpse general, and at the same time, he used his spiritual mind to the limit, paying attention to his movements. The black-clothed corpse general Yang Kai has seen him before, and the white-clothed corpse general Kong Firao should be brothers, but at this moment, he has become another person when he is occupied by the soul that seized Lu Yi before. Although Void Returning Mirror's peak cultivation base is powerful, it is nothing in front of Qian Tong. At the moment when the body of the black-clothed corpse was smashed into powder, and his spirit and soul disappeared, Yang Kai sensed a hidden aura showing a tendency to jump in space, and he left the place directly, and went to a place hundreds of miles away, without any pause in the middle. That was obviously the breath of the leader of Corpse Spirit Sect. If Yang Kai was not proficient in the power of space, it would be impossible to detect such a change. After Qian Tong killed the black-clothed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Without saying a word, Yang Kai tore apart the space again, and the next moment, the two of them appeared hundreds of miles away. Just when they came out of the crack in the space, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in green clothes, fleeing frantically into the distance. This time, before Qian Tong could make a move, Yang Kai sacrificed more than a dozen golden blood threads, and the golden blood threads were entwined together, forming a golden arrow, shattering the void, and piercing the abdomen of the corpse general in blue. The hole smashed his corpse orb. The golden blood thread circled outside and flew back again. Yang Kai did not have the joy after killing a strong enemy, but his face was gloomy, tearing the space for the third time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the Corpse Spirit clan, but belonged to a human warrior with a low level of cultivation, only at the Void Return level 1. But this is the 27th body that was seized by the mysterious leader of Corpse Spirit cult. He didn't seem to damage his soul because of the possession, on the contrary, he could take different bodies infinitely. This is completely contrary to the common sense that Yongkai knows. The strong body is annihilated, and the soul can indeed find a suitable body to seize the body, but seizing the body is a very dangerous thing, and it is very likely to be backlashed, and the object of the seizure devoured, thus destroying the soul. Even if it is not swallowed, every time it is seized, it will consume a huge amount of soul power. It is impossible for someone to make a second seizure in a short period of time. However, the mysterious leader of the corpse spirit sect broke this rule. In just 5 days, he seized the body 27 times. He was shot to death with his body, but every time he was able to escape his spirit and escape from the sky. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the leader of corpse spirit sect. Yongkai and Qian Tong both sensed the difficulty of this enemy. But it's not all fruitless. They discovered that the leader of the corpse spirit sect cannot take away anyone's body, only those creatures whose minds he has planted 10,000 poisonous evil Zhenwu can become his targets. Yongkai had come into contact with the myriad poison Zhenwu. Xie Li of the Xie family was controlled by the myriad poison Zhenwu, so he stupidly launched an attack on Longshe Mountain with all the strength of the whole family, and finally died without a whole body. This kind of strange, bug-like existence is the unique secret technique of the leader of corpse spirit sect. Once it is planted with 10,000 poisonous evil Zhenwu, all living beings must obey his orders. Obedience to him. He also relied on this method to enslave those rebellious subordinates, and even more so to use this method to seize their homes and escape their souls. As long as the 10,000 poisons and evil Zhenwu exists within a certain distance, his soul can instantly reach the location of the 10,000 poisons and evil Zhenwu without being limited by space. Carry out physical seizures. In addition to this harvest, Yongkai and Qian Tong also keenly discovered that the leader of corpse spirit sect chose to seize the body of the body. Getting weaker and weaker. At the very beginning, his body after taking the body was still at the void return 3rd layer, and he was the top corpse general, but within 2 days. He can only choose the 2nd level of returning to the void. Until now, he can only take away those creatures in the 1st level of returning to the void. His technique of seizing the house is not flawless, but has a certain degree of damage. This kind of damage should be aimed at the soul, and even the leader of the corpse spirit sect cannot avoid it. Even so, Yongkai and Qian Tong are also exhausted. Come on again, he won't be jumping for long, I really don't believe it, he can escape from the old man. Qian Tong was also annoyed, now he is a Void King realm powerhouse anyway. He is the veritable #1 person on Gloom Star, and at a time when he is proud of his life, he can't do anything with a corpse spirit sect leader, which makes him very angry. Qian Tong didn't know that the origin of the leader of the corpse spirit sect was much bigger than his Void King realm. Have you caught his movement? Qian Tong turned to look at Yongkai. After several days of chasing and killing, Qian Tong also knew the strangeness of the leader of corpse spirit sect. He thought that without Yongkai to follow him, he would not be able to kill the grass by himself. He was completely unaware of the traces of the soul of the leader of the corpse spirit sect escaping. Yongkai closed his eyes to perceive, and opened his eyes suddenly after a while, stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a jungle, a handsome and evil young man fled in embarrassment. The young man looked only about 30 years old, and his whole body was filled with the wave of Saint Yuan at the void return level. His expression was quite embarrassed, and his eyes were red and scary, with a hideous face. As he fled, he restrained his breath and released his divine sense to perceive the surroundings. There was no movement within a radius of 30 miles. But the handsome and evil youth did not let down his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to run away, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Lu 5. His face was ruthless, and his eyes were full of engraved hatred. I think he was a famous existence even in that place back then, and there were really few people who dared to provoke him, but since he came to this star field and fell into this star of cultivation, for tens of thousands of years, the fortune has become more and more. It got worse. First he was beaten to pieces by Yang Yan, and after tens of thousands of years of slumber, he was able to recover. At this moment today, he was being chased by a 3rd-level void returning garbage, with nowhere to go. In his heyday, he would have smashed that garbage into pieces with just one look, but now he has no choice but to run away. Jiangxi young man suddenly felt a kind of grief and indignation of being bullied by dogs in Pingyang, and being played by shrimps in Longyu shallow water, which made his blood surge and his breathing was difficult. His mind and soul escaping technique is exquisite and unparalleled, even at the Void King realm, it is impossible to discover it, but that kid named Yongkai has practiced the space secret technique in a rare way. If not, How could he be caught sore every time? Space secret art, even in that place, very few people can practice it. He couldn't figure it out. In such a place, there is someone who can practice space secret art to such a high level, and can even tear the space. In an instant, he fled thousands of miles away. Just as he was thinking wildly and gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man paused, his face turned livid. This situation has happened dozens of times, and he is no stranger to it, and he knows what will happen next. You forced me to do this. Zhenwu You's eyes were dark, as if he had made some important decision. He stopped and stood there quietly waiting. The strange power fluctuations from the void in front became more and more obvious, and soon, a crack suddenly appeared. Inside the crack, there was pitch black nothingness and chaos. Two figures walked out from the crack. The leader was Qian Tong, and Yang Kai followed behind. As soon as Qian Tongyu appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked on the location of the handsome and evil youth. Without even a chance to say hello, his own field expanded to wrap the handsome and evil youth inside, and the artistic conception of wind permeated, converging into various killer moves in the field, covering the handsome and evil youth. The other party's cultivation base after seizing the body is only left at the void return first level. Qian Tong doesn't even need to make a move, and can easily strangle him by relying on the prestige of the field. The handsome young man laughed loudly. Humble ants, bear the supreme anger of this seat. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and spit out a dark green breath. The green breath twisted and squirmed slightly in the void, and suddenly turned into a long dark green knife. There were complex runes and patterns on the long knife, which made people just looking at it makes me dizzy. The green long knife slashed down fiercely in midair, without a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qian Tong's field was cut through by this knife, and instantly shattered. At the same time, both Qian Tong and Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. In the field of vision of the two, the green long knife unexpectedly rolled up a magical artistic conception, broke through the blockade of their own souls, and directly descended into the sea of AA consciousness, turned into the appearance of a green long knife, and slashed down with a thunderous force. The sea of AA consciousness was cut apart by the fierce energy, and the entire ocean was divided into two. Inside the sea of AA consciousness, the waves were choppy, the wind was strong, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. And the planes of the sea of AA consciousness are also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of Yang Kai and Qian Tong's soul was cut off by more than 1/3. Both of them couldn't help but groan, their headaches were splitting, their eyes were blurred, and they almost passed out. The faces of both of them changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a domineering move, and they both activated the Saint Yuan in a hurry for protection. And Zhenwu young man's complexion became white after that move, his whole body was on the verge of collapse, and he was about to take advantage of the situation to chase after him, but when he gave Yang Kai and Qian Tong another knife, he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly exploded into powder and disappeared. But a piece of divine soul power rushed from the original position of the Zhenwu youth, spun around in midair, rolled up the green aura that could turn into a long knife, cut through the void, and fled away. Yang Kai stared at the direction in which he was escaping, consciously sensing it, but there was a strange artistic conception all around, as if blocking this piece of world, so that he could no longer track the movement of the other party. Heart-piercing pain came again in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help wailing, quickly took out a jade bottle, found some panacea in it, gave half of it to Qian Tong, stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qian Tong quickly took the panacea, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, and there was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He has such a treasure as the 7-color warming spirit lotus, so even if his soul is damaged, it doesn't matter much. After a day of warming, he has almost recovered. On the other hand, Qian Tong, it seems that the injury is not small. Even if he is in the Void King realm, if he bears such a blow, it will not take a year or so, and he may not be able to recover. As if aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes. His face was slightly pale, and he was stunned for a while before asking, "That guy ran away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily, and said with a sigh, "This man is incredible." The old man thought that he would be invincible on the gloomy star after being promoted to the Void King realm, but he suffered a big loss in his hands. The world is so big, there are so many capable people, what level of secret treasure did he use, and why is it so powerful? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "It's probably the Emperor treasure." Emperor treasure? Qian Tong frowned, felt the surroundings thoughtfully, nodded and said, it makes sense to say that the surrounding area is indeed filled with the power of Emperor prestige, but why did I perceive it in the Emperor Garden before? The way that arrived is not the same. Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there is more than one great Emperor-level existence in this world, but he couldn't say it out. It was the power of the Emperor's prestige that isolated Yang Kai from the tracking of the space secret technique, allowing the leader of the corpse spirit sect to finally escape. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1694 The Insect Emperor. Ida S. Monday again, please recommend, ask for a monthly ticket. After losing the movement of the leader of the corpse spirit cult, with that person's means, it may be difficult to find him now. This action is not considered a success, but in a short period of time, the leader of the corpse spirit sect should not make any more moves. After all, he has lost a lot of energy, especially the final blow of the Emperor treasure, which will definitely have a great impact on himself the load, otherwise it would not be delayed until now to use. Qian Tong obviously knew this too, so he didn't intend to ask Yang Kai to pursue him again. He thought for a while and said, although the man escaped, the corpse spirit sect is still a big trouble. The corpse cave was destroyed, and the old man felt that many corpse spirits were sleeping in the corpse cave last time. Well, I think so too. Yang Kai agreed with his point of view. After a brief discussion, the two set off immediately, heading towards the location of the burial valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Buried Hero Valley. The original corpse spirit clan in the valley was massacred by Qian Tong last time. They suffered heavy losses, but they were not completely wiped out. The remaining corpse spirit clan did not know where to hide now. Only the untransformed corpse spirit clansmen remained in the corpse cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the corpse cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the Eye of the Underworld again, wanting to see if there was a way to destroy the Eye of the Underworld. After all, this is the source of the birth of the corpse spirit race. As long as it is destroyed, the corpse spirit race will not be able to increase their number anymore. The remaining evils only need to be cleaned up slowly, and one day Gloomstar will return to calm again. But to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this thing. The Eye of the Underworld seems to be connected to another world, and the strong corpse aura flows from the other world, gathering into the form of spring water in the Eye of the Underworld. Rumor has it that the Eye of the Underworld is connected to the Underworld Hell. The only way is to go deep into it and destroy the bridge connecting the two worlds. Yang Kai didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only join forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the aura of the Eye of the Underworld, and finally destroy the corpse cave and kill those corpse spirits who are still in the process of transformation. When Yang Kai and Qian Tong returned to Ling Shaozong, it was already 10 days later. Briefly tell Yi Xian and others about the action this time. Yi Xian was also shocked. It was completely unexpected that there would be such a weird way of seizing homes in this world. The rest of the elders also sighed endlessly. According to what the suzerain said, isn't the corpse spirit leader immortal? Yi Xian frowned. That's not the case. Although his technique of seizing the house is weird and unpredictable, it must have caused some damage to himself. This can be seen from the change of the object he seized. It's just that he escaped this time. Now he doesn't know where he is hiding, so it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Although I failed to kill the leader of the corpse spirit, it is enough to seal the Eye of the Underworld. Presumably the corpse spirit clan will not increase their clansmen. It is time for us to fight back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled slightly. What do you think of the great elder? Pursue the victory. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The situation in Gloomstar has gotten worse and worse in the past 2 years. Part of the reason is that the corpse spirit race is too weird, and there are more and more masters who have transformed. The other part is that they are not convincing the leaders of the various sects are fighting on their own, so it is easy to be defeated one by one, but now it is different. The Void King class battleship and the suzerain you return. Elder Qian also broke through to the Void King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of Ling Shaozong and Shadow Moon Palace, I believe that the entire Gloom Star can be united. So are you still afraid of those corpse spirits? I have no problem with this old man. Gloomy Star is my homeland, and it is naturally my duty to contribute to Gloomy Star. Qian Tong immediately expressed his opinion. Yi Xian cast her eyes on Yang Kai. I have no problem. Yang Kai chuckled. You and Elder Qian are responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized, I just need to contribute. Since the suzerain wants to be lazy, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Xian was also a decisive person, and immediately made a decision. Next, the elders discussed specific matters with Qian Tong, including how to unite with the remaining masters and forces of Gloom Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate corpse spirit cult. In fact, everything is very simple. The prestige of Ling Xiaozong is not low. Now that Qian Tong is personally involved, with his cultivation base and status as a Void King realm powerhouse, he only needs to raise his arms, and there will be a lot of people responding. With the power of the two sects, together with the Void King class battleship, it is not difficult to gather and rescue those masters and sects who are troubled by the corpse spirit cult. At that time, this force will snowball and grow stronger, and when it sweeps the entire gloomy star, corpse spirit cult will no longer exist. Even Yi Xian was ready to send someone out to inform the entire Gloom Star that the mysterious leader of Corpse Spirit sect had been beheaded by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this is false news, no one will doubt it, and it is too late for the leader of the Corpse Spirit sect to hide it now, so naturally he will not stand up and question it. This news will greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit clan and those human fighters who have turned to the Corpse Spirit cult, and will be of great help to the next actions. Yang Kai did not participate in it, but went to Yang Yan's attic alone. As you said, that person is really the Chong Emperor. In Yang Yan's sea of AA consciousness, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, with a thoughtful look on her face. The Wandu evil Gu is the Chong Emperor. One of the secret techniques he cultivated, and the soul-slashing knife is also his secret treasure. Unexpectedly, he actually survived the battle that year. This is my negligence. That person turned out to be Emperor Chong. Yang Kai suddenly realized. Well, what he is best at is driving and cultivating strange insects and insects. He can pin his soul on those things he cultivated, so he can carry out many times of robbing. The poisonous evil Gu is just a kind of strange insects under his command. Ida S nothing more than a different insect, Ida S just used to control his subordinates. He has a good effect, and he has other more powerful methods in his hands. Where the insect cloud of the insect emperor passes by, it can make the entire star field suffer. Yang Kai looked horrified. He noticed that Yang Yan was talking about the entire star field, not a single star of cultivation. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled again. You don't have to be so nervous, you must have a corresponding cultivation level to drive strange insects and insects. He can only seize warriors at the Void Return first level now, how can he drive too much? There are so many strange insects. If you really want to do this, you will definitely be backlashed. It is already beyond my expectation to be able to use the 10,000 poisonous evil Gu. Believe me, he will not show up again in the next few years gone. But if this person is alive, it is always a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He is deeply wary of Emperor Zong, but he is at the same level as Yang Yan, who knows how capable he is. Yang Yan took a deep look at him. I have a way to let you kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yan didn't speak, but stretched out his hand to grab the void. In the sea of AA consciousness, a ball of light that exuded multicolored light and looked very beautiful was suddenly caught by her in her hand, and she immediately pressed her palm to Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were unhurried, she seemed careless, but Yang Kai didn't react, until the ball of light in Yang Yan's hand suddenly imprinted into his spirit body and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled. What is this? Quote. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. You will know after refining. As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul body. The strength was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. The soul body collapsed directly, and the spiritual mind returned to his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes, but what he saw was not the scenery in the attic, but in a void and chaotic space, with no light and nothing around, and he couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He didn't know where this place was, but he was someone who came here in the wind and waves, so he didn't panic, he just observed his surroundings quietly. Gradually, there is a trace of obscure existence in the void world. These things are condensed together, and as time goes by, they become larger and larger. I don't know how long it took. A huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was lifeless, not even a plant was born, it was just a completely dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star, feeling vaguely familiar. Gloom star. Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, observing the gloom star from the starry sky. It is this size, this appearance, but today's gloom star is full of vitality, not what he saw in front of him. I understand. Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yan had done to him until this time, and while he was grateful, he didn't want to give up this rare opportunity, so he quickly calmed down and realized. In this weird world, Yang Kai couldn't notice the passage of time at all. It seemed like a moment, or hundreds of millions of years. Some vitality finally appeared in the withered gloomy star, the sea tide ebbed and flowed, and the plants were full of greenery. Some flesh and blood creatures began to be born. Different races rose up one by one, got swept up in the long river of history, and then disappeared again. A period of different civilizations, one after another seemingly immortal time, spent under Yang Kai's indifferent spectator. He felt the breath from the wild or even an older era, even if he was just watching, he seemed to integrate himself into it, spending hundreds of millions of years with this star. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of this star with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he seemed to be this star, and this star was also him. Star Lord. Only a star master can feel this way. When Shaoningshang refined the star origin of Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai assisted and accompanied Shaoningshang to observe the evolution and development of Tongshuan continent. How similar is it to what he sees and perceives now? This is clearly the process of refining the origin of the stars and becoming a star master. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1695 Lord of the Dark Star. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and a wonderful feeling came from his heart. The entire gloomy star seems to have become a part of his body. He can feel any piece of land on the gloomy star as he likes, can perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, and can discover the people who live on this cultivation star. Birth, old age, sickness and death of living beings. If he wants, he can easily reach any place on gloomy star without the slightest restriction. If he wants, he can cause the sky to shatter, landslide and tsunami in one thought. He lightly clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in the whole world trembled slightly, and a sound like a great bell came out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of creatures on Gloom Star were shocked and looked up, not knowing what happened. The entire Gloom Star also underwent a subtle change at the moment when Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change is inexplicable, only a few strong people can feel it, and most of the others are unaware of it. From now on, Gloom Star will be closely related to Yang Kai, and as Yang Kai's cultivation level improves, the vitality of the entire Gloom Star will become more and more radiant. Yang Kai looked inside his body and found that in his dantian, there was a small ball, which looked like a dim star that had shrunk billions of times, and was placed there, spinning at a subtle speed. The power of the stars. To become the star master of a cultivation star, one must refine the origin of the cultivation star, and what Yang Yan entered into his body before was undoubtedly the star origin of the dark star. The dark star, which has shrunk countless times, will feed back some magical and subtle power in every rotation, nourishing Yang Kai's body, and at the same time absorbing Yang Kai's power to strengthen itself. This is a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and joyful, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Is this the Star Master of Gloom Star? Is this the master of this land? He couldn't help but have an unreal feeling that the little senior sister could become the Star Master of Tongshuan continent because of luck. He will find Shaoningshang on his own and ask her to refine it. But the gloomy star is different. Even if there is the suppression of the law of heaven and earth here, so that the warriors cannot comprehend the mysteries of the Void King realm, it is a vigorous star of cultivation. Vigorous young adults. If one wants to refine the origin of such a cultivation star, it is impossible without a Void King Realm cultivation base, and it must be a Void King Realm 3. Just like Luo Hai, Yishu King's second level became the Star Master, and he was the only one in the entire star field. As if understanding Yang Kai's suspicion, Yang Yan's voice came into the sea of AA consciousness. The source of the dark star has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years, and now there is a chance to escape from my control. Do you think it will cooperate obediently? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yan giggled. Don't worry, its temper has long since been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile back then, that's why I locked it up. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, and only then did he understand the whole story. Anyone who has been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, I am afraid that he has no temper, although the origin of the stars does not have his own wisdom, but he also knows that he cannot resist Yang Yan's methods, so he can only compromise. The position of Star Master came so easily and simply, Yang Kai still couldn't adapt to it. With a move in his heart, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, and the tide-like divine sense spread in all directions like a spider web, covering most of the gloomy star within a short moment. Yang Kai noticed many fighting movements, just like seeing it with his own eyes. But the power of the soul in the sea of AA consciousness is decreasing at a frightening speed. After Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness, he suddenly discovered that his sea of AA consciousness had decreased by 1/3 in just 5 breaths of time. That is to say, if I can only monitor the 15-breath kung fu of the gloomy star, the sea of AA consciousness will dry up completely, and I cannot fully monitor it. Calculated, Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless, although he only has the cultivation base of Void Return 3rd layer, but the power of the soul is comparable to the Void King realm, and there is such a treasure as the 7-color Warm God Lotus. It is impossible for the sea of AAAA consciousness to dry up under normal circumstances. From the looks of it, even if you become a Star Master, you still can't act as you want without having the necessary strength to base yourself on. But that's enough for now. I'm going to deal with some small troubles, and I'll come to see you later. Yang Kai said. Without waiting for Yang Yan to reply, he suddenly swayed and disappeared. Somewhere more than 100,000 miles away from Ling Shaozong, a group of corpse spirit sect disciples are fighting back fiercely, and a group of human warriors are struggling to resist. Ever since Ling Shaozong and Shadow Moon Hall jointly issued a call, the entire Gloom Star set off an upsurge of rebellion against the corpse spirit cult. Under the leadership of Yi Xian and Qian Tong, the army of the corpse spirit sect was retreating steadily, and countless members of the corpse spirit clan were killed and injured. Those warriors who lost their homes and the foundation of their sect gathered spontaneously to occupy their own sect. Men Jia's corpse spirit cult launched an attack. On the premise that there is no corpse hold to transform the clansmen, every death of the corpse spirit clan will lead to one less, and there is no fresh blood supply at all. In addition, there are rumors that the leader of the sect is dead, and all the senior members of the sect have been slaughtered. The corpse spirit sect has little resistance power. The warriors of the human race are like a broken bamboo, blossoming in all directions, throwing away their helmets and armors to kill the corpse spirit sect army. More than 80% of the sects have regained their lost ground. They fought steadily. On the one hand, they kept sufficient manpower in the main rudder to prevent the corpse spirit cult from counter-attacking, and on the other hand, they sent their own masters to rush to help the quartet. They are really too afraid of the corpse spirit cult. They know that if the corpse spirit cult is not completely wiped out this time, this weird race will always revive in the future. Most of the families and sects have put in all their strength and are about to fight to the death with the corpse spirit cult. Now this place is staged on the Dark Star in its usual scene. The remaining corpse spirits are lurking here, and they were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human warriors to rush and besiege them. Although there are less than 1,000 corpse spirits here, they are still extremely difficult to deal with. What's more, the corpse spirits are originally transformed from the dead. They hardly fear pain, and their bodies are also strong and steel. It is difficult to kill unless the corpse orb is destroyed. Under the premise of the same level, human warriors are not opponents of the corpse spirit clan. Thousands of people surrounded the corpse spirit clan in a small valley, but they didn't dare to launch a violent attack rashly. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit clan in the periphery, weakening their strength step by step, and slowly trying to figure it out. The corpse spirit clan obviously also discovered the enemy's plan. How could they be willing to sit and wait for death? Organized a few waves of fearless breakouts. Although there were many casualties, they also took the lives of many human warriors. The two sides were at a stalemate for a while. The corpse spirit race was at the end of the road. Everyone was extremely fierce, but the human warriors had scruples and restrained their hands and feet. Just when the powerhouses on the human side didn't know what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair strangely. He came so suddenly, there was no sign at all, and when everyone discovered his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced at the valley below, then raised a slap, and slapped it down lightly. The movements are very casual, as if they are swatting mosquitoes and flies. But under this palm, the spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth gathered crazily, and gathered under his palm to form a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. The palm print covered the sky and the earth, and was photographed with lightning speed. Bang! The ground shook violently, making it almost impossible for thousands of warriors from the race to stand on their feet. In the next moment, everyone's face changed in horror. They clearly saw that under the slap of the giant aura palm, nearly 1,000 corpse spirit clans, no matter their cultivation level or strength, were all turned into meat paste, which made them feel helpless and had a huge headache. 99% of them died in an instant, and only a few lucky ones were not affected, but their faces were bloodless, their bodies trembling, and they stood in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man is like a god at this moment, the god who dominates this world. After a slap, the young man disappeared with just a slight shake, as if he had never appeared before. But the huge palm prints in the valley, and the corpse spirit clan that died all over the place, showed that everything just now was not an illusion but a real occurrence. Who is this person? Why is he so amazing? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Palace Master Qian in Shadow Moon Palace, right? I heard that Palace Master Qian is already a Void King realm expert. Does our Gloom Star have a second Void King realm? No. 5 months ago, the old man was fortunate enough to witness Qian Dianju's shocking tricks, but it seems to be slightly inferior to this palm. How is it possible? Could it be that he is stronger than Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is now, that is Yang Kai, the suzerain of Lingxiao sect. I have seen him once before, when he was still in Longshe Mountain. Is he the sovereign of the Lingxiao sect? Everyone suddenly realized that the rumors were true. It was not unreasonable for the Lingxiao sect to become one of the most powerful sects in the Gloomy Star. With such a powerful suzerain, why worry about the sect being unhappy? Let's gossip, there are still a few miscellaneous fish that haven't been cleaned up. Sect Master Yang helped us solve the biggest problem, so we can't bother him to come back and clap the rest, right? A group of strong men nodded repeatedly, stepped forward one after another, and looked at the few surviving corpse spirit clan members with malicious intentions, slowly approaching. If I had known earlier, I would have been photographed to death. Looking at the people gathered around from all directions, those corpse spirit tribe members were thinking. Yang Kai experienced all kinds of convenience after becoming a star master, and couldn't help but feel a little elated. No wonder those Void King third layer powerhouses aim to refine the origin of the stars and become the Star Master. This is really convenient, just move it, and you can reach any place on the cultivation star in an instant, which is much more convenient and faster than using the space magic circle. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1696 Cape City. Wuba URL http://group 7,462,006 URL. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 wish everyone a good mood every day. Moreover, after becoming a Star Master, there are other more benefits. Yang Kai has not had time to experience and grasp it carefully, and it is not clear for the time being. But this alone is enough. Wherever he passes, the corpse spirits have nowhere to escape, just a random palm, and all the corpse spirits in groups are wiped out. Now that he is the ruler of Gloom Star, who can resist his methods in the territory of Gloom Star? Not even Qiantong. In just half a day, Yang Kai turned over half of the Gloomy Star, killing all the corpse spirit race that he could perceive. Before those human warriors figured it out, Yang Kai had already drifted away, leaving only those people looking at each other in blank dismay. On the worry-free beach, a group of warriors who broke away from the human army were running away, and a dozen or so hideous-looking corpse spirits chased after them relentlessly. The corpse spirit clan has not had a good time in the past year. Those powerful corpses will be cut off one by Qiantong and Ling Xiaozong's masters. The leader is also rumored to be exterminated. The dragons have no leader and can only be suppressed by the united human race. Step by step, he retreated towards the worry-free sea, trying to escape into the vast sea and seek a chance of survival. But their ideas didn't come true. Qiantong and Yixian chased and killed the corpse spirit sect all the way so far, and blocked their retreat in advance, making it impossible for them to go deep into the sea of AA worry-free. Today's corpse spirit sect is in decline, and it is no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. The corpse spirit clan, who was in a hurry, could only look for those human warriors who were alone and kill them, so as to vent their depression and resentment. This group of 7 or 8 human warriors was quite unlucky. When they were placed alone, they happened to encounter corpse spirit tribe members whose numbers and strength surpassed their own. They lost a few hands in the first battle and had to flee in the direction of the human army. The leader is a woman with a face like peach blossoms, charming appearance, and enchanting figure. A pair of waves on her chest are fierce and surging when she is galloping, but she is under the pursuit of the corpse spirit clan. But she turned pale, and while running away, she kept pouring spiritual thoughts into the communication compass in her hand, hoping to send a message to her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned her head and saw the scene that made her tremble all over. A laggard companion was overtaken by several corpse spirits and was directly knocked down to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirits didn't intend to kill him directly, but rushed forward, gnawing at his flesh and blood with sharp teeth. The screams and calls for help from her companions made the woman's calves tremble, and a hot current rushed through her lower abdomen, and she almost lost control on the spot. Not for a moment. The companion's voice gradually weakened, and after a few corpse spirits had a full meal, they chased them more and more ferociously, seeing that they were getting closer and closer. Thinking of his own skin and tender flesh, like that companion, he would become a food for the corpse spirit clan, and eventually become a dead bone without aesthetic feeling. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps as heavy as lead, and her saint chi couldn't function well, and she was a little unable to move forward. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the strong smell of blood. The woman exclaimed. At this moment, a blur appeared in front of her eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared, stretching out a hand towards her. With just a light grab, she was caught behind her in the air, and immediately the young man flicked his fingers, accompanied by the sound of several gusts of wind, and without exception, the dozen or so corpse spirits chasing him all burst into flames. Flower. A catastrophe was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her. A feeling of surviving after a catastrophe rose in his heart, and he lost his voice. Yongkai. Her voice was still trembling, her face was pale, obviously she hadn't recovered from the thrill and excitement. Hearing this woman's address, several other human warriors were slightly taken aback. Immediately, they all looked towards Yongkai with an excited look. They have naturally heard of Yongkai's name, but they have seen very few of them. This time, the sect master of Lingxiao sect personally rescued him, and they were naturally grateful. Yin Sudi. Yongkai looked back at the woman, frowned and said, "Why are you here? Where's your master?" This chick is obviously Yin Sudi from Lulaman. In Lulaman, she can be regarded as the leader of the younger generation. Few people can resist the charm skills she cultivates, but facing the corpse spirit clan, the charm skills are useless at all. The strength that can be exerted will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Yin Sudi forced a smile, and obediently replied, "Master is in Haijiao City." Yongkai used his spiritual sense to sense it, and soon realized that a city tens of thousands of miles away gathered the aura of a large number of warriors. That should be Haijiao City, a city near the worry-free sea. "What are you doing running out if you don't follow your master?" Yongkai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race is victorious now, and the corpse spirit clan has almost no place to stand, it is still very dangerous to act alone, especially in the border of the worry-free sea. Although Yongkai doesn't like Yin Sudi this woman very much, but now she can be regarded as Ling Xiaozong's disciple, as the suzerain, she can still be reprimanded. Yin Sudi was suddenly speechless. Back then when Yongkai's reputation was not well known, she had even taken action against Yongkai, but now it is different from the past. Yin Sudi understands better than anyone else, the gap between herself and Yongkai is immeasurable. If Yongkai is standing in the cloud, if it is too high, then she can only stay on the ground and look up. She envied that ugly senior sister Dai Yuan countless times, and she didn't know what method she used to get Yongkai's care. It is precisely because of Yongkai's attitude that Master Gong Aofu has become more and more fond of senior sister, but he has been gradually neglected in the past year or so. Forget it. Yongkai waved his hand, and didn't want to delve into it. He turned his head and looked at the other warriors, and found that all of them were young teenagers. This group of guys were obviously dazzled by Yin Sudi's beauty, and they were willing to follow behind her. Yongkai couldn't be more clear about Yin Sudi's methods, and he even found that when a few of them looked at him, their eyes were somewhat repulsive and vigilant. "You send you back to the elders of the palace," Yongkai said, waving his hand and wrapping Yin Sudi with a piece of holy energy. What Yongkai didn't expect was that Yin Sudi slipped into his arms, wrapping his hands around his waist, looking like a little bird, the pair of waves on his chest squeezed in without hesitation. There was a softness in his chest. Yongkai shook his head, but he didn't push her away immediately, and rolled up the other warriors, and with a sway, he came directly to Haijiao City. Gently patted Yin Sudi's shoulder, Yongkai said, "Here we are." After speaking, no matter what she thought, she disappeared again. Yin Sudi let out a cry, looked around, and was surprised to find that she was back in Haijiao City, and the buildings in the city were so familiar. Yin Sudi felt a little lost as her hands were still in the posture of embracing. The area of Haijiao City is small, and it is now fully occupied by human warriors. Yongkai found Yi Xian, Qian Tong and others in the city, and talked with them, and only then did he know the recent situation. Yongkai thought it didn't take much time to refine the origin of the stars, but he didn't know that it took more than a year. And within a year, Ling Xiaozong and Shadow Moon Palace joined hands to basically eradicate the power of the corpse spirit sect. The remaining corpse spirit tribe wanted to escape into the sea of worry-free, but they were blocked and could only hide. In a mountain range 30,000 miles away from Haijiao City, they can't come out anyway. Qian Tong went to kill the last batch every now and then, but some corpse spirits hid too deeply, even Qian Tong couldn't find them all. It was time for a headache. The entire gloomy star has basically returned to calm, and more than 80% of the remaining corpse spirits are hiding in the mountains. As long as those corpse spirits are wiped out, the remaining remnants will be nothing to fear. At that time, there will be no need for Ling Xiaozong with the help of Shadow Moon Hall, relying on the strength of those sects alone, they can also kill all the scattered corpse spirits. That's it. After Yang Kai inquired about the situation, he grinned, I'll go there. You have a solution? Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. This time, Qian Tong always felt that Yang Kai had changed, but he couldn't tell what it was. Under his perception, Yang Kai himself was still the same. Returning to the third layer of the void, although the aura is more vigorous, it gives him an extremely dangerous feeling. It's as if he fights with Yang Kai, he must be the one who dies. This idea surged up, making Qian Tong suspicious and unable to figure out the reason. I'll know when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but didn't talk too much. I'll go with you, Qian Tong said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and suddenly told Yi Xian, let the people gathered in Haijiao City disperse. After a few years of turmoil, their sects need to recuperate, and it would be a waste of time to stay here. It's not a problem. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Tong's arm. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from Yi Xian's eyes strangely, stronger than Yi Xian, and they didn't notice any traces. Yi Xian's expression changed a few times, then she suddenly pursed her lips into a smile, and said with a dazed expression, so that's how it is. She obviously understood something. After pondering for a while, she took out the communication compass, poured her spiritual thoughts into it, and issued an order. After a while, the human warriors gathered in Haijiao City received an order from the Lingxiao sect. The entire army of the corpse spirit clan was wiped out, and all sects returned to their main rudders to recuperate. The warriors of the various sects who received the order looked at each other in blank dismay, and ran around to inquire, but the final result was no different from the order, and the high-level officials from the Shadow Moon Hall and Ling Xiaozong all confirmed this. Although it is not clear why the corpse spirit clan was wiped out all of a sudden, the warriors of the human race were still very happy after the catastrophe of the gloomy star was resolved. Out of their trust in the Ling Xiaozong and the Shadow Moon Palace, they all went back home to discuss how to revive the sect. Chapter 1697 Xiaoguang Island. Reviving the sect is a major event, and it may take decades or hundreds of years of dedication and hard work, but the top priority is that those sect families feel that they should have a good relationship with Ling Xiaozong and Shadow Moon Palace, and only these two will follow in the future. In this catastrophe, Ling Xiaozong and Shadow Moon Palace quickly accumulated prestige far surpassing that of Zontianmeng, Leitezong and Xingdi Mountain. The two forces have become the most powerful representatives of Gloom Star. It can be said that this catastrophe of corpse spirit sect has achieved the rapid rise of Ling Xiaozong and Shadow Moon Palace in a disguised form. In front of the Cape Mountains, a ray of light flashed, and Qian Tong and Yang Kai appeared side by side. Qian Tong looked sideways at Yang Kai, almost speechless in astonishment. He is now a Void King realm expert, a line higher than Yang Kai's cultivation level, but he still hasn't figured out how Yang Kai brought him here. This is definitely not a simple space secret technique. After thinking about it, Qian Tong suddenly had a shocking guess in his mind. You refined the origin of the gloomy star and became the Star Master. Only by becoming the master of one star can he bring himself here from Haijiao City in an instant without being noticed by him. Reminiscent of the subtle changes he felt in the world a while ago, Qian Tong is almost sure that his guess is correct. Elder Qian has good eyesight, I have indeed refined the origin of Gloom Star. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be hidden, and Qian Tong is not an outsider. Qian Tong lost his mind, and immediately sighed with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to walk in front of the old man, you are so young and awesome. He was a little happy for Yang Kai, but also a little bit shocked. It's just luck. Yang Kai naturally won't be complacent. He can refine the origin of the stars, which is entirely due to Yang Yan's credit. Otherwise, with his own ability, he must at least cultivate to the third level of the Void King before he can try it. The origin of Gloom Star was imprisoned in the sea of AA consciousness by Yang Yan for tens of thousands of years. Long ago unwilling to be lonely, with Yang Kai's acceptance, he was naturally refined by Yang Kai very obediently. It really is luck. Since that's the case, then there's no need for the old man to do anything. It's up to you. Qian Tong chuckled, and quickly returned to normal, without any envy or jealousy. Instead, he took the initiative to take a step back and wait and see quietly. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense, his spiritual mind expanded, swept every place in the Cape Mountains in front of him, and after realizing that there were only corpse spirit races inside, he suddenly raised his hands. It is rising slowly with the momentum of supporting the sky. Accompanied by his movements, the entire Cape Mountain range vibrated, and a violent sound came from inside the mountain range, rumbling like a war drum beating underground, and the sound spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain range. Visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. It actually increased a bit at a subtle speed. Qian Tong took a deep breath, his heart was full of yearning and longing. This is the power of the Star Lord. With a single thought, you can change the sea, move mountains and add seas. Moreover, this is the method that Yang Kai does not want to use under the premise of destroying this mountain range, otherwise he can directly wipe out this mountain range. This method, even if he tried his best, he couldn't do it. The abnormality of the Cape Mountains obviously alarmed the corpse spirits hiding in it. Countless members of the corpse spirit race rushed out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon, they discovered to their horror that the entire Cape Mountain range was imprisoned by an invisible force, and they could not fly in the air, nor escape from this area. Hiding place. The original place to hide and survive. Now it's a prison. The corpse spirit clansmen yelled and panicked, not knowing what happened. In less than a dozen breaths of effort, the Cape Mountains rose by a distance of 1 zhang. Yang Kai exhaled lightly, and the palm that was dragged up suddenly pressed down. Bang! The mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles fell again. There was a violent shaking from the ground, and bursts of explosive sounds came from the mountains densely. At this moment, the aura of heaven and earth seemed to turn into a murderous sharp blade, raging in the body of the corpse spirit clan. Bump bump, one after another, the corpse spirit clan exploded into dust amidst the noise, and disappeared without a trace. After the noise subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense perception again, and there were no traces of the corpse spirit race in the Cape Mountain range, and the thousands of corpse spirit race who had fled here were all strangled without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement, and after a long time, he let out a breath. This catastrophe, let's stop here. After killing the leader of the corpse spirit sect, you can feel completely at ease. Yang Kai smiled slightly. This matter has cost you a lot of attention. The old man is now. Well, after you kill him, the old man will tell you about this matter again, so don't worry for now. Qian Tong obviously has something to say, but he doesn't want to say it now, so Yang Kai will not force it. The two soon separated. Qian Tong returned to the Shadow Moon Palace to take charge of the reconstruction of his own sect, while Yang Kai went straight to the worry-free sea. He wanted to find the Emperor Zong and make him disappear completely in this place, world. When he was searching for the corpse spirit clan before, he had also noticed the breath of the insect emperor, but unfortunately he couldn't find it. So he directly set his goal on the worry-free sea, and he believed that his judgment was correct. The gloomy star is very big. Since the forces on the sea and the land are two different systems, the fighters of each other will rarely interfere with each other's life, so this time, although the corpse spirit cult is very violent in the belly of the gloomy star, the major sects suffered heavy losses, but the forces in the deep sea were basically not affected. It is also for this reason that members of the corpse spirit clan want to escape into the worry-free sea to avoid being hunted down by the various sects. This is not the first time Yang Kai has come to the worry-free sea. The last time he came out of the Emperor Garden, he passed by here unintentionally, but at that time he was eager to return to the sect, and the worry-free sea he saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and it didn't represent anything. On this trip, he deliberately searched for the whereabouts of the Emperor Zong, walked along the road, and experienced the customs of people in land that were completely different from those on land. The power of the deep sea should not be underestimated. Many islands have powerful void return third layers sitting in command. But now he has become the master of the gloomy star. There is no difference between land and sea for him. He can easily dominate everything on the gloomy star. Xiaoguang Island belongs to the largest sect among the deep sea forces, Haidian. The sea palace is famous in the deep sea. The residents of the deep sea may not know Ling Shaozong or Xingdi Mountain, but they definitely have never heard of the sea palace. The inheritance of this power is definitely not shorter than that of Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong back then. Countless years of accumulation, rich and abundant sea resources have made the power of Sea Palace more and more powerful, almost occupying half of the entire deep sea area. In the deep sea, the Sea Palace is definitely a gigantic monster. If it weren't for the fact that most of the exercises they cultivated were based on water and ice systems, and their strength on land would have to be discounted, the gloomy star might not have had anything to do with the Zhantianmeng and the Thunder Typhoon sect for a long time, and the Sea Palace alone would be enough to unify the entire gloom star. However, due to various constraints, Haidian can only show off its power in the deep sea, and cannot extend its minions to land. On this day, Yang Kai came to Xiaoguang Island, which covers an area of about 1,000 miles. Even in the deep sea, this island is not too small. Among the islands under the name of Haidian, it can occupy the top 10 positions. The island is rich in materials and seafood, and it brings a lot of water to Haidian every year. The training supplies are an island that Haidian and it's valued. When Yang Kai turned into a streamer and landed on this island, he was immediately noticed by the Haidian disciples. The warriors on land and sea have some obvious differences in clothing and skin color, so when Yang Kai landed, he was surrounded by a group of Sea Palace disciples who were responsible for patrolling the island and maintaining law and order. Xiaoguang Island is not a place for casual people to come in and out. Anyone who wants to come in has to enter from a specific location, find out their identity, and pay a certain amount of holy crystals before they can be released. Falling down from the sky with such a big thorn like Yang Kai is undoubtedly a provocation to Haidian. So that group of Haidian disciples all looked bad. Even though they sensed that Yang Kai was very powerful, they didn't have much fear. Yang Kai didn't mean to deal with them, but took a step forward, and after one kick, the people were gone. "Where's the kid?" Among the warriors in this group, the one with the highest strength exclaimed and looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai at all. The others also looked at each other in blank dismay, a little creepy. The other party disappeared mysteriously without anyone noticing, which shows that if people want to, they can also take their lives without anyone noticing. Until then, this group of Haidian disciples felt a little scared. "Scatter, look for that guy's trace, I will report to the island owner." The leader's expression changed a few times, and he immediately made a decision. Suddenly such a strong man came to Xiaoguang Island, no matter what the other party did, he had to tell the island owner. The crowd agreed with a loud bang, and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote wooden house near the sea in the island, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, looked up and smiled slightly. The scenery here is good, facing the sea, backed by Xiaoguang Island. At the time of sunset, the afterglow of the sun reflects the brilliance of Xiaoguang Island. It is indeed a good place for recuperation and healing. A few low-strength warriors were guarding outside the wooden house. When they saw Yang Kai appearing at first, they all froze for a moment, and then as if they had received some orders, they all urged Shengyuan fiercely to sacrifice their own secret treasures. Yang Kai rushed over. Yang Kai frowned, noticing that their situation was different. He didn't kill them all, but stretched out his hand to hold them in the void. The aura of heaven and earth spontaneously turned into strong ropes, binding these low-strength warriors, making them unable to move. Several warriors suddenly looked ashen, looking at Yang Kai in horror. "Since I'm here, you can't hide, why don't you show up openly? It's not interesting to hide your head and show your tail." Yang Kai yelled in the direction of the wooden house, stood on the spot with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Chapter 1698 Peng Zhen. After a long while, frivolous footsteps came from the wooden house. After a while, a young man with delicate features came out of the wooden house. This young man seemed to be only about 20 years old, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Holy King. He looked at Yang Kai with resentment and fear, his eyes flickered with disbelief, as if he couldn't figure out why he was found out by Yang Kai so easily. Looking at each other, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth, but the handsome young man seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. "How did you find out that I am hiding here?" The young man finally couldn't bear this silent depression, and now Yang Kai puts a lot of pressure on him, and he can no longer be as calm as before. "I asked myself leave any tell. It's not easy to find you." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "If it weren't for your myriad poisons and evil Gu, I'm afraid I really couldn't find it." While talking, Yang Kai stretched out his fingers and pointed at the warriors who were imprisoned by him. The young man looked gloomy, and glanced at his subordinates who were controlled by the poisonous evil Gu he had planted. A look of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that it would be a huge failure to subdue a few subordinates temporarily. He was already very cautious. This time he fled to Xiaoguang Island to heal his wounds, and the strength of the few people he subdued was very low, so it is generally impossible to be noticed by others, but he didn't want Yang Kai to see the flaws. "Even so, it may be difficult for you to kill me. It's not like you haven't tried it before. Why don't you discuss it with me?" The young man raised his chin proudly and suggested. "Not interested." Yang Kai shook his head. The young man was stunned. "You say you're not interested if you don't listen. Are you afraid of regretting it?" "There is nothing to regret, today you will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered. The young man also laughed, looked at Yang Kai sarcastically, and said old-fashionedly, The boy is very good at talking big words. Last time I was able to escape from your hands, this time it is also possible, but if you don't pester me anymore, this seat can give you a little benefit, and guarantee you a lifetime of endless benefits. What benefits can you, a guy who drives strange insects, give me? Yang Kai was overjoyed. The young man's face changed again, his brows were furrowed, and he asked tentatively, do you know the details of this seat? It doesn't matter if you know it or not, if I tell you to die today, you must die. Yang Kai snorted coldly, stopped talking to him, but stretched out his hand to cover him. Boy is so brave, the young man yelled, but he didn't dodge or dodge, instead he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The Saint Yuan in his whole body was violently pouring, and there was a faint tendency to burst. He knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Yang Kai at all, so he didn't think about keeping this body, but instead planned to explode the body, disturbing Yang Kai's line of sight, and took the opportunity to escape. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, and didn't make any other movements, just shook his big hand in the void. The aura of heaven and earth gathered quickly, and the boy on the opposite side seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. He was fixed in the air and could no longer move. The boy's eyes finally showed fear, and he said in horror, what kind of method is this? After the words fell, he seemed to think of something, his eyes tremblingly looked at Yang Kai, and screamed, you can mobilize the power of the stars, have you refined the origin of the stars? Fortunately, it's the insect emperor, he has a good eye. Yang Kai sneered, his hand movements didn't stop, he just squeezed it hard. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the young man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and in the blood mist, a power of the soul escaped in embarrassment and fled outwards frantically. The last time Yang Kai and Qian Tong teamed up, there was no way to use the Chong Emperor's trick, but this time Yang Kai has become the star master of the gloomy star, and he has been prepared for a long time, how can he let him escape? With a thought, the space within a radius of more than 10 feet immediately turned into a solid cage. No matter how much the power of the soul rushed left and right, he couldn't escape. There seemed to be invisible barriers around him, blocking him back. After trying a few times, the Zong Emperor obviously knew that he was doomed, and he stopped doing useless work. The power of the soul visible to the naked eye gathered into a ball, condensing a vague figure in the void. The figure looked at Yang Kai, his eyes were gloomy, his body rose and fell like a burning flame, and he said in a deep voice, I admit it, let me go, what benefits do you want, what I can give it together you. Yang Kai pouted, stretched out a hand and grabbed him. The insect emperor couldn't dodge at all, and the power of the soul was directly caught by Yang Kai in the palm of his hand. He struggled violently, but he still couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's control, he could only curse loudly and roar hysterically. Yang Kai rubbed his hands, and with a sharp scream, the soul of the Chong Emperor turned into nothingness and completely disappeared in this world. A green knife-shaped secret treasure that seems to have shrunk countless times, and a small and delicate bracelet, stayed on Yang Kai's palm. Both exude the evil power of the Emperor. The bracelet is nothing unusual, but the dark green knife-shaped secret treasure that has been shrunk countless times, when Yang Kai uses his spiritual sense to investigate, a strange force gushes out, cut off Yang Kai's spiritual sense. Debao. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. Now he does not lack secret treasures on hand, and even has two pieces of Emperor treasure level, one is the offensive Nirvana Thunder Orb, and the other is the mysterious Boundary Orb. These two things are the precious existence of Xingdi Mountain's so-called Emperor Treasurer Zhu. Now he suddenly bought two more pieces, which really made Yang Kai overjoyed. No one would dislike their many treasures, especially Di Bao. Yang Kai knew about the emerald green knife that had shrunk countless times, and possessed a soul-severing soul. The last time the Emperor Zong used it, Yang Yan said it was a soul-severing knife, and its power was unpredictable. As for that small bracelet-like thing, Yang Kai didn't know where it came from or what it was used for. Tried to release divine thoughts to investigate, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate into it at all. Yang Kai can only give up. This bracelet is the secret treasure of the Chong Emperor after all, the restriction issued by him is not something he can easily break. Although he couldn't figure out the function of the bracelet, Yang Kai felt a sinister power from inside it, and that power made him a little frightened. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the Soul Slayer knife and the bracelet. He didn't have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just after finishing these, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura coming from the center of the island, quickly approaching here. Apparently, the high-level executives of Xiaoguang Island noticed the aura fluctuation just now and came to check it out. Yang Kai didn't leave immediately, but stood there and waited thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was 4 feet tall, with a wide nose and a gap. He was born with an oppressive majesty. Anyone who stood beside him would be terrified. There was a long scar on this man's face, extending from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look more and more hideous. After the man came here, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance, and couldn't help being furious, and shouted, "Where did the bastard come from? He dared to act presumptuously on Xiaoguang Island." Saying so, he couldn't help but patted Yang Kai with a palm. This person has the cultivation base of the 3rd layer of returning to the void, and he is not weaker than Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu back then. He has a huge body, a huge slap, and has infinite power. Voice. Even if a martial artist of the same level receives this palm, more than a dozen bones will have to be broken. Yang Kai frowned, although he was a little displeased that the other party shot without asking the reason, but remembering that he was an uninvited guest, he didn't care too much, just waved his hand casually, and the sturdy man was under an invisible force, flew out. His eyeballs almost popped out. He looked at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost during the day, and then he landed lightly, no longer the same as before. He also discovered that Yang Kai didn't hurt his mind, otherwise how could he calm down, and with the means Yang Kai showed just now, he could kill himself in the blink of an eye. A terrifying thought welled up deep in his heart. The man took a deep breath, and he didn't dare to push it any further. He shouted in a loud voice, "Who is your excellency? Tell me your name." Yang Kai grinned, cupped his fists and said, "Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai." Ling Xiaozong. The man thought for a while, his body shook, and he exclaimed, "You are the suzerain Yang Kai of the Ling Xiao sect." Although he lived in the inner sea, the man had obviously heard of Ling Xiaozong and Yang Kai. It's just that he never expected that the sovereign of the Ling Xiao sect was so powerful. "My friend is." Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The man frowned, but still answered truthfully, "The owner of Xiaoguang Island, Peng Zhen." It turned out to be Island Master Peng. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Kai clasped his fists and greeted. Peng Zhen's expression changed, and he has recovered from the initial shock. Although he is not Yang Kai's opponent, he can't lose his backbone and the reputation of Haidian, and said in a deep voice, "Although Sect Master Yang is the master of Ling Xiao sect, but my ocean palace has nothing to do with Ling Xiaozong, and Sect Master Yang can't kill people at will on the island of my ocean palace, right?" Peng would like to ask why. As the lord of an island, he naturally wanted to maintain the safety of the warriors on the island. Peng Zhen couldn't ignore the death of a person on the island, otherwise it would damage his reputation if it spread. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and said, "Island Master Peng, forgive me, Yang did not want to kill him for no reason, but he must die." To tell the truth, Island Master Peng, Yang went to sea this time to find him. "Sect Master Yang, can you explain?" Seeing Yang Kai being so polite, Peng Zhen couldn't help but relax a lot. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled slightly, explaining the reason behind it. Peng Zhen was shocked. He couldn't believe what Yang Kai said was true. He thought Yang Kai just made up an excuse. Knowing that he was puzzled, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Island Master Peng will understand after looking at these things." Quote, while speaking, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the few warriors who had been imprisoned by him before. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1699 Deep Sea Supplies. Those low-strength warriors were originally controlled by the Emperor Chong with the myriad poison Zhenwu, and Yang Kai didn't mean to hurt them after he came here, but just locked them in place. Following Yang Kai's movements at this moment, these people all trembled and their faces twisted, as if they were suffering from great pain. 2 of them had already foamed at the mouth and fell down, but their lives were not in danger. Peng Zhen watched coldly, but he was no longer as reckless as before. After a while, accompanied by a creaking sound, several beams of light suddenly shot out from the minds of these warriors. Yang Kai grabbed it, then spread his hands and gestured towards Peng Zhen. A few grotesque insects, only the size of a fingernail, showing black and red, struggled and resisted, but they still couldn't escape Yang Kai's control. Peng Zhen stared for a long time, then swallowed his saliva. Is this the myriad poison Zhenwu? He had never seen these bugs before, but he felt a savage atmosphere from them, as if these bugs came from a very ancient era, giving him a dangerous feeling. That's right, if you are planted with the 10,000 poison Zhenwu, you will be controlled by the Zhenwu master. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Can I take a look? Seeing Lai Xinxi, Peng Zhen decided to take a 10,000 poison evil Zhenwu back to study and study. Although this thing is dangerous, if it is thoroughly researched and understands how to drive it, it will be worth a lot of money. A secret trick. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile. Island Master Pang, if you are not afraid of being drilled into the sea of AAAA consciousness by them, I can give these to you. Pang Zhen's face turned pale. He hesitated for a long time, then shook his head cruelly and said, "Forget it, Pang thinks that he is not strong enough, Sect Master Yang can handle these things by himself." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and with a flick of his wrist, several struggling myriad poison gusts were turned into dust. After realizing that the previous incident was indeed a misunderstanding, not only did Yang Kai not kill innocent people indiscriminately on Xiaoguang Island, but he also helped him solve a huge problem. Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai became much more enthusiastic. Perhaps, what he is more afraid of is Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire Wuyuhai has the ability to fly him away with every gesture. Pang Zhen strongly invited Yang Kai to sit in his mansion. Yang Kai also intends to communicate with him, and there is nothing he can do. As the owner of Xiaoguang Island, Pang Zhen's mansion occupies the best spiritual land on Xiaoguang Island, and the building is extremely majestic. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered people to serve delicacies and fine wines, and more than a dozen young girls dressed in tulle, with graceful bodies looming, sang and danced to Guanzhang's vocal music. Accompanied by a group of masters of returning to the virtual mirror on the island. The atmosphere is very lively. Sea Palace has also heard a lot about the changes that happened inland in recent years, but because they did not spread into the deep sea, Sea Palace is not too clear about the details. The reason why Pang Zhen enthusiastically invited Yang Kai was because he was optimistic about Yang Kai's strength, and on the other hand, he also wanted to find out the current situation in the interior. Of course Yang Kai had nothing to hide. When they learned that the corpse spirit sect had been uprooted, everyone in Haidian exclaimed incessantly, and when they learned that Qian Tong was really a Void King realm expert, Pang Zhen and the others all had deep worries on their faces. Color. The gloomy star has not appeared in the Void King realm for tens of thousands of years. This is just a realm that has been passed down from generation to generation, but no one can reach it. Pang Zhen and others don't know how strong the Void King realm can be, but this does not prevent them from having own sense of urgency. They were afraid that Qian Tong would become ambitious and extend his claws to the deep sea. Although the Sea Palace's influence in the deep sea is intricate and huge, they still have no idea whether they can withstand a Void King realm. Yang Kai observed what they said, and naturally knew what they were worried about, and while it was funny in his heart, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong has this kind of thought, even if he really has this kind of thought, it may be difficult for him to conquer the deep sea alone, and the Shadow Moon Palace does not have such a great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little unfounded. Island Master Pang, Yang has something to ask. I don't know if Island Master Pang can agree. After drinking for 3 rounds, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Sect Master Yang, please tell me." Pang Zhen quickly looked up. "I would like to meet with the Hall Masters of your Ocean Palace," Yang Kai said with a smile, taking a sip of the fine wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "I don't know what Sect Master Yang is doing." Although with Yang Kai's identity and status, he is indeed qualified to meet several Hall Masters of the Sea Palace, but Pang Zhen still has to ask. The others also looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Good thing." Yang Kai smiled inscrutably. "This suzerain wants to open up the material exchange between the deep sea and the inland. You know, Master Pang, that the deep sea and the inland have different specialties because of their different environments. The cultivation materials that can be easily found in the deep sea may be extremely precious inland. On the contrary, the things that can be easily found in the inland may also be very precious in the deep sea. If we can communicate with each other, are of great benefit to the disciples of their respective forces." This is the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay, otherwise, after killing the Zong Emperor, he would have left here long ago. How could he waste time? The Lingxiao sect is no more than before. It used to have a few hundred people at most, and it is very easy to feed them. Just getting a batch of supplies is enough for those people to practice, but now, Yang Kai brought nearly 10,000 people from the Tongshuan continent. Even if Ling Xiaozong has accumulated some materials to supply imaginary materials, he can't help but consume them for several years. As in the current situation, just after a battle with the corpse spirit cult, the entire inland has withered supplies, and the vitality of the major sects has been seriously injured, and training supplies are extremely scarce. Yang Kai took a fancy to the difference between the deep sea and the inland property. If this can be achieved, it will not only relieve the temporary worries, but also don't have to worry about not having any cultivation supplies in the future. Just need to resell them, and they can quickly accumulate a large amount of money, wealth. Although he is now the Lord of the Gloomy Star, he can travel to various places at will, and even use force to coerce the Sea Palace to surrender, but Yongkai doesn't want to do this. He prefers to let the inland and the deep sea communicate with each other for mutual benefit. Standing at the height of the Lord of the Gloomy Star, he sometimes needs to consider the entire Gloomy Star. Pang Zhen's eyes lit up when he heard his proposal, but he quickly frowned and said, Sect Master Yang is not the first person who wants to do this. Someone in my sea palace has also proposed this matter, but it's just some special material delivery. It is difficult, and it is not convenient to come and go, so this matter will not be resolved. Although there are some trade exchanges between the deep sea and the inland, it is only limited to a few cities by the sea. Seeing his demeanor, Yongkai knew that the people of Sea Palace were not interested in inland supplies, but that it was too troublesome and would take too long, otherwise it would not be Yongkai's turn to consider this matter. The most important thing is that they don't have a fixed trading partner. With the huge power of Haidian, only a few sects in the inland are qualified to sit on an equal footing with it, and other forces can only look up. In other words, Haidian itself can't do anything alone. Yongkai smiled and said, what if I can solve these troubles? Pang Zhen's expression brightened. Sect Master Yang can really do this. Yongkai nodded solemnly, with a serious expression. Pang Zhen laughed loudly and said, if Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. But I can't be the master of this matter, I can only report to several palace masters and let them make decisions. Yang, the famous name of the Ocean Palace, has also been heard for a long time. The masters of the palace are wise and powerful, and they will not refuse such a good thing. Yongkai laughed. Pang Zhen was in a good mood, raised his glass and said, then I wish this matter a complete success. I'm afraid Pang will ask Sect Master Yang to take care of him. If this matter really happens, then Pang Zhen will undoubtedly take the lead, which is of no harm to him, and he may be able to take this opportunity to improve his status in the High Palace, so his respect for Yongkai, his attitude became more and more friendly, and he was only treated as a VIP. In the middle of the night, after the banquet was over, Yongkai was arranged to rest in a luxurious wing room, served by several beautiful young girls. Yongkai sent them out, and the girls all looked resentful like boudoir wives, which made Yongkai feel very guilty. Yongkai thought that the matter he proposed would be of great benefit to Haidian, and Haidian should be very enthusiastic, but what he didn't expect was that he had waited on Xiaoguang Island for 3 days, but he didn't see any of them. The master of Haidian came to discuss with himself. This made him a little baffled. Logically speaking, although the Sea Palace is huge, there are space magic circles between the islands. If the main hall of the Sea Palace really pays enough attention, they can arrive at Xiaoguang Island within half a day. It has been delayed for 3 days, which can only show that the other party does not trust his ability enough, or is not enthusiastic about this matter. Yongkai is not in a hurry. Now that the hidden dangers of the corpse spirit sect are gone, Ling Xiaozong doesn't have any major issues for him to make decisions. With Yi Xian in charge, it doesn't matter whether he returns or not. He took advantage of this opportunity to savor the various changes after becoming a Star Master. As the Lord of the Gloomy Star, he can naturally go anywhere at will. As long as he has enough divine sense and holy energy, he can span millions or even tens of millions of miles in an instant, but if he really does this, the burden on himself will be relatively heavy. Big. It is not difficult for him to cross hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. This is just an insignificant convenience after becoming a Star Master. The biggest advantage is of course that he practiced on the Gloomy Star. The aura of heaven and earth penetrated fiercely and uncontrollably into his body, allowing his cultivation speed to increase dozens or even hundreds of times than before. This is something no one can do. And in the battle, he can easily mobilize the heaven and earth aura of Gloom Star, and kill all enemies effortlessly, which has been verified before. But there is one thing that Yongkai is very concerned about, that is, he vaguely noticed that Gloom Star has an invisible force shrouded in it. This force has the characteristics of confinement and seal, like a barrier, blocking the warriors on Gloom Star. The exploration and comprehension of high-level warriors. It is precisely because of the existence of this layer of barriers that no Void King realm has been born on Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1700 Sea Clan. This is the law of the Gloomy Star, the power of the laws of heaven and earth, so unpredictable that even Void King realm powerhouses can't touch the edge. Although Yongkai has become a Star Master, there is still no way to use this law. He tried to break through it, or dispel it, but failed. Sighing leisurely, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and did not do any more useless work. Although this layer of law restricts the way for the Dark Star Warrior to advance to the Void King stage, it does not harm the warrior itself, so there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Another day passed, and there was still no news from Haidian. This made Yang Kai a little impatient. Just as he was considering whether he should go to the main hall of the Sea Palace in person, he suddenly frowned, and his spiritual thoughts spread towards him. Thousands of miles away from Xiaoguang Island, there is a huge wave with a height of hundreds of feet, which is rapidly approaching Xiaoguang Island. There were many people, at least about 100 people. Among these hundreds of people, there are males and females. The males are tall and burly, unlike humans. Each of them is 4 or 5 feet tall. Their faces are ugly and hideous, making people shudder, while the females are all shy, pretty, with fair skin. Flawless, soft and boneless waist, or charming, or pure, or hot, arousing infinite imagination. What Yang Kai cares about is that this group of people are all experts above Void Return Mirror. He thought this was a master of Haidian, but after a closer look, he found that it was not the case. These guys are not humans. Yang Kai thought about it, and suddenly remembered. In the deep sea of Aa Gloom Star, not only is the human race prosperous, but there is also a race called the Sea Race. The Sea Clan is just a general term, covering many branches. They are born masters of water-based exercises and martial arts. In the deep sea, they are also giants. However, the Sea Clan rarely interacts with the human race, so warriors on the Dark Star Inland may not necessarily be able to meet a Sea Clan in their entire lives. Even human warriors living in the deep sea rarely have the opportunity to meet such creatures. Yang Kai looked at it for a while. It was found that these sea tribes should contain at least 4 or 5 branches. One of them was covered with scales, some had barb-like tails behind them, and some had crab-like arms, which looked weird. It was also the first time he saw the Sea Clan. Can't help but be a little surprised. I don't know what they want to do when they rush towards Xiaoguang Island aggressively. After so much observation for a while, the burly Sea Clan leader who was stepping on the huge waves actually noticed something, and his eyes shot out a terrifying light. Looking towards the void, it seems that he wants to find out where Yang Kai is hiding. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked away. For him, no one on Gloom Star is worth caring about. The 100 or so Sea Clans above the Void Return Mirror may be an extremely powerful combat force for Haidian, but they are really not worth it to him. Carry. Above the huge waves, the burly Sea Clan frowned, and looked at the void thoughtfully for a few times, with a suspicious expression on his face. "Shangao, did you find something?" asked a woman next to her, who was dressed hotly and with more than 60% of her skin exposed to the air, frowning. Shangao shook his head slowly. "It seems that someone is watching us, but there is no obvious sign, maybe I feel wrong." The woman was stunned, but she knew Shangao's strength. As one of the leaders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, she was one of the strongest in the entire Gloomy Star, and it was rare for her to make a censor error. But since Shangao said so, the woman couldn't ask any more questions, and her pretty brows were frowned. "But this time, I'm afraid it's not easy to handle. The princess disappeared near Xiaoguang Island. Take it away, but what if the other party refuses to admit it?" Shangao snorted coldly. "If they dare not admit it, this commander will raze Xiaoguang Island to the ground. These human races should have gotten out of worry-free sea long ago. This is my Sea Clan's territory." "Hey," the woman sighed deeply, her brows were full of worry, and she looked in the direction of Xiaoguang Island. She secretly prayed that her princess was really taken away by the human race. Not at all. This time the soldiers sent to Xiaoguang Island, they just held the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and they really had nowhere to go. Otherwise, with the power of the Sea Palace, the Sea God Palace would not dare to start the war lightly. However, Shangao seems to be sure that the princess was definitely kidnapped by the human race. "I am afraid that this trip will be difficult. It would be good if the princess can be found. If not, the two great races in the deep sea are really coming a big fight." The huge wave was extremely fast, advancing 100 miles in an instant. When the huge waves approached Xiaoguang Island for about 1,000 miles, Peng Zhen and others also noticed the abnormal movement of the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, and rushed out of their respective mansions to look into the distance. After a while, Peng Zhen's face changed drastically. "This group of arrogant sea people dare to attack Xiaoguang Island and activate a defensive formation for me." With the order, Xiaoguang Island buzzed immediately, and soon, the huge island was shrouded in a layer of transparent energy, and all the warriors on the island also dispatched, gathered around Peng Zhen, each of them waiting solemnly, with dignified expressions. Yang Kai didn't know what happened, so he was naturally curious and came to Pang Zhen's side. Sect Master Yang, the Sea clan is here to cause trouble, please avoid it for a while. Pang Zhen persuaded gently. Yang Kai's previous proposal was very suitable for him, and whether he can get a higher status in the Sea Palace depends on Yang Kai's decision. Whether the proposal can be successful, so he is still very concerned about Yang Kai, lest Yang Kai be affected. It's okay, Master Pang can do whatever he wants, I'll just take a look. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Zhen thought for a while and stopped persuading him. After all, Yang Kai had also proved his strength before. Why are the Sea clan so aggressive? Did Xiaoguang Island or Sea Palace provoke them? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmony between the Sea Palace and the Sea clan. After all, they are two races living together in the deep sea. Friction is always inevitable, but in today's situation, Pang has never seen it before, and there are also some agreements between my Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace of the Sea clan, and it will not be easy to send so many strong people to deal with the other party. Yang Kai's eyes flickered a few times, and he seemed to ask casually, the Sea God Palace of the Sea clan should be able to collect a lot of deep-sea cultivation resources. Pang Zhen was contemplating why the Sea clan dispatched so many strong men, and he didn't have time to think deeply about Yang Kai's question, and said, they have a natural advantage, they can collect the deepest resources in the deep sea, which is unmatched by our Sea Palace. As soon as the words were finished, Pang Zhen came to his senses, and quickly looked towards Yang Kai, and found that he was smiling very happily. He couldn't help but look serious, and woke up. Sect Master Yang, who is not of my race, his heart must be different. Ida's not easy to get along with, if you want to exchange some cultivation materials with them, Ida's probably very difficult, the sea people always look down on us people, and you have lived in the interior for a long time, so you probably don't understand these things. Thank you, Island Master Pang, for reminding me. Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Zhen naturally knew what Yang Kai was planning, and also knew why Yang Kai thought so. Yang Kai waited here for a few days, but no one from the main hall came to discuss with him about trading supplies. Anyone who was afraid would have resentment. If in the deep sea, the Haidian family was the only one, it would be easy to say, Yang Kai, there is no other choice but Haidian, but to wait patiently. But now that a Sea God Palace popped up, Pang Zhen knew that Yang Kai had focused on the Sea God Palace. If you can connect with the Sea God Palace, it doesn't matter if you have the Sea God Palace or not. Without this credit, it will be difficult for Pang Zhen to be promoted, and he can only stay on Xiaoguang Island as his own island owner for the rest of his life. Although he is free and easy, he is still far away from the real power center. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't take his words to heart, Pang Zhen also felt a little bit of resentment. He wasn't resenting Yang Kai, but was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the main hall. But right now, he didn't have the time to think about it anymore. Just as he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous huge wave had arrived a few miles in front of Xiaoguang Island, and it rushed over without stopping. Rumbling, the formation restriction on Xiaoguang Island shook for a while, and it was barely broken. It took a long time for the huge waves to calm down, spread over the entire Xiaoguang Island, and disappeared. Pang Zhen raised his head and looked at the sky with an ugly face, and sternly said, Shengao, what do you mean? Is it possible that the Sea God Palace wants to start a war with my Sea Palace? Pang Zhen, hand it over, or I'll call you Xiaoguang Island, and no grass will grow. Shengao roared, his voice was like thunder, causing eardrums to hurt. Pang Zhen was stunned. To whom? He had no idea what Shengao was talking about, and felt inexplicable. Don't pretend to be confused. This commander will give you a cup of tea. If you don't see the person I want to meet, you will die. Although Shengao is strong, he is obviously simple-minded. It's useless to let others talk about it. Now he has confirmed that the person he is looking for is on Xiaoguang Island. He was so arrogant and unreasonable, and Pang Zhen was also annoyed. He smiled coldly. Not to mention that the owner of this island doesn't know who you are talking about. Even if he knew, the owner of this island would not hand it over to you. After all, Pang Zhen is a strong void returning third layer, the master of an island, and Shengao came to cause trouble for no reason, and dared to threaten him, so naturally he would not show weakness. Okay, that's what you said, so don't blame this commander for being ruthless. Shengao's face was stern, and when he was about to start a killing spree, the woman in revealing clothes suddenly stopped him. Wait. Although Shengao looked unhappy, he didn't refute her face. He stood in midair with an angry face, squinting down, with contempt in his eyes. He seemed to look down on anyone, not even Pang Zhen, but when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes shrank slightly, revealing a suspicious look. Yang Kai, who was full of smiles and looked harmless to humans and animals, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This made Shangao couldn't help but look at Yang Kai a few more times.